host Eric. Lend me your ears. The Harms of Dishonesty. I just watched this very interesting and sad, I guess, video called Why CTE is Killing MMA. It's about, I forget what the CTE stands for exactly, but it's, yeah, traumatic encephalopathy or something like that. And basically, it's if you get punched in the head too much or take too many hits in football or whatever, you get these brain problems leading to dementia and such. Hi, Big Dog. Hi, Mean Bird. It was a good video. I had heard before that boxing was actually worse for in terms of repetitive brain injury than MMA was, but I'm not sure. This video seems to suggest that MMA is worse. Hi, chest my ass. What's up? I'm talking about the harms of dishonesty. Because, like, one of the things in this video was the history within sports that have a lot of brain hitting or, head hitting or whatever, that the sports themselves, medical professionals, etc., were just basically dishonest about this reality for a long time, allowing people to enter into the sport with a misconception that the linkage between the sport and brain injury and dementia was not clear. No, I've never fought before. I mean, not I have gotten in fights before, but I've never been a fighter. I don't consider myself a fighter. I've never trained in martial arts except for judo for a little while when I was a kid. I did take judo for a little while, but I never competed in fights or anything. Jonathan Earl says, never too early to hit that like button, folks. A small gesture on your part, a major impact for the chin. The faster, the more beneficial. For the chin, huh? Pow. Would you lie if it could make you a millionaire? Like, would you? No, of course not. Of course not. I mean, I can't even motivate myself to do totally appropriate things to make money. Of course, I'm not going to do horribly inappropriate things to make money. I generally, almost never do I actually lie. I might be wrong. I might, I guess, shade things a certain direction if I want to, but I'm very honest, not because of like I've got so much character or anything, but because it's so much easier to be honest. If you're dishonest, you have to keep track of shit. You gotta have secrets and lies and remember it all and stuff. And also, a lot of dishonesty comes from people being attached to either their positions or their ego. And so when they get challenged on something, they push back rather than listening. It's very common, right? But that's not a problem I have, so it's easier for me to be honest in that regard. Um, Regardless, that video made me start thinking about the lies that I've been told over the course of my life. Hi, Julia. Hi, Cian. Hi, Morocco. Faitha Louvre, good morning. Hey, Tachidi. Neither. I'm not voting. And you shouldn't vote either. I actually, before I watched this video and forgot about my original plan, I was originally going to title this video, Please Don't Vote. There aren't any good choices, so. Well, I don't know. For me, I have to live with myself. If I don't like myself, I have a big problem, but I guess some other people don't have that hang up. Well, yeah, I mean, toxic people and people who are like scammers and willing to exploit others for their own benefit, they're they're damaged in some way where they don't. There's something wrong with their conscience or something. Hi, Ayla. How are you? I hope you're doing well this morning. And greetings, Russia. Здравствуй, Vladimir. Welcome to California, United States. Anyway, when I was a kid, I went through plenty of anti-drug classes in school and such, and they were full of lies, just so full of lies. Additionally, um, the anti-cigarette campaign is so full of lies. So, I was trained early on to not believe these health things. They told me in drug training classes that if I smoked marijuana, it would be the end of everything. It was the worst thing a person could possibly do. But they were lying. They told me about all different kinds of drugs that were going to ruin my life and stuff. Like I remember in a class saying that if you took LSD, you'd have scrambled egg brains, is what the cop said who was in there. Um, of course, it doesn't turn your brains into scrambled eggs. They told me things like, if you smoke marijuana, you'll and drink alcohol together, you'll die of alcohol poisoning because marijuana will prevent you from throwing up. Except, of course, it doesn't. If you're drunk and you smoke weed, it makes you puke your guts out. My coach used to say, to learn yourself is your life school. To teach yourself is the way, and to be yourself is the mission. You can be lied to, but don't lie to yourself. A lot of people do. And people don't even need to lie to themselves necessarily. They're just attached to their wrongness. You could say that about a lot of things, though, Jonathan Earl, says Hero Lamb. Even if you're dying of thirst in a desert, a little bit of water is better than none. That's true. Sometimes lying to kids gives them time to grow up before doing dangerous stuff. But the thing is, you gotta one has to acknowledge that the kids are also learning whether the public, the group, whoever's representing that can be trusted, right? So, for example, Rachel and I both gave ourselves permanent injuries doing too much nitrous. We gave ourselves permanent nerve damage. Rachel was worse than mine. I just have a little bit of like numb spot on the bottom of the front of my feet. But I did not believe that it was dangerous because, you know, they lie about everything like that, right? They're constantly lying. The risk of you get, for example, they used to say on cigarette packs that they cause throat cancer, but cigarettes don't cause throat cancer. It was something else. Now it no longer says that, but there's no like publishing of a retraction saying like, look, we were bullshitting you. We were wrong and or lying because we thought we knew what was best for everyone's health, and it didn't matter the epistemics of it, right? But when you get the public lying to you like that, you don't believe them about anything, right? Why would I believe? Why would I believe the same general source of information, namely the sort of health Nazis, about nitrous oxide when they were lying about cigarettes, they were lying about marijuana, they were lying about everything? Why would I believe them? They obviously believe that it doesn't matter if they're telling the truth as long as what they're saying promotes general health. Except you can't promote general health with lies because, of course, then people don't know what to believe, right? When I looked into the nitrous issue as to whether it caused nerve damage, I did the sensible thing I thought, which was look up like Google Scholar shit, right? Well, there aren't any scientific studies that establish this linkage adequately. But the linkage is there nevertheless. If I had been smarter or more understanding of how things work, I would have, instead of looking up science journals, I would have looked at Reddit and see what people's experiences are, right? Because who can't I trust? I cannot trust people who, on their authority, say they know what's good for you. Um, you can't trust those people at all because, after all, they've already committed to the idea that they're willing to lie to accomplish what they think is a good idea. To serve their own interests ultimately. They think they're serving everyone's interest, but that's their interest. Well, that's the thing. It is better to not trust and to validate for yourself everything. But there are instances, like in my example with the nitrous, where you know, where it's better to err on the side of caution with your health, right? So even though the science journals had not adequately established this linkage, um, if I had been, if I had known more and been smarter and been, in a more tolerable situation, etc., I still feel a lot of regret and guilt about it because, you know, I had a lot more durability to me than Rachel did, but she continued doing it with me even after she was experiencing harms, and that caused her much more harms than mine. Yeah, that galaxy gas is just another word for nitrous, as far as I know. Galaxy gas is also called NOS, whippets. I think galaxy gas is another term for the same thing. Kids call it different stuff. I don't mind officers being allowed to lie to people in interrogations because number one, if the person is the person can always assert their right to an attorney, and then the interrogation has to stop. Second of all, if you are innocent, factually innocent, it shouldn't matter whether the cops lie to you because you should know they're lying since you're factually innocent. What I do have a problem with is cops lying to cover up their own misdeeds. So, for example, if a cop's telling his supervisor a false story about an arrest, that's not acceptable, right? Because in that instance, they're just trying to cover up their own crimes. But one of the reasons why it's important that we allow cops to lie to suspects without invalidating their investigation is because otherwise cops would have to fact check everything they say. And if it were false, it would run the risk of throwing the case out of court. That doesn't make any sense as a methodology. And I'm not a cop lover. I'm not like rocking the support for the LEOs all the time or anything. Just cut. Yeah, I no doubt, Jonathan Earl, that limited immunity is horrible because cops who commit crimes on the job should be, prosecuted for those crimes, not just the taxpayer has to pony up a bunch of money for somebody who's been subjected to a bunch of bullshit. Am I SP7? I'm not. But you can get it out of air propulsion canisters and stuff like whipped cream. Yeah, I know. I've played Supermarket Cowboy before when I was younger. Supermarket Cowboy is a game where when you're like a teenager, you go into a supermarket and go to the whipped cream section and do the whipped cream out of the cans and put them back and then leave. Obviously, not something I would do except when I was like 17, but um, what seven are you? Oh, I'm SX7. I wouldn't say I hate the police, but I have no reason to so far. But I would like to have people consider getting rid of three aspects of law enforcement. Well, I mean, you're probably preaching to the choir here. We need to get rid of limited immunity. Body cams are a big help, but uh, getting rid of limited immunity would be the number one positive we could do. And obviously, whenever cops are trying to enforce uh, crimes that can be enforced arbitrarily, so traffic tickets, drug crimes, in other words, crimes where if you let the perpetrator go, nobody complains. Oh yeah, qualified immunity should go. Forfeiture is completely unconstitutional bullshit. Right. And there should be a way to prevent bad officers from simply relocating to a different precinct, right? You're absolutely correct. 100%, Jonathan Earl. I would love to see your 3-point plan implemented all across the country. How's my money coming in? Oh, I'm a trust fund, baby. I have a trust fund. I don't need to make money. I have a income property that's not even generating any income because I'm freaking horrible about doing things. But it will generate income at some point, okay? So it's fine. Just leave it alone. We're just gonna worry about that later today. I have to call, I have to make a phone call, I have to check my email because I actually did the first step on getting this income property registered with the county as a short-term rental. I actually finally did the first step. Now I have to check my email to see if they've responded to me. Oh, I didn't used to be lazy, chest my ass. I had a long career as a professional debate coach where I worked very long hours. I was a director of a debate school. I was the owner of a debate school. Spent my career working very, very long hours. But now my parents are dead and I inherited the estate. So I don't have to work right now. It is good news that my parents are dead. You're right. Life's much easier for me now because I don't have to support myself. I can just live here at this nice house and enjoy my life with my beautiful wife. And, it's great. I get it that I'm extremely privileged and lucky and that other people don't get to enjoy this comfort and ease. But I'm glad I do because, you know, I like having fun. I was just joking, Jess. I know you didn't mean that. But it is good that my parents are dead because, life's a lot easier now. I'm not, they were very old when they died, It's not like it was a tragedy. When somebody dies in their 80s, when my mom died, it was a great relief because it was the end of a very long battle with dementia, which is probably why I periodically watch these videos about dementia. Like the CTE one was about sports caused dementia, basically head low caused dementia. But I know that I have, Alzheimer's or whatever kind of dementia my mom had in my family, right? She's the only family member, though, that had dementia, except I guess my great grandmother in her late 90s had dementia. But, that's so old that it kind of doesn't really count as a problem. Like if I get dementia at 95, fine. My great grandmother lived till 99. And apparently she was with it until her mid 90s. So, yeah, fingers crossed, Jonathan Earl. But that's probably not the case. Otherwise, men wouldn't get dementia. Well, I mean, the thing is, actually, if it's on an X chromosome, then men would be more likely to get it because they wouldn't have the redundancy of the second X chromosome. That's what causes Fragile X syndrome in males only, right? Because one of their X chromosomes is damaged, but girls can't get Fragile X because they have two X chromosomes and they have sufficient redundancy to cover that. So I don't know. Alex Kruger says, Chess my ass, are you living to work or working to live? If you don't got to work, why do it? Choosing to work to do something you find worthwhile is great, but so many work just to work. Chess my ass says, no, I don't work. I'm lazy as fuck. High five, Chess my ass. Pew. Welcome to the lazy group. I am lazy as well. And I am leading this group of Lazy Anonymous. Hi, my name's Eric, and I am lazy. So lazy that I haven't begun any of the 12 steps of Lazy Anonymous. Well, good news, Eric. Neither have I. Me neither. Nope. None of us have started any of our stuff. So let's just chill, Let's just pull some bowls here at Lazy Anonymous, have some coffee, Will somebody else get up to get my cup of coffee for me? I'm not feeling it right now. Fair enough, Jonathan Earl. Jonathan Earl says he would high five, but he doesn't want to lift up his arm. That's what it's like here at Lazy Anonymous. Oh, well, there's nothing you can do about it, Chess my ass. Just sit there and look at it and sigh. Oh, well. Oh, well. I guess everything's ruined. So, yeah, it's like so many people in the world think that, number one, they correctly know what's best. Like, it doesn't matter how I accomplish this outcome because this outcome is good. The outcome being like improving the public's health. So it doesn't matter if we lie or exaggerate the risks of meow or meow, because if it gets people to stop doing it, it's worth it. That kind of bullshit drives me fucking crazy. You cannot accomplish any good outcomes unless you accomplish them in a good way. If the way you're accomplishing something is illegitimate, then no good outcomes will ultimately be attained by it that way. Because what you're not accounting for is unintended consequences. Like the unintended consequence of people not believing things that are actually true. Like, because so many of these informative meows are lies, this one that says don't do meow because you'll fall off a cliff, I don't believe it, right? I got to see for myself. So some genius guy made a cold brew coffee maker that attaches to the top of a masonry jar. My granddad would shit his pants if someone told him someday people could chill online like this. I mean, they'd probably get used to it pretty quickly, you know? You'd be like, oh, new tech. I've not been dishonest about anything. I'm talking about dishonesty because I was watching a video earlier about head blow caused dementia, which is called CTE, which stands for something traumatic encephalopathy or something like that. Anyway, it's where if football players or boxers or MMA people get hit in the head too much, they get dementia. And the video was talking about how medical professionals within the sport, you know, promoters, fighters themselves, there's been this kind of collective dishonesty a little bit by each person independent of each other, right? That have allowed a lot of misconceptions about the risks of that kind of sport to persist longer than they should have, right? So that's what made me think about dishonesty. And then it made me think about how, you know, Rachel and I incurred some injury from doing too much nitrous oxide. We got nerve damage. Rachel's is worse, much worse than mine. I just barely have it. But it's just right at the bottom of the ball of my foot, basically. Like right behind my toes, but before the arch of my foot. On both sides is numb, basically. No one still showed him how to use online stuff, which made me mad when I showed him his grandkids' photos online and it was his first time. I really think his kids just don't love him to care about him. I'm sorry to hear that. You know, I wish that I had done a better job of loving my dad, especially before his death. But, you know, I didn't have the perspective to understand what he was going through and how it wasn't about me, you know? My dad had essentially lost his wife to dementia. She was in a nursing home, etc. And anyway, well, he was going through, you know, his wife's going from having a functioning wife to having to change her diapers, and then eventually having to put her in a nursing home. And then COVID hit and he couldn't visit her. And this is the most important person in his life. To me, it was like, my mom's already gone. She's so far in dementia, but it's not how my dad understood it, right? So, and as a consequence, he wasn't very nice to me, but I understand why. It's like I wasn't I wasn't getting it from his perspective. I wish I had done a better job. But I can't go back in time to fix that. I can't go back in time. It was very hard for me in the circumstance 'cause I was back living in my parents' house, for the first time in decades, trying to help, but I didn't have much space in the house. My dad was super controlling, like, don't touch anything. Anyway, it was a difficult period of my life, and it was difficult enough that in the aftermath of it, I have I have been, you know, dealing with a lot of guilt, regret, self-loathing, whatever you want to call it. Although I seem to be emerging out of that. Squirrel love, when a squirrel falls in love with another squirrel, it's forever. Huh, really? I mean, squirrels don't live very long, so forever is like a couple of years. Yeah, it's understandable that I feel those things, and I take I take some actual um what's that word I'm looking for? Solace. I take some solace actually in the fact that I remember towards the end of my grandmother's life how my my mom was really not nice to her, and like I used to have some guilt about how I was as well, though not I wasn't kind of mean like my mom was, but about my grandmother as well. But I do take solace in the fact that, you know, my parents also fucked up in the same way that I did worse really than I did with my grandmother. Like they were really annoyed to have to care about her. Or my mom was especially. It was her mom. My dad was much nicer, but she was her own mom. She had problems with her mom because her mom, like my dad, was an ESTJ. But my grandmother's an ESTJ, but my mom's an ISFJ. So TE Dom versus TE Polar. It worked between my dad and my mom, but that's because my dad respected my mom's boundaries all the time. Like, if my mom put her foot down, that was it. And he just, okay, all right. David, just let me do it my way. Well, it gives me some solace that like they weren't good to her at the end of her life, and they didn't suffer from it. Like I suffer from it after the fact. They did not, clearly. My dad was fine to her, but it was my mom's mom, and she was mean to her. It was horrible to think about. I mean, it wasn't like terrible, it wasn't super abusive or anything, but it was obvious that my mom resented being imposed upon when she should have cared more for her own mother as she was at the end of her life. I get it. My grandmother was a dick too, like my dad. So insecure? I don't think I'm insecure. I just think I have guilt and remorse, and I recognize that, you know, my parents, who I tend to think of as kind of superhuman, like I'll never be the man my dad was, and my mother, I'll never know anybody of my generation as with as much like goodness and character and work ethic as my mother and father. But you know, accordingly, if that's the standard I'm trying to uphold, it's also the case that my mom wasn't great to her mom at the end of her life, and felt apparently no guilt or remorse about it afterwards. So And the thing is, I was fine to my mom, but I mean, it wasn't difficult to be fine to my mom. She was just somebody that I had to do custodial care for, you know? Sure, you could ask me a question from the UK. Where's the lorry station? Is that your question from the UK? My grandmother on my dad's side was like that with my mom. Kathy, you better get the cat out of the baby's crib. He's going to suck the air out of Jonathan's lungs. Hmm. Oh, my mom was insecure. I don't think my mom was insecure. I think she was just not intuitive enough or not enough in terms of uh, introverted feeling to understand better how to be good in that situation, I guess. I'm doing a project at university on the correlation between testosterone and androgenic alopecia. Basically, it's an age-old question: how often should the average man engage in sexual activities per week? Well, these days, you know, I probably have sex about 6 to 10 times a month, somewhere in there. Maybe when I was younger, I'd have it a little bit more often, but my sex drive is about the same as it's always been. Once I settle into a relationship, at the beginning of a relationship, you have more sex. Have you watched the House? I have not watched the House series. You typed in ESTP SX8. I've not watched it. He does seem. I know enough about it. I've seen ads for it and stuff that 8 seems right. Most people think House is ENTP, but given the premise of the show that he's a doctor and such, it's not a very language driven field. So I don't know. Most men tell me 3 times per week, and married men tell me 5 times per week. I don't know. I don't have sex that often. I'm 53. When I first got in a relationship with Rachel, we probably had sex between 3 and 5 times a week for months probably. 'Cause I remember when I first got with her, I had this whole like rush of hormones or something. I started breaking out. I had pimples, like you know, a horrible pimple on my back that I like turned into this boil that lasted for like months and months. I kept trying to pinch it out and get the goo out of it and stuff. During that period of time, we had a lot more sex than we do now as we're settled into our marriage. But it also there are some exceptions. Like it's also the case that there's a rhythm to it. So it might be one week I have sex 3 days in a row, but then we don't have sex for like 2 weeks. So there's a rhythm to it. I keep thinking if I have sex with the same person I live with, it'll start becoming lazy and routine. Oh, it doesn't. Sex is weird like that. When the appetite returns, it's like you had never been fed before. It's kind of like your physical hunger, right? Doesn't matter how often you eat hamburgers. If you get hungry enough, a hamburger will be fantastic again. And anyway, I would never get tired of Rachel. She's sexy AF. And I also find that sex gets better the more you have familiarity with your partner. That's me. Other people might view it differently, but because I'm SI4th, I I find dating romance stuff very challenging, difficult, scary. I'm just looking to settle into a long-term relationship and stop thinking about it. I'm finally found the right wife. This is my third wife. Orgasms need to be reciprocal. Okay, if you say so. Every couple has their own arrangements. Every couple, each individual gives more in certain areas in the relationship and takes more in certain areas in the relationship. You find sex with new people scary because you're worried they'll be too rough and hurt your personal parts. Well, that's one reason to find it scary. I mean, I find it scary because it's like I'm insecure and now I'm going to be naked in front of this person that has never seen me naked before. And I'm going to be expected to perform well so that she's like, wow, he's a good lover. Except knowing those expectations makes you perform less well. So, I'm just happy to be in a happy marriage without having to worry about or think about that kind of shit ever again. Sure, Nemo, ask away. And I don't think I had sex more often in my 20s or 30s than I do now in general. I think my sex drive is about the same. In your interpretation, what would it mean to balance the animal world with reason to tackle demanding tasks? Well, I guess it means balancing deliberation and execution for one thing. Like reason is a deliberative process that takes time and accordingly assumes that the reality won't change while you're deliberating about it in substantive ways that render your deliberation moot or counterfeit your deliberation. So accordingly, you have to balance, reflection and deliberation with execution and follow through. You've got to balance an intuition that is aware when something needs to be changed with a reality that a lot of times you need to persist and not change horses in midstream. So, the communicative, intuitive, intellectual part of human existence is fundamentally done as it's being done now. While we're all just sitting in chairs in front of screens and nobody's actually doing anything. Sometimes I do things on stream, like I'll accomplish chores, take the trash out, whatever. And then in that case, I'm saying, let me make this actual animal part of life, an actual physical task that I'm doing. Let me make that. Let me sub subsume that with my intellectual activity of live streaming. So now I'm not just doing a boring thing. I'm explaining to you how to take the trash out. Every person, Nemo, I would say, is is skewed in one direction or the other. So for me, it's very easy to be metaphysical and communicative and intellectually parse things and do the deliberative process, and to be uh, conservative in my knowing of things. In other words, I'm perfectly fine with ambiguity and things not being resolved as the current status of it, if that's what the current status is. I'm not nearly as good, in some ways bad, at the animal parts of life. Making sure I eat enough food, get enough sleep, um, executing tasks, remembering, oh, I got to do meow. Like, for example, Sunday night, I'm supposed to take the trash out. I totally forgot to take it out because I said as I was like here Sunday night, like, oh, I got to take the trash out. Okay, that's fine. I'll take it out when I wake up in the morning. And I totally forgot about it. Eric, will you make a sandwich and take a couple bites and then start on a project and forget that you need to eat that sandwich? I mean, usually I will successfully manage to eat it over the course of an hour or so. I'll take a bite here and there, if that happens. But generally, I try to consume my food in full and then transition to the next thing because I want to get the eat food part done and over with. At some point in your life, you will have to come to the realization that worry and anxiety can be ignored because we will always have them regardless of the situation. Unfortunately, I haven't found for myself that worry and anxiety is something that I can resolve by understanding better. I write stuff down. I write down stuff I want to do. If not, I might forget for months. Unfortunately, I tend to only put things on my calendar if I have an actual meeting with an actual person. That's how I account for that. But um, when it comes to remembering stuff I have to do, instead of writing stuff down, I just remind myself for long periods of time until I actually do it. I'll spend 20 times more energy and time reminding myself that I have to do something than it takes to actually do the thing. So I need to call my daughter today and figure out who is going to pay the property taxes. And, like, in other words, am I going to get money from the trust for the property taxes, or is she just going to pay them directly from the trust, or what? I need to talk to her about that because it's due on November 1st, by November 1st. So I need to do that today. I've been reminding myself of this since at least the beginning of the month. And I have had one conversation with her about it, but we didn't resolve the details of the of it's so dumb too. It's like, why is it taking such a long time? I just need to tell Delilah either pay these property taxes or send me this much money. One of the two. A lot of time I can't eat food part done. If it's yummy, I'm hungry. If not, I don't feel it. Well, if I'm hungry, then I need to resolve that problem. So I'm just trying to, like, because I'm like, okay, I can't have fun when I'm hungry, so I need to resolve the hungry thing. 100% I'm with you on the property taxes thing. I got to figure out eBay. I got a few things I should sell. Yeah, well, that sounds like a pain in the ass. It sounds like more of a pain in the ass than what I got to do. Anyhow, that's not related to the topic of honesty, though, and dishonesty. I do believe that dishonesty is kind of the devil because it tends to be the kind of dishonesty I'm talking about is dishonesty motivated by people believing they know what the good outcome is, and it doesn't matter if their words are lies as long as their words uh, nudge people towards the better outcome or something. That just fuck them so hard and fuck anybody and everybody so hard who thinks that they know well enough what's best that they should it's fine for them to lie to accomplish that. I really admire such intelligence. I mean, I was just articulating how I can't get things done. It doesn't really seem to best be described by intelligence so much as it's best described by executive function failures. Well, that's fine, chest my ass, but this particular paperwork is just we have to go to, like last year I just went into the county and paid it at the property tax window at the county, government buildings over there. This year we have two houses that we have to pay property tax on, and I was actually pleasantly surprised as only as much as it is because um, last year I was unpleasantly surprised by these additional property taxes we had to pay on this house. We don't have to do that for the other house for some reason. I'm not sure why. It was like, because when we bought this house, the first year of property taxes, we had to pay basically twice as much. And it's some sort of new, like, California, maybe tax rule or something. But we didn't have to do that for this other house. So I don't know what the fuck's going on. Regardless, it's not paperwork I have to do. I have the papers. I just have to pay the bill. I, I can't get anybody else to do that without having a permanent, like, money manager or accountant, which we cannot afford and I do not want. So I'll have to pay that myself, or make sure that it gets paid myself, one of the two, you know. I don't trust Delilah to follow through on it, so I'll just have her send me the money so I pay it. So make sure it gets done on time. I don't want to pay late fees either, you know. Last year we had to pay late fees, not because we were just accidentally late. Like I'm not even sure what happened. We had to pay some late fees. So fuck last year. This year we're not going to run afoul of those problems. You made it home safe again. Good for you. Gee, good for you. If you are correct, then the truth will serve you. Only incorrect people have to lie. I have a group on personality database. Guys there, we're talking on how the second, third, fourth function get better at different decades of your life. That's not true. It's not true. It is true that if you are in circumstances in life where you're able to thrive and with your strengths, in other words, your attentional priorities are rewarded by your circumstances, then that will open you up to validating on your unconscious absolute values. If my extroverted intuition and introverted thinking produce good results in extroverted feeling consistently, and I feel safe and nurtured by my life and circumstances in who I am naturally, then I will begin to validate on other metrics that are not my natural strengths because I have the freedom, safety, and security to take chances and stuff, right? Because I feel invulnerable in my life in general, in my relationship, in my setup and house and finances and stuff like that, because I feel safe and comfortable there, and because I have this environment where I'm rewarded for ideating with at least some attention. I mean, there are 4 people here. Hi, Carrot. But usually I get a little bit more numbers than that. So anyway, the point is, because of all that stuff, I get to be an increasingly good person across the board because I'm less antagonistic to things that aren't that I'm naturally antagonistic to, like extrovert thinking, extrovert sensing, and I validate more on my unconscious absolute values, introverted intuition, and introverted feeling. But I have a friend who's an INFJ who's the same age as me, and he is in an abusive relationship, and his circumstances are terrible, and he has retreated to just his dominant function and his second function. It's crazy to watch him be so damaged and exactly how that plays out, which is the more assaultive the world is to you, the more you retreat to your number one function and your number two function. Your number one function being the only absolute value you'll uphold, and number two being the only instrumental value you'll engage in. Because you just don't trust yourself in any other way. You've been punished or, negative. You have negative, what's that called? Conditioning, like, negative stimuli in response to behaviors you want to extinguish, whatever that's called. I forget what it's called. I have read on the 4 dimensions of functional socionics, and it's bullshit. And we can easily determine this bullshit by showing how, even in your least conscious function, you have the capacity to engage in it in all of the 4 socionics dimensions, which are really about a relationship between attention and time, like how well you can stretch your application of that attention to events in the past and events in the future. But the thing is, those kind of linkages to places in time like that are much more about what kind of function a function is than anything else. Smash them up and bang them up. Hey, Eric, what's up? It's been a while. Smash them up and bang them up. Hello, how are you? Welcome. I don't remember you, but I'm sure you are telling the truth about you having been here before. Because after all, you do know my name. I know. I believe they are right in the sense that you don't use all four dimensions on them when you are using them unconsciously. Well, you don't really use functions unconsciously. Okay, so the way it works is this: you, every person has a personality which comprises a dominant function and a second function. Everything else is implied by those two. Your relationship with your fifth slot function is conscribed in scope because of you are your dominant function. So as an extroverted intuitor, I tend to treat introverted intuition like it were an action function. I think introverted intuition is something I use when I'm writing music, for example, to know which parts are good and which parts are garbage. But introverted intuition is actually a receiving function. So because I'm an extroverted intuitor and an action type and an ideator, it means I have to ignore introverted intuition to do my thing. In order to generate more disparate and new and original ideas and to always have something to say, I have to ignore consciously the receiving part of NI because I'm not receiving, I'm putting information. That's why sociologists calls it the ignoring function, and that should be why they call it the ignoring function. But if you don't frame it at first as all slots other than 1 and 2 are descriptions of a conscribed relationship with those other possible functions that's conscribed in predictable ways because of the functions that are you, 1 and 2. Isn't NI still working on its own? Well, everybody has sort of a proto level of effectiveness with every function. Even if you're SI polar, you still sometimes get hungry and recognize that you need to drink some water and stuff. You may be really oblivious to those physical cues, but eventually, if you have sufficiently powerful physical cues, you will recognize them. If you break your leg and you're SI polar, you will recognize that you were in pain. However, if you injure yourself less badly, you might not. Like I typed this ENTJ lady one time, and she was telling a story about how when she was playing in volleyball, one game she figured out eventually that she was injured because the other team kept hitting it to her injured side. But prior to that, she didn't realize she was in. She didn't feel it, because she was so locked into what she was doing. But if she had broken her leg, she would have felt that, She's not, so she has some basic competency in it. Remembering that paying attention in certain ways habitually is really focusing on certain kinds of data and or attentional processes. Right now, what I'm focusing on is generating explanations, which is NETI. But in order to do this successfully, I have to have sufficient SI to remember what it is I'm answering and what I'm trying to get at. Like, I'm not aware of my body being uncomfortable doesn't mean that my body doesn't SI at that moment. Well, your body doesn't SI, right? SI is a description of you paying attention to cues from your body. That's what SI is. If you're not actively paying attention to that, like I might kind of obliviously be totally paying attention, locked into something over here and kind of mindlessly scratching my head because there's an itch. In that instance, I'm unconsciously extrovertedly sensing in response to an introverted sensing cue that I processed physically, but not intellectually. So in that instance, you can say that you are conscious of the SIQ, and you are conscious in some way of the SE as well. It's just not the kind of consciousness that's communicative. It's not put into words. You're not processing it as I have an itch and now need to scratch it. And because it's not an experience of any significance and there's no word linkage to it, it's not very rememberable. Okay, well, if you want to try to taxonomy levels of consciousness, the actual best way to define unconscious in an actual meaningful way so that you can check it, right, is your most unconscious functions are those you can least remember instances of attending in that way. For me and for everyone, the eighth slot function is the least rememberable. It's the most unconscious. So I have the most trouble remembering instances where I paid attention to executing tasks and, doing stuff, right? For me, it's like I was just sitting here and now I'm up and doing this task. I have no recollection or really any awareness of what kind of attention it is that makes me transition from doing this to getting up and doing a task. I don't get it, right? Because I don't remember instances of that occurring as an attentional event that is comprehensible to me because I'm such a communicative person. I need things to be comprehensible in words. I have communication functions 1, 2, 3. My experiential function is SI, which is a knowledge function, and is deprioritized in the sense that I both am fine with not being particularly good at it, would be comfortable delegating to somebody else, and am somewhat self-deprecating about it without being insecure about it, unlike, say, 8th slot function or 6th slot, which I will be somewhat defensive about. What's comprehensible? Comprehensible is a word that means able to be understood or comprehended. Yeah, because they're all communication functions. So half of the functions operate in dealing with what you might call turn-based things. So what we're doing here is communicating. You're saying something, then I'm responding to it. Once I'm done responding to it and you've listened to it, then you can say, but, right? This is a turn-based kind of reality. We're both acting as though the experiential fluid time reality isn't doing anything. That while we're having this conversation, our bodies aren't changing and needing things, that the world doesn't require us to actually accomplish anything meaningful because, after all, in terms of our intellectual processes, it doesn't matter how long this takes. We're trying to accomplish something intellectually here in terms of coming to agreement about how we ought to describe functions, for example. If the process is going to take this much understanding, but you can accomplish that understanding by saying it in this amount of words, this amount of words. You can say the words faster or slower, and ultimately it doesn't matter because the meaning is the same because we're dealing with stuff that that is processed on a turn-based level. So that's why NE, TI, FE, and NI are all communication kind of functions fundamentally. And then SE, SI, TE, and FI are all experiential functions fundamentally. And how do you know if you don't think that because those are functions you personally contact others with? No, SI is not communication at all because it's not a slot thing. No, it's not a slot thing. Because I'm an extroverted intuitor, it means that my introverted sensing is much more configured for language than introverted sensing would be for an introverted sensor. And for an introverted sensor, extroverted intuition is much more configured for experience. They're going to come up with more ideas about what to do, like make something out of wood or whatever, than they are going to come up with a lot of words explaining things like I am. But regardless, SI is fundamentally, first and foremost, the physical or experiential knowing function. It includes muscle memory, like remembering the chords to play on the guitar. It includes the knowledge that my stomach's upset, I'm going to throw up, whatever. I'm sleepy, I'm hungry. It includes all of that stuff. And it includes your past, remembering your previous experiences. It can be skewed towards language, remembering what people said or what certain words were, but that's going to be much more likely to happen if you have intuition above sensing. I am looking gay today because I'm so snappy and sharp in my appearance. What are the harms of dishonesty? Well, the point is, the basic harm of dishonesty is this: that dishonesty presumes that you know what the best outcome is, and that as long as you can predict reasonably that your lie will attain that outcome, that it doesn't matter if you lie because the outcome justifies it. Unfortunately, if you were correct, you wouldn't need to lie. You're not convinced any is experiential. I can communicate those ideas, but the idea isn't about communication itself. No, any is, we have to think about it like this, okay? Attention, there are three kinds of attention basically in terms of directionality. You can put, get, and receive. There's a fourth kind called interface, which is for things that are dynamic systems. That's TE and FE. Extroverted intuition puts information on the metaphysical external field, which is where we are right now. There's four fields that people pay attention on. Your internal physical, that's your body. External physical, that's world of objects. External metaphysical, that's where we are right now, the world of words. And internal metaphysical, words inside your head, okay? So each of these functions either puts information, gets information, receives information, or interfaces with one or more of those fields. Extroverted intuition puts information on the external metaphysical field. Extroverted sensing puts information on the external physical field. And we have to, if we aren't defining things in that fashion where we can actually operationalize what's going on, so that in theory, at least it can be simulated, then we aren't doing any real intellectual work. I'm not peaking on Adderall. You don't peak on Adderall, you fucking tard. I'm timing you out for being a tard. Listen, drunkie, shut the fuck up. Just because I'm being like somewhat passionate in my explanation of things, just because I care about this, what I believe to be progress we're making in terms of explaining cognitive functions with somebody who's clearly studied the thing extensively, but hasn't studied what I say much, because he's unfortunately has socionics wrongness. But he seems like a very reasonable person who would be able and willing to excise this wrongness and replace it with correctness, provided he's convinced it's the better argument. And I know I have the better argument, so I'm happy to convince him. My excitedness about that should not be reduced to some side effect of drugs, okay? It's a function of being correct. And the fact that being correct matters, that honesty matters, right? So, no, motherfucker, you're not going to play that game with me. I don't like it. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you look under the defensible typology section, there's some kind of quick breakdowns, but I wish I had a single thing I could link to you and say, this is where I explain it all, but I don't really have that. So it's kind of a haphazard bunch of shit. And I don't expect you to, watch my shit and learn that way, because I never let people tell me, oh, you should watch me if you want to understand this. If you understand it, explain it to me, motherfucker. Don't tell me to go watch somebody else explain it, that you're right, but you can't explain it to me. If you can't explain it to me, you're not right. So the thing is, that's how I treat other people who say, go watch a video or something. I expect them to answer my questions and explain shit. So feel free to expect that of me as well. You need to extreme fanboy to know how you think. You don't need to extreme fanboy. You just need to probably hang out at a couple live streams or watch a couple of short videos that I did a good job of nutshelling shit. Because my worldview is pretty consistent. Once you get the gist of it, you'll see how it plays out. It's not that complicated. I'm not that complex. I'm a principled moral absolutist. I do talk a lot, yes. That's fine, just my ass. It's probably because you're either a knowing type or a deliberation type, whereas I'm an action type. So, you know, you prefer probably on some level to come to conclusions later in with your private deliberations and stuff. I'm because you think what matters is being correct for yourself. I think what matters is not just being correct, but that others recognize my correctness and agree with me. My father was not an engineer. My father was an administrator, I guess you'd say, a manager kind of thing. He did various jobs. He was director of one of the Census Bureau branches during the 1980 census, and he was actually in Compton, as he was the head of the Compton census office, and everybody who worked under him was black. But the boss was my dad. Hilarious. He liked that job. That was one of his favorite jobs. He loved going down to Compton. He loved the restaurants down there. He he would come home and say, "I had soul food for lunch today." I wonder if they actually called it soul food or if that was just my dad's term for it. But regardless, he liked that job. I've got some funny pictures of him in the census office with his office full of black women. He told a story about how one time a guy came in with a gun looking for some girl who may have been working there, I guess, and how this older black lady got up and, "Boy, you better put that gun away," and just sort of like henpecked him out of the building and away. And my dad was like very happy about that. Like he thought that was a wonderful experience. I mean, the system is called one, but depending on who I watch, person has their own version. I don't have a system. Okay, let me explain this. What I do is explain defensible claims about typology. What I've done is I've taken Jungian cognitive function ideas, MBTI cognitive functions, socionics and stuff, and I've said, okay, let's eliminate every claim that you cannot defend. And let's do this as though I was making a debate case, and it had to be air fucking tight, where you've got it understood on every level. So accordingly, it needs to meet the following criteria to validate. It needs to be defensible. It needs to withstand scrutiny. It needs to be potentially simulatable, at least. The definitions need to be operationalized, etc. Right? Nobody else knows what the fuck they're doing. So everybody else is ideating, coming up with ideas and having fun and interpreting things. What I have done is the actual rigorous intellectual work of dispatching things that are metaphors and only including things that you can defend. And accordingly, it's not like this is my system. This is cognitive functions rendered rigorously. What the Sigma? How are your cheekers? My cheekers are bombaclats. I do have ideas of my own, but what I'm saying is they're not really my ideas, right? The idea of an attentional manner, a way of paying attention, was Jung's idea. Now, a lot of people have made a bunch of mud out of those ideas since. But if we take the fundamental idea of cognitive functions and say, how can we do this in a way, render this in a way that is actually defensible, intellectually rigorous, where the definitions are done correctly, where there's distinctions made between whether or not something is mechanical or correlative. So one of the problems with socionics is they have all these various taxonomies of all these various things, but they don't seem to care, and it doesn't seem to matter to them whether or not they're describing something that's part of the mechanics or whether they're describing something that's just a correlative impact. Accordingly, you've got shit tons of various interpretations, all of which are garbage because they don't begin right. As somebody who's a professional case builder and spent decades doing that, the way you have to begin a case, you need to start with framework. What am I trying to do? And what would it look like if I successfully did it? In a debate case, you're trying to either affirm something, you're trying to affirm something. And what it would look like if you successfully did it would be that you upheld under your own framework and under your opponent's framework, ideally, but at least that you upheld under your own framework better than your opponent. You upheld under your own framework, and that if your opponent won his framework argument, in other words, he upheld better under his framework, then you won the prefer my framework argument, right? It's very mechanical how this shit works. So with cognitive functions, what we're trying to do is model human consciousness. And in order to do that, we need to understand personality as one of a finite number of possible configurations of attentional priorities. And if they are different configurations, they must be different configurations that are different strategies of attaining some singular thing. If we want it to be, if we want the different currencies and within the model to exchange, right? So the fundamental common human drive that each configuration is a strategy towards attaining is to close the gap between realities and expectations. In other words, to close the gap between experience and communication. Every strategy, therefore, we can interpret every personality type as a strategy towards attaining that and explain it in those terms. Now, we're going to need a unit of measurement for attention that's uniform to all of them. And that unit of measurement is time, measured in minutes or seconds or whatever. We're going to need directionality of each form of attention and explain how those attentional manners are distinct from one another. So in reality, there are 4 kinds of paying attention: knowing, deliberating, acting, interfacing. TE and FE are interface, NE and SE are action, TI and FI are deliberation, NI and SI are knowledge. Now, note, I am possibly not adequately justifying what I'm saying for you to affirm it in full. But what you should be gathering awareness on is that it would be very difficult to negate this on point. You could negate it by saying, I failed to meet these burdens. I've been unconvincing in these ways. But what I'm saying makes much more sense than what anybody else is saying, because it starts at the beginning, right? Socionics is head deep in a wash of various ideation, and never does get around to asking the question, what am I doing? And what would it look like if I succeeded versus what would it look like if I failed? NETI, FE, NI being communication functions being something you got from, no, it's not something I got from somewhere else. It's where I settled after doing a bunch of ideation that all ended up in dead ends, right? So I did and scrapped a bunch of work trying to figure out what's going on here, because it was clear that there was something correct here, but that everybody was just throwing mud all over the place without having any concept of what they were doing. So my job then was to try to figure out, okay, clearly personality type is onto something. Cognitive functions is on something significant, because prior to cognitive functions, I didn't even have a way to taxonomy my own cognitive experience, my own consciousness through time in a way that actually resonated as correctly descriptive. But so I want to make sure then that whatever I'm trying to say about it turns out to be correct. So maybe at the beginning, I thought, having read about it, the TI was subjective. But when you actually do the calculations in terms, okay, we define this as this, well, it doesn't work. There's no meaningful definition of subjective that makes introverted thinking subjective. So we have to excise that possibility. And we have to define objective and subjective in ways that are actually meaningful. So objective is a disinterested calculus of external data. Well, TI is definitely that, right? It can be internal data, but the point is, at some point, if you're conveying your ideas, you're extroverting them, and they either, hold up as not internally contradicting or or obviously contrafactual, or any other way that soundness is disrupted. So it's objective, right? It's not my own system. Yes, I am the author of the correct rendering of cognitive functions, but to say it's my system would be to say that relativity is Einstein's system. Relativity is not Einstein's system. He correctly described the universe. Sorry, I got a spam phone call. Shouldn't have answered it. I did, and it said, "Ni hao." I said, "Go away, Chinese." It was a phone call. No, I know you're not saying it's bad, but what I'm saying is we need to understand cognitive functions as descriptive of something concrete, or something real, rather than as something that's open to interpretation. If we're talking about what a book means, literature means, everybody can have their own interpretation and can support it with the text potentially, and all those things will be valid, even if they contradict each other, because it's the kind of thing that you can be interpretive about. On the other hand, we can't all have our own interpretations of how space-time works, because the person who correctly articulated how it works has already correctly articulated it. So doesn't need to be any further work done on this. With cognitive functions, I entered a weird reality at exactly the right time, where there's something deeply correct and important here, and everybody's doing it wrong. So I could actually, figure out, clear away all the mud and dust and say, here's what actually validates. So yeah, if you think relativity is Einstein's system, then sure, I have a system. But if you think relativity is an accurate description of reality, then that's what I have. I don't claim I have the absolute truth. I claim what anybody who's explaining something claims, which is my explanation makes the following predictions that validate according to this metric or falsify according to this metric. And it is ultimately simulatable so that we could run a simulation of this and see if the simulated entities behave as real people do, with the personality types. I've got shit tons of typing data because I've typed 1 million people asking very similar questions, and there are predictions that can either validate or falsify according to the explanation of how cognitive functions actually works. Nobody else is doing anything remotely like this, right, in terms of legitimacy. Everybody else is just pulling shit out of their fucking asses because, why? They're not professional case makers. They don't know what they're doing. So, no, I don't have a system. I've correctly described reality in ways that other people can check and validate, whereas nobody else is even attempting to do that. And the thing is, I don't have a complete explanation of everything. I'm just saying the things that I do assert and have been asserting for a long time now. Once I got past the false starts, because I had multiple false starts where I was trying to figure out and getting it wrong, trying to figure out and not validating, etc. Before I finally got it correct. The things I've been saying for this to you right now is that these are things that are definitive and determinate. It doesn't mean I have the answer to every cognitive function question or have every aspect of human consciousness figured out. It just means that the statements I am making, the claims that I am making, that I have been making for years, I definitely do validate, or else I wouldn't be stating them with such authority. Now, granted, you shouldn't believe that they validate because of that reason, but that is in fact the truth. That I'm not one to wantonly make affirmative claims that I can't back up or substantiate, or that don't validate, because I don't like being wrong, and I don't like people coming and being like, well, have you thought about this? And me going like, oh, fuck, I didn't think about that. You're right. That never happens with cognitive functions. It may have at one point, but never anymore, because after all, what I'm claiming is not to have a system, but to explain defensible typology. Which is to say, I know which claims one can defend and which claims one cannot, and I'm asserting as a frame of reference that the best arguments are the truth. But if you don't agree with that frame of reference, that's fine. Regardless, I have the best arguments and I'm right. Therefore, I'm right by any calculable means. By any calculable calculation, I'm right. And like I said, I have plenty of experimental data that say typing sessions where I'm asking questions in the same way to know that it validates because, like, for example, I've never encountered anybody with 2 blind spots. If I did, it would falsify the whole notion, right? And only certain cognitive function tests are determinate, but some of them are. The problem with cognitive function tests and typing people in general is that, like, I've got a good polar test for TI that also effectively tells you if it's 7, if it's 1, 2, or something else. But I don't have that good of a test for NI. I do have a good polar test for NI that'll tell you if it's a blind spot, but other than that, I cannot distinguish between slots. So because I have limited things that I can rely on, it's not always possible for me to get to 100% about somebody's type. A lot of times I can be quite certain about it, but sometimes I say, well, you're either this type or that type. Sometimes I have trouble distinguishing between extroverts and introverts. Like ENFJs and INFJs are difficult to tell apart because they both have horrible SI. It's hard to tell SI polar from SI 8, although it's easy to tell 7 or 8 versus something else. So, in all the myriad typing sessions I've had, I've never encountered results that call into question the architecture of the thing. In other words, that, well, maybe this person has an extroverted function in the first slot and in the second slot. Never encountered that. Never encountered somebody who seems to have 2 blind spots. Just doesn't work out like that. So now I get that it would be nice if we had an external physical test to compare against. Like, it'd be great if there were a blood test so that we could validate all of our cognitive function test questions to determine if they actually link to that thing in a definitive way that we can point to and say, no, we're cross-checking against these 2 things. We don't have that, but we do have other kinds of cross-checking things. Like, I'm not only evaluating word usage in determining somebody's type. They can give certain cues. They give plenty of physical cues regarding the question of FE, and they may give physical cues as well regarding SI. If I were to type somebody in person, maybe I could determine things about their SC, possibly, but I'd have to develop a set of questions and test those questions for a long time to see that they actually justify the claims I say they're justifying. The ones that I make claims about now, I've tested amply, and I don't have to worry about maybe I'll be wrong, because I don't typically make the claims until I've already done a lot of work to make sure it validates. Because I don't want to be wrong and say wrong shit, and I don't want to talk out of my ass. A lot of people like to talk out of their ass. There's this guy the other night who was talking about no-knock warrants and was trying to say that no-knock warrants are justified by exigent circumstances, except exigent circumstances are used to justify not needing a warrant at all. So he was wrong. I tried to correct him, and he just, he had some sort of allergy to learning, I guess. I don't know. He didn't want to be corrected. He didn't acknowledge or accept that he was wrong, even when I cut and paste the relevant legal language. And I'm sure he's very accustomed to just getting by on authoritative tone, right? Like, I'm pulling shit out of my ass, but I talk with an authoritative tone that makes it sound like I know what I'm talking about. Obviously, if that's what he's getting by on, he's going to be very much against being exposed as wrong, because he doesn't want people to be evaluating what he's saying against facts. He just wants to be afforded credit for being correct in some way, or being smart or something, but correctness and smartness are processes, not destinations. But it is the case, absolutely, Mr. Chess, and it should be the case for anybody that you listen to, that I make the claim that my explanation of typology is exclusively correct, and any explanation that differs from it in a way that's exclusive is necessarily wrong. Other people want to play, let's have a typology community where we all discuss our equally valid dumb ideas. I'm not playing that game because I take typology more seriously than that. And I think it's better to be correct about it than it is to have fun playing interpretation games with it. And that's why I don't collaborate with anybody in the typology community. Not because I'm unwilling to, but because they aren't capable of it. I'm proud of my butt. I'm proud of me and my butt. We're both doing a great job of pooping. I have a lot of poop. I mean, that's a huge poop I already pooped. It's a Yule log's worth of poop. Great job, Eric. Great job pooping. Great job, butt. Great job inside of butt part. Everyone did a great job. Whew, that's a stinky one. It's made out of rotting death, apparently. It smells like rotting death. Rotting death with just a hint of old cheese. You'd think, I mostly eat about the same foods generally. I've got a fairly small rotation of foods that I make and eat. You'd think my poop would be the same all the time. It's absolutely not. It goes through a whole range of expressions of self, from little rocky balls of constipation poop to just colon blow disaster to this, which is, I'd say, more or less the perfect kind of poop. It's a little bit messy of a poop, maybe, but it was somewhere near the middle between diarrhea and constipation, which is where you want to land. That's the sweet spot of pooping. Communication isn't about absolute agreement. Well, no, it's not about agreement necessarily. For example, I understand that most of the time I'm not going to get people to actually technically agree with me, say, I agree with you, Eric. What I'm hoping to attain is at least the following thing. If somebody's disagreeing with me and I'm explaining why I'm right about something, that they may not agree with me right then, but that later on, even if they have the same position, they take a different argument to try to substantiate it because they've at least learned that the argument they were making doesn't work. They might not ever tell me that, they might not acknowledge that, but they've improved on how they approach everything because they've at least excised one bad argument because they got schooled on it one time, right? People like to avoid those kind of negative experiences. If I school you on something wrong that you say in this instance, then later on you're less likely to say that again and try to take a different approach to making your argument, even if you're supporting the same position. Like I said, what matters is how, not what or why, right? When it comes to argumentation, reasoning, intellectual work. You have to do the process of dialectic correctly, and the results will take care of themselves. It's like any kind of competition thing, too. When I was a debate coach, I'd tell students, understand everything, do this process of learning these things and saying it correctly here, and don't worry, the results will take care of themselves. Because after all, I am correct. I am more correct than all the other coaches. And I have the best cases accordingly. Because with rare exceptions, the best arguments are the most correct arguments. Sometimes in competition debate, the correct argument might be too much of a time suck. It might take too long to explain the whole thing or whatever. So it's not always the case in competition debate. But in real life, provided you've got time to do the explanations, it's always the case that the best argument is the most correct one, and vice versa. And it's easy when you're coaching kids and on a debate team because they listen to you. They take it on faith that you know what you're talking about, right? Adults are much more skeptical. And I don't blame people for being skeptical because usually if somebody's talking like they know what they're talking about, almost always they're completely full of shit. So I'm a bit of a unicorn in that regard. To both be stating in no uncertain terms that I am right and exclusively right, and to not be just completely full of shit is very unusual. It's almost unique, but it nevertheless is the case. And the longer any smart person spends listening to me say things and explain things, the more they agree, yeah, Eric, okay, right, sure, I get it. You are correct. And I'm beginning to understand why you're correct. It's because of your fanatical devotion to saying the right words in the right order such that you cannot be rebutted successfully. Trouble, if you think you're going to rebut me with that look, you're wrong, mister. Oh, you want some water, huh? You want to drink some water with your little cat mouth? Likely story. You want to go outside or what? You going to get some water? If I find it, I'll close this door. You don't need to let the flies in, after all. At the very least, what I think I'd like people who come around here and stick around here for a little while to come to the conclusion about is that I am at least honestly doing the thing I claim to be doing. I am at least honestly engaged in an ongoing process of excising any inferior argument from my being and replacing it with your better argument anytime and every time that happens. In other words, I am not attached to any of my positions. I'm attached to doing the process of being correctly. And if people are convinced of that, at least, then they know that even if they think I'm wrong, they can acknowledge that I have, at least honestly and to the best of my ability, made the determination in a disinterested way that this is correct. Yeah, I'm trying to do it fairly, right? If I'm wrong and somebody points it out, I jump at the chance of embracing that because I want to have as many opportunities as I can to demonstrate that I'm not above being corrected. And when I'm trying to explain things as being correct, that it's because, what's left after all this time talking about it and engaging with people and being corrected is just what withstands scrutiny. You just had diarrhea, grasshopper plus. I just had a wonderful big poop that was not diarrhea. Kamala is no feminist. She's an unprincipled sack of shit, frankly. I'm not sure she's worse than Trump, but she's unbelievably terrible. stunningly, shockingly terrible. It was hard to know that she was so terrible when she was hiding behind Biden, who had his own form of terribleness. I'd almost prefer demented Biden over Kamala or Trump. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna vote at all. Yes, I care more about truth than being seen to be right. In other words, I care more about actually being right than appearing right. If I wanted to appear right, I wouldn't engage so much with everybody's things, right? Like, because if I wanted to appear right, I'd just be like Dave Superpowers. If somebody asks a challenging TI kind of question, he just goes, "Oh, well, it looks like you're in the TI group," but that doesn't answer my question. Let's move on. As soon as we understand this, we'll all be fine. How am I supposed to understand it if you won't answer my question? They just sent 400 million to Ukraine, and North Carolina got nothing. Maybe people in North Carolina should move to Ukraine. Thought about that? I mean, I agree that we should not, in general, be giving foreign aid to countries. And for example, instead of giving money to Ukraine, American troops should be in Ukraine fighting against Russia beside Ukrainian troops, because that's what we promised to do when we took their nuclear weapons decades ago. See, like, this is what I mean by being correct, too. Other people want to take a position on Ukraine in keeping with left or right team. For some reason, I think the right is opposed to Ukrainian support and the left is in favor of it. But of course, we should all be in favor of it because that's what the United States promised to do when we took Ukraine's nuclear weapons on that condition decades ago. So shouldn't we fulfill that promise or give them back their nuclear weapons? One of the two. And that's not a right or left thing. That's a let's uphold our obligations when it comes to something as important as promising another nation to fight against challenges to their national sovereignty if they give us their nuclear weapons. Ukraine should not have done that. They should have kept their nuclear weapons and they wouldn't be encountering what they're encountering right now. Just as North Korea is not being attacked, even though they should be, probably. So in this instance, you know, a lot of people are going to disagree with me, either because they don't want U.S. troops on the ground in some foreign nation, which I totally get, or because they think supporting Ukraine is a leftist thing and they're on team right, which is just stupid, or because they just think, why are we spending money on foreign countries at all, including military force? Why don't we just be isolationists? And that's a fine argument, but I would say that argument would have needed to win before we took away nuclear weapons from Ukraine, not after. I mean, I would like to think we're an honorable country that fulfills its obligations regarding protecting another nation's national sovereignty when we promise to do so in exchange for their nuclear weapons. I'd like to think we were decent enough to do that. Why should anybody, if we don't, why should anybody make any deals with the United States where we promise to do anything? Well, yeah, I mean, we didn't promise to protect them from Russian aggression for only 10 years, after which they'll no longer will no longer be in a reality where nuclear weapons are the only guaranteed deterrent. No, we didn't make that promise. Okay, well, gee, that's fine. But then what we should do as a government, as a country, is say, we are not making any more promises to anybody ever because we acknowledge that we can't keep them. It's fine to get divorced after you get married if your marriage doesn't work out because it's about the interests of the parties involved, right? It's not fine if the United States as a nation state, for example, let's say Russia were to attack a NATO ally. We are obligated to come to their defense. Would it be okay for us to say, you know what? Nah. No, it wouldn't, because that's what a treaty is. We're making promises, right? We should have admitted Ukraine to NATO. We didn't, but we still made the promise to treat them as though they were in NATO. So let's actually follow through on that. This is important also because obviously the free world needs to defend the free world against authoritarianism, totalitarianism, and other forces of evil. Individualism itself, liberty and justice for all, is at stake. Jeff Bezos should solve world poverty? I don't think so. I don't think he can, nor should he attempt it. Politics is supposed to be boring. You're right, Chess My Ass, and this is the problem that people have in the world, is everybody wants to deal with politics in a passionate way, in a way that resonates with them emotionally, that makes them feel. But when properly done, politics is boring and dispassionate, It does not involve anyone's emotions. It involves a deliberative process and a defaulting to inaction. Hakake, niptadiem. Hakake, I said a niptadiem. You can't deal with it. It's in their hands, whoever you are. You have no say. Well, I have plenty of say. I'm saying it right now. And I may not be convincing adequate people to make the change I would like to make, but at least I'm making the effort. John Herr says, what? I say, why, how, and who? Our, peleke, pahucha, diem. Our, peleke, pahucha, diem. Okay, I like your song, Ishan Vajra. Parmat me bong. I don't want to parmat your bong, so shut up and stop talking like a pirate. We fought for freedom of speech, and the thing is, freedom of speech is just freedom from the government censoring you. It's not a guarantee that you can express yourself however you want, wherever you want, whenever you want. I'm singing Ishan Vadra's song. Feelings are inherently irrational. Well, sure. They're not. Yes, they're irrational, but that's not particularly important. What feelings are is your correct deliberation function for things that should be deliberated according to your own interest. And much of life should be deliberated that way. Politics should not. Unfortunately, the majority of people are going to evaluate things against some kind of subjective metric, either their experience or their feelings. And unfortunately, in a democracy, people vote. And so the majority is going to vote, and they're being encouraged to vote, which is ridiculous. And accordingly, politics will be, our representatives will be like the people who vote for them, approaching political questions through the wrong frame of reference. What we need to be explaining to children instead of vote is probably don't vote. If you're going to vote, make sure you're voting not on your passions, but on the fact that you found somebody who's dispassionate and disinterested in their calculations and reliable as a representative of the public because they understand their job and their limits as a public servant. Feelings absolutely can reveal truth. Most of life is better deliberated with your feelings because most of life is not about what's fair and good for the public. It's about what you want, and it should be, right? That's why I'm not very well suited for living in the world. Neither is Rachel, because we're both so distant from our subjectivities. And much of life, being happy, enjoying yourself, etc., is about knowing and validating against your subjectivities. Yeah, Ishan, shut up. Enough from you already. Either speak English or don't expect to be understood. Because I don't speak any other languages except a little bit of Spanish, a little bit Chinese, maybe, and a little bit of Japanese because I watch a lot of anime. I can say wakata, wakarimashita,失礼します, and a bunch of other Japanese words. Jonathan Earl says, Russia, 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 Russia. He says a bunch of stuff in Cyrillic. I don't speak Cyrillic. I also don't speak squiggles. Sometimes people come in and they just write squiggles. That's Arabic, apparently, you know. But I am pretty convinced that they don't even have a written language. They're all just going like this and just pretending to know what those words mean. I can't believe that you understood any of that. That was meant for a friend. I understood most of it. I got the gist of it. It was mostly like Russia, vodka, Cyrillic stuff. Hi, North Africa. Which part of North Africa? I'm going to guess Morocco. Am I right, Jamie M? We seem to get more Moroccans as far as North Africans here than any other form of North African. Maybe we would get an occasional Algerian, is what I was going to say. We might get an occasional Algerian. We almost never get Egyptians, though. And Egypt is what you think of as the quintessential North Africa country. But instead, we're unlikely to get Egyptians. But we do get some Algerians and even more Moroccans. I appreciate the attendance in the live stream. Thank you, North Africa. I value your viewership, North Africa. Morocco, Algeria, you guys are the best. All right? Fuck France. Fuck France, right? Algeria, can I get a what for fuck France? Yeah. Yeah, Africa. It's that big country. It's that big country below Europe. You know, Africa. I'm just kidding, Africa. I know you're made up of many countries. Chest my ass says, squiggles. Yo, don't make me mad. I'll blow the stream up. Fair enough. Fair enough. You know, there are like YouTube terrorists. There are people who copyright strike channels just as a way to attack the channels, even though they have no legitimate claim, etc. I know that I'm not dumb. Good, John Hurt. I'm glad you know that you're not dumb. I think you mean, though, I know that, period. I'm not dumb, period. I know you know that, but other people might not know that. I don't know that you know that, but now I do. But G, I think he really doesn't know anything about Africa at all. He thinks it's nothing but one country filled with flies. You're wrong, G. You're wrong, and that's racist. You are Allah. Is Muhammad your prophet? I am Pastor Eric, archpastor of God's Big Heaven Church, a church which promises you the best of all the heavens. Well, I will prove it after you're dead. Then you can see. If you went to my church, and especially if you signed up for my monthly holy water delivery program for just $99.99 a month, chest my ass. Listen, you and G can both be Allah until one of you wins the battle. Just toss lightning bolts at each other until one of you falls. Then that one can be Muhammad. Meanwhile, I will be representing the Christian side of things with my church, God's Big Heaven Church. With my monthly holy water delivery service, you can sip holy water throughout the day and know that no matter when you die, your soul will be absolved of all of its sin. Also, after you die, do you really want to go to a heaven that doesn't have Wi-Fi? God's Big Heaven Church promises you the best, biggest, most modern heaven of all. Catholic heaven is, even their electrical wiring is very iffy. They just added electricity like 100 years ago. They really need to rebuild the whole thing from scratch, but they're not going to do that. And if you want to go to Catholic heaven, what are you going to be? Crowded, stinky, and have spotty Wi-Fi at best. Chest my ass, you can promise virgins in heaven. God's Big Heaven Church does not promise virgins in heaven because we recognize the fact that it's not a good deal for the consumer. Once you use up all of your virgins, then you got the rest of eternity and no more virgins. Now you just got a bunch of hoes. So that's why in God's big heaven church, you don't get virgins. You don't get to keep other people at all, in fact. Everybody gets to keep themselves. Your brother is a minister in the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster? Well, that church is dumb. Why would God take that shape? Doesn't make any sense. Obviously, God's a guy with a robe and a long beard, like light behind him, clouds and stuff. That's God. It's like these people who do this flying spaghetti monster. It's like they've never seen any pictures of God before. Or they reincarnate as new virgins. So after you hump them, their hymen grows back or what? Do ladies get virgins in heaven too, or just dudes? Why would they want someone with? Why would they want virgins? Because they're insecure and they know that a virgin won't know how shitty they are at having sex. No, this is fantastic. The alternatives to me are so much worse. Look, Hinduism, God does not have more than two arms. Get over it. Cows are to be eaten, not invited into your home, obviously. Can you imagine upholding the cow as sacred? Cows are so dumb, and obviously they walk right up to you and say, like, I'm here to be taken care of until you eat me. That's all they're for. Why would anybody think cows are sacred? Like, at least pick a better animal. It's like thinking possums are sacred. They're just gross, right? Why would you pick that animal to be sacred? Cows, they're just food, obviously. Why would you pick that animal to be sacred? Elephants, I get elephants are cool. You know, they're big things, they got a big trunk. You want to make elephant your god? Go for it. But why show so much respect to cows? It doesn't make any sense. Cows are cool, sure. I'm not saying they're bad. I'm just saying they don't deserve your respect and admiration, right? Maybe they deserve your kindness and love, but if you're going to respect an animal, why don't you respect something like a tiger? They're colorful, they're tough, they're stealthy, they got a lot of things going on. Eric is the least bad YT host. Thanks, Conan. I appreciate that. I'll take it. I'll take it 100% of the time. I wish other people thought that way too. I mean, I am doing okay. It's like I'm getting new eyes and stuff. But what I really want is to do things exactly like I'm doing them right now and somehow have 1 million subscribers. I don't know. I guess it's very unlikely to happen. It's like, if what I'm doing right now could possibly lead to that many subscribers, by now it surely would have more than I currently have. So, because I've been doing what I do now for quite a long time. The tiger would eat you. Well, that's how you show respect to it. You stay away from it. Unlike cows, they're like, I can't find the grass. Oh, God. Come here, eat the grass over here, you dumbass. How smart could a cow be if all they eat is grass? Nobody gets smart eating grass. You got to eat meat to get smart. Your brain needs protein. That's why cows are so dumb. Because they just eat grass. Like, all the cows got together one day. They're like, what should we eat? Well, there's some grass over there. All right, let's eat this shit. And they've been stuck eating grass ever since. If you eat grass, you got to spend your whole day eating because grass doesn't have enough calories in it. You need to have good looks for high views. Yeah, I'll get the teeth fixed at some point here pretty soon. I used to have all my teeth. Like, if you look at videos from just like 3 years ago or something, I have all my teeth. Uh, and it is on my list of things to accomplish. But having all my teeth didn't really help. You know, I got half of the subscribers I have, I gotten in the last year. So, and I haven't had my teeth during that year. So it's not that determinant of an issue, actually. I don't stream 24/7, but I do stream a lot. The problem really is I don't do much but stream. I rarely upload long form videos anymore. Sometimes, occasionally, I'll do shorts, but if I wanted to be successful, there are a number of different kinds of long form videos that I could make that would make me more successful. But like I said, what I want is to be successful doing exactly the same thing I feel like doing, changing nothing, except just now all of a sudden, for no reason, everybody likes it. I get it. That's an unreasonable expectation on my part. Uh, I'm just dooming myself to failure by expecting such ridiculousness. But you know what? I'm okay with failure. I had a lot of success in my professional career. Not that I really pay attention to remember it very much or think about it ever, but I should try to think about it more and realize it's okay, Eric. You've already succeeded. You don't need to succeed in everything. Just you succeeded in one thing. That's more than a lot of people get in life. And you know, it is. A lot of people don't get to attain high level success in any field. I got to attain it in competition sport as a coach. So that's pretty fantastic, you know. I should be grateful for that and not feel any need to succeed at something else. Except, you know, that's over and done with, and I don't even want to go back and coach again. It's too much work for the status. Yes, it was very satisfying for long stretches of my career to win and stuff. I was super competitive, but that's not my life anymore. And even if I were to go back to coaching debate, I don't think I have the passion for it that I need to have winning squads. You got to care a lot about winning to win. You've got to be kind of a dick sometimes. You know, I'd yell at my kids all the time. No! I have told you. Do not do that. Yeah, they do dumb things. Kids do. It was like starting a cross examination or crossfire with, "Can I ask a question?" Just ask your fucking question. Don't ask if you can ask a question. And I always tell my kids, answer the question asked and then shut up. If they ask a question that you can give a yes or no answer to, give that answer. Make them pull out the information from you. Don't do their work for them. Things like that I would yell at the kids about a lot. It was frustrating to me. It's like, oh my God, you don't need to hand them this axe to chop your own head off with. Make them at least, even if you fucked up and there's an axe there, make them at least pull it off the wall themselves. Don't cuss. Some children might be watching. You never know. That's fine. I'll cuss anyway. Did I whisper shout at them? No, I just shouted at them. And often I shout profanity at them too. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Because when you're in a private debate school, right? All the kids are there because they want to be successful at debate. If they're in my debate class, if they're in a competition class, they've already made it through the remedial, like the introductory program, and been good enough to make it into the competition team. So, you know, we were all there to be successful for business. You know, we weren't there to fuck around. And somebody was playing around class today. Just go outside and say you're done fucking around. I don't want you in here causing me problems. Just go outside. You stand there as long as you want. I don't give a fuck. Tell your parents they're spending their money so you can sit outside, you stupid fucking disruptive piece of shit. So that was great in that context, right? Because, you know, all of the serious kids on the team were totally with me 100%. Like, they'd look at this kid who was fucking around and be like, "Get the fuck out of here. We're trying to win, for God's sakes." You know. And that's how you have to be if you want to win. So I'm not like that anymore. I don't have the brokenness of self that was necessary to have that pathological need to win. There's realm outside material realm. Okay, the immaterial realm, is that where we are right now, saying these words? We're just spewing symbols, conveying information to each other without any I mean, when you're typing it, you leave a concrete record, I suppose. But when I'm just saying this, granted, you could rewatch the video, but words that's spoken just kind of dissipate into the air. They're almost immaterial. I mean, thick skin has to be a prerequisite, doesn't it? Not necessarily in competition debate, because generally, you know, in any given round, nobody's being attacked personally. At worst, they're being accused of some kind of like rules violation and being subjected to a theory argument. But those can be anything, right? Somebody once did a critique called the sandwich critique, where they basically made the argument that in order to win the round, the other team would have needed to have had the first speaker make a sandwich for the second speaker, because the second speaker does so much more work in the round. The thing is, if you're not prepared for that kind of critique and you don't have any answers to it, it can win the round, even though it's ridiculous, right? You may have heard of Time Cube if you've ever watched any like weird theories video on YouTube. I was surprised when I encountered it in such a video on YouTube. But Time Cube is this crazy guy's explanation of how the world works and time works. It's just his intuition running amok based off a couple of observations. But kids used to run Time Cube as a critique in rounds that said they, don't vote out based on time frame, because any kind of magnitude, any kind of impact calculus involves magnitude, probability, and time frame. TI is good for debating, sure, but the thing is, ideally, you don't necessarily have to have TI to be a good debater. I had a great INTJ debater. I had a great ENTJ debater. It's more about intuition than just TI, because like ISTPs are not good debaters at all. They just are not. ESTPs are not especially good debaters, although they're better than ISTPs. INTPs, ENTPs, and INTJs are the best debaters. Not necessarily in that order. People with good health are most successful. Well, I guess they're most successful at being healthy. No, ad hominem does not happen in debate rounds, because it's not relevant to anything. It's not responsive to anything. So the only thing that might happen is, like I said, if you make some certain kind of mistake. Like, let's say, in a response, say, my opponent's second argument is simply lame. It doesn't include any meaningful warrant, and thus we cannot affirm the impact of it, whatever. Well, then the other party might say, my opponent said lame. I'm running an ableism critique. You shouldn't use that kind of language. It's equivalent to a racial slur. He should lose this round so he learns not to use that kind of language in the future. ESTPs are great debaters in concrete matters. Well, ESTPs are great negators, as are ISTPs potentially. So, like, if an ESTP or an ISTP doesn't have to make any arguments, just have to hear arguments, ask questions, and then eventually respond to what's being said, they can be very effective at that. because that's what TI can do without intuition. I mean, STPs are good at uh, uh, skepticism, at scrutiny, but it doesn't mean, but they're not necessarily good at defending their arguments at all. So ESTPs, they tend to believe their fourth slot NI, even though it's not that good. Joe Pesci and My Cousin Vinny, he believes in ESTP. Well, I mean, he's a character, right? Characters are sometimes written type consistent, but usually not. ESTPs are like, I had a good team, a good public forum team, and it had an ESTP first speaker. The first speaker has to read the case. They have to do certain specific things, but in that combination, the INTP was responsible for telling the ESTP what to do in his parts. And the ESTP was fine with that because the ESTP did well in crossfire. There's crossfire in public forum, which means it's not one person asking and one person answering, but them crossfiring, which is the dumb way to do it, but that's how they do it. And ESTP is good at controlling the flow of the crossfire. Hi, Liliana. How are you doing? And his girlfriend probably ISP still great at proving apart. But again, those are characters who need those abilities for the flow of the narrative, and they aren't really representative of how ESPs or ISPs are. Crossfire does not equal cross-examination. Cross-examination, one person asks it and one person answers, then they switch, right? There's two cross-examinations. Crossfire, you have the first speakers going like this at each other, asking. So that's where you get a student going, can I ask the first question? I said, just ask your first question, right? You took a sick day. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better. Everything's fine with me. I was watching a video this morning about CTE, which is basically dementia for people who have repetitive head injuries in sports, either boxing, MMA, football. And made me think about, because one of the things they covered in this video was how medical professionals and people in these sports have basically been dishonest about this for years in order to continue doing what they wanted to do without worrying about the long-term consequences of it. That's what I'm saying. Like in that instance, the cost of dishonesty is you're just enabling people who want to lie to themselves in the first place about the risks of this to more successfully get away with lying to themselves. But you might also be convincing people who don't want to lie to themselves, but just actually believe that the jury's still out on this or something, right? So that's one of the harms of dishonesty, I was thinking of. But what it made me think about as well is my own experience with drug education. How, because I was lied to so much about drugs as a kid growing up and stuff, and it all turned out to be bullshit, almost all of it. It made it so that I'm very skeptical of any kind of claims, even when they're legitimate. So, like Rachel and I both gave ourselves a certain amount of nerve damage from doing too many whippets because I didn't believe there was any harm necessarily in them because I couldn't find it correctly proven in the science literature. But in fact, it does cause nerve damage. And that's a dumb way to determine that because I should have just looked on Reddit and seen people's experiences or whatever. But the point is, that's a harm of people being dishonest in my childhood. Cops coming to school and telling lies about drugs and stuff. So I didn't believe any of that shit. And like the massive public health campaign against cigarette smoking, even though the actual risks of getting lung cancer from cigarettes, even if you're a lifetime smoker, are 1 in 300. But nobody, whenever I tell people that, they're shocked to hear it because the public information campaign has been so deceptive that most people think, well, I mean, you must have about a 50-50 chance of getting lung cancer if you're a smoker. It's completely not true at all. There are no harms of secondhand smoke. Even if you raise a baby in a home full of secondhand smoke, the long-term impact is they're less likely to get cancer. It's probably a fluke, but it is statistically significant. Talking about SETI, I have a friend, I believe he's an ESTP, became a workaholic. I miss him. That's possible. I mean, a lot of people could become workaholics depending on a lot of things. Yes, football is the worst. I love football, but I acknowledge that it's dangerous. But at least football's doing a better job of preventing this than, say, boxing or MMA, in both of which require, as part of the sport, taking punches to the head. I feel like football is actually pork rind handball. I like somebody from Europe or something said they should call it hand egg. I would be down with that. They want to change the name of American football to hand egg. I like that. Mind control is real power. Well, I'm sure it would be real power, but as far as I can tell, nobody actually has the power of mind control. It took me a lot of looking it up to figure it out because it's very difficult to determine what the actual rate is because the studies are all so skewed towards a desired conclusion, right? But keep in mind that the rate for non-smokers is like 1 in 10,000. So you do have a substantially higher chance of getting it. I'm not denying that at all. It's 15 times higher. But the thing is, that's not what billboards ever say, right? They don't say non-smokers have a 1 in 10,000 chance of getting lung cancer. Smokers have 1 in 300 chance, and it's probably more like 1 in 500 because some of those smokers who get lung cancer are going to get it not because of the smoking, as is indicated by the fact that plenty of non-smokers get lung cancer. In fact, probably more non-smokers get lung cancer than smokers get lung cancer because there are many more non-smokers in the country. Anyway, I eventually figured it out from those facts that I was able to ascertain. The rate in non-smokers and the fact that smokers are 15 times higher. So whatever 15 times higher than 300 is, that's the rate for non-smokers. I forget exactly what it is. No, I mean, I just explained it to you. It's very simple, right? I just took the percentage, the 1 in mia of non-smokers get lung cancer. I took the statistic that smokers are 15 times more likely to get it, and I figured it out that way. I don't know what the Simpsons paradox is. You have to give someone the power? Well, I don't have to. I mean, the thing is, I would like to be able to afford others the power to inform me about health risks. But what I'm saying is that when those who are afforded that power lie, they undermine the individual's ability to trust any such sources in the future. This is one of the unintended consequences of dishonesty. I mean, like the most common unintended consequence of dishonesty is just dishonest people lose the respect of others. So I'm talking about mind control. You have to say, oh, mind control, right? Well, yeah. If you say, I will allow you to control my mind, then the other person can control your mind, but they're not really controlling it, right? You're saying, let's do this play together where I pretend to be controlled and you pretend to control me. Where'd you get the number 1 and yeah number? Oh, from some scholarly source. I searched Google Scholar for these things. I don't remember exactly. It was a while ago that I did them, looked it all up and figured it out. I was surprised too that it was 1 in 300, but not shocked, right? The thing that you're much more at risk for with smoking is emphysema. I think that's a much more legitimate concern for long-term smokers. But more significantly, it's like they used to say on cigarette packs they would give you throat cancer because there was some statistical correlation between smoking and throat cancer. But it turned out that the correlation was really between smoking and drinking and oral sex, which caused throat cancer. Yeah, COPD is the same thing as emphysema. It's just a new name for emphysema. And that's why I quit smoking cigarettes, is because I could feel my lungs getting cashed and I didn't want to run out of lung capacity to breathe and stuff. I still smoke weed, but That seems to be less bad for my lungs. Just from my personal experience of feeling it, it feels less bad. You should see the Canadian and European cigarettes. The images and warnings are ruthless. And Canadian. I know they have those pictures on it of horrible things. Well, that's just so dumb. It's like, just can we just let people have their bad habits and stop trying to dictate to everybody what they should do with their body and how healthy they should be and stuff? And the worst thing of all is when people go, well, it's fine for us to make public policy about it because your health problems cost the public money. Okay, well, then it's fine for you to prevent my health problems for costing the public money. That's fine, right? It's not fine for you to prevent me from having health problems by controlling my every action, right? Those who don't have many abilities tend to complain more? I don't think so. I mean, I don't know if what you call what I'm doing is complaining, but certainly I'm articulating things that are wrong with the world. And if you call that complaining, then I complain a lot. But that doesn't mean I don't have abilities. One of my great abilities is the ability to complain effectively. Simpson's paradox may be highly relevant for your smoking case. Really? Maybe I'll Google it. How terrible is it that lotto money goes to schools? I mean, like, where else would it better go? I mean, schools is not. I don't like schools at all because obviously, youth prison camp is a holocaust of rights violations. But I don't know. It could go someplace else because schools are funded by local property taxes. But the reality of that is that poorer communities therefore have much less well-funded schools. Lottery money is going to schools as an attempt to do something about that, I guess. But I don't know. Anytime you have this pool of money and people need to submit things to get some money for doing something that they want to do, it's like that money is not well spent. All right, I'll Google it, honey. Simpson's paradox. Simpson's paradox is a phenomenon in probability and statistics in which a trend appears in several groups of data but disappears or reverses when the groups are combined. The result is often encountered in social science and medical science statistics, and it's particularly problematic when frequency data are unduly given causal interpretations. Yeah. The paradox can be resolved when confounding variables and causal relations are appropriately addressed in statistical modeling, e.g., through cluster analysis. Simpson's paradox has been used to illustrate the kind of misleading results that the misuse of statistics can generate. Mathematician Jordan Allenberg argues Simpson's paradox is misnamed as there's no contradiction involved, just two different ways to think about the same data. The lesson isn't really to tell us which viewpoint to take, but to insist that we keep both the parts and the whole in mind at once. One of the best known examples of Simpson's paradox comes from a study of gender bias among graduate school admissions to University of California, Berkeley. The admission figures for the fall of 1973 show that men applying were more likely than women to be admitted, and the difference was so large that it was unlikely due to chance. However, when taking into account the information about departments being applied to, the different rejection percentages revealed a different difficulty of getting into the department, and at the same time, it showed that women tended to apply to more competitive departments with lower rates of admission, even among qualified candidates, whereas men tended to apply to less competitive departments with higher rates of admission. The pooled and corrected data showed a small but statistically significant bias in favor of women. So, you're right. This is exactly the sort of thing that we're talking about. They have studies, for example, on secondhand smoke, and that try to establish a link between secondhand smoke and medical harms. But when you actually look at the studies, this is not really Simpson's paradox, but they tried to do a study in Europe to establish this linkage of broad study of a lot of different households and stuff. And unfortunately for them, they came out was a statistically significant result showing a linkage between babies growing up with a lot of secondhand smoke and a reduced risk of cancer. Now, this is probably not a reason to conclude that raising your baby in a cloud of secondhand smoke is a good idea to prevent your baby from getting cancer. It also showed a small but statistically significant increase in rates of asthma for the same population of babies once they grow up. It's like people think meth makes you crazy because over 2/3 of meth addicts suffer from syphilis. Is that true? I mean, that statistic seems like complete bullshit to me because we're stigmatized their disease and they're afraid to go to the doctor. I mean, yeah, meth does make you crazy. It's a prescription drug. You can get it prescribed from a psychiatrist under the name Disoxin. And I can tell you this, that I was a meth addict for years and I was a drunk for years. When I was a meth addict, I wasn't a drunk because meth is the one thing that could prevent me from being a drunk because I was too tweaked out to get drunk, you know. I just would take a sip of a drink and then just set it aside for hours because I was too tweaked out. Anyway, point is, neither states of being in the throes of addiction were desirable ultimately, but being a meth addict was much less bad than being a drunk. Caused me much less suffering, much less shame, etc. Being high on meditation is blissful. I mean, maybe for you. People have different kinds of meditative processes they need depending on their function arrangement. As an SI type and NI ignoring and SE super unconscious, what I need instead of meditation per se are things like a nice bath or a little bit of exercise, things like that. Meditation equals torture, says G. I think meditation is probably most desired by most, found to be most satisfying by people with NI in the third slot, I would guess. Or maybe SE in the third slot. Because it's an NISE thing. In meditation, you're trying to put yourself in a state of receptive readiness to take action while never actually taking action. So you're just aware, receiving, and not putting information on the internal metaphysical field, external metaphysical field, or external physical field. You're trying to persist through uncomfortable information in the internal physical field and transcend that in some fashion. So for some people, that's great. That's exactly what they want and what makes them feel good and is what's spiritually indicated. For others, it's very ill-advised to suggest meditation. So before giving people advice about things or even suggesting that something is universally good or whatever, make sure you know for sure that advice universalizes. So when people ask me for advice, the only advice I ever give really is poop when you can, don't wait till you have to. It seems pretty universal advice. Because I know that if you say the wrong thing to the wrong person at the wrong time, they may embrace what you're saying is true and incur many harms from it. Money used to do it intensely. Is perceptual disillusion. You get closer to the raw textures of the sensation. Yeah, I mean, I used to sit Zen in Santa Cruz when I was in college for a year or so. I'd go there every morning to the Zen Center and sit for 45 minutes, most mornings anyway. And over time, I got, I guess, more conditioned to it. It never got easier or comfortable. I did find it had positive impacts in my life somewhat, but it was hard pressed to determine whether it was because of that or because of the surfing that I did every day as well, which seemed to make me feel a lot better. Maybe the combination of the two. I don't know. I don't have the patience for meditation now. I have neither the patience for it, nor am I seeking some sort of spiritual expansion. I feel fully empowered by my existing reality and spiritually rich, like my life rewards me for being who I am rather than for deviating from who I am. It was hard for us. What's hard for us? I mean, it was hard for me. I don't know about us, but meditation was hard for me. It required me to push through with self-discipline even when I wanted to stop in the middle, but I did because it was in the Zen center. There were other people there. I didn't want to disrupt them by getting up. I didn't say it was torture. I just said it was difficult. It was hard, and I'm not sure if it was worth it for me. But different people have different relationships with it. It's not the case that all I find all hard work to induce some kind of distress. So you could say that after a certain amount of time sitting Zen in the same position, staring at the wall, looking at nothing, trying to think about nothing, I experienced a certain amount of distress, like discomfort, wanting to get up, wanting this to be over already. Um, it's not the case that hard work necessarily induces that. The hard work of sitting still is a specific kind of hard work. And whether or not you embrace that is not revelatory about your relationship with hard work in general. I don't want to try meditation after smoking 2 joints, but I do want to smoke a couple bong rips. Let's do that. Let's smoke a couple bong rips. And, well, I mean, it's important to remember, karmic debt, that there are different kinds of pain. It may be the case, no pain, no gain. It may be the case that we should do hard things, but it's not the case that everyone's suited to the same kind of hard work. So I may be able to apply myself to, say, writing chapters of explanation about something for an extended period of time and not be hyper aware of my physical discomfort, even if I'm sitting in the same position for a long time. Whereas when I'm meditating, I am aware of that discomfort. So the thing is, I'm not saying that meditation is bad. I'm just saying you're generalizing from your own experience way too much. I mean, I tried to determine whether I was doing it correctly based on the metric of I'm supposed to have an empty mind, just being observing and not being aware, not thinking words. I could never stop thinking words. But I could think words a little bit less or a little bit more, maybe. As I said, I don't read my books backwards. Hi, sir. How was your childhood? I had a good childhood. Are you having a good life? Yes. Excellent life. God bless you too. I don't get what you mean by I don't read the book backwards. I mean, I get that what you're saying is you don't read manga because it goes from the end towards the beginning. Because Japanese people like their books backwards. But I don't think that it's the case that what I'm saying about meditation can be responded to with I don't read the book backwards. So if what you're saying is you experience something first and then know what it means, well, that's fine. There are plenty of people who process that way. It may be a more sensible way to process, but people process how they process regardless of what's more sensible. I process meaning first in general. I want to know what the meaning of the experience is going to be before I have the experience. The problem with exhaling, the problem with meditation for somebody like me is that it's hard for me to engage in because it doesn't have a clearly articulated process that I can check against to see if I'm doing it right, right? And it doesn't have a well articulated or defined outcome that I can check to see if the outcome indicates I did it right. So accordingly, it's it's not going to be very useful for me because that's just not how my brain works. It doesn't work with, you know, meaning is the thing that's the problem. It works with experience is the thing that's the problem. Right now, my stomach gurgling is the problem. Maybe I have more poo in me, even though I pooped a lot earlier. I'm not sure. I'm kind of feeling, extra poopy. Let's find out. Oh, oh God, this is gonna be a colon blow, I think. Let's find out. I'm gonna put you outside so you don't have to experience this. Oh, there's a lot more poop in me. I thought I pooped a lot of poop last time. That probably that was all the poop in me, but there was a lot more. On the plus side, now that I pooped that out, my stomach feels better. Oh. Ah. It's horrible to think about, but so much of my life I spent walking around with, you know, medium to large quantities of poop inside of my body. It's lucky that my body is smell proof so that when I'm around other people, they don't like, oh my God, you smell like a big pile of shit. But I probably have a big pile of shit inside of my body, but the smell does not escape into the outer world. That's the fortunate thing. Wouldn't it be terrible if you could smell all the poop inside of people's bodies? And it would just constantly smell like shit. It's also fortunate that the smell from inside my intestines doesn't get into my breath so that when I breathe out, it smells like poop. Could be like that, but fortunately, it's not. I kind of wish, though, that people had an excrement system like birds where our pee and poo mixed in together. That would probably more or less eliminate constipation because there'd be plenty of liquid. Seems like a more efficient design. Why do we have to have our poop and pee separate? Why can't they all come out at once from one hole? Regardless, the good news is, even though this was a messy poop, I have pooped it out. And accordingly, we can now end our fervent poop vigil that we were holding, hoping against hope for that poop. So I was just about done wiping and then another piece of poop. Now I have to wipe all over again. This is going to be one of those chapped butthole days from all this wiping. You know, when you have a messy poop and you of course want to wipe until there's no poop left on the toilet paper at all. But that requires a lot of wipings. And then you go again like an hour later and the same thing happens. Well, then you're going to get a chapped butthole. And it's for exactly these circumstances that I've invented my new product. I've explained this before, but it's still a newish product. Butthole chapstick. Basically, the name explains exactly what it is. It's chapstick for your butthole. Keep in mind that after you use your butthole chapstick on your butthole, don't put it on your lips. Don't get it confused with your lip chapstick. Oh, good golly. That was a wonderful, wonderful poop. I feel like a hero. I feel like my butt's a hero for making all that poop. What do you want, cat? You want me to watch you eat? All right, well, look. Come over here. I'll have the stream watch you eat, and then I'll wash my hands. I wouldn't, but there are people in the stream, so they'll know if I didn't wash my hands. So, in order to make a show of being a hand washer, I will now wash my hands. You, meanwhile, can eat your food. Go ahead. Yes, eat it with your mouth. Yes, use your kitty mouth to eat your food. Oh, yes. What a good kitty. What a good eater. So while you guys watch him eat, I'm going to wash my hands. Okay, now I've washed my hands. And yes, I actually washed them. I didn't just pretend to wash them. Because as long as I'm going to be over the sink, I might as well actually wash them. Well, Trouble, are you done yet? Can we stop watching you eat? Oh, yes. A very good kitty. A very good boy. And you eat so well. I'm so impressed. Aren't you guys impressed? This cat does an amazing, amazing job of eating food. And I'm just grateful to him for allowing me to watch. He doesn't even charge me any ticket admission for this exciting show. Oh my God, you're doing an amazing job, Trouble. We are all so very proud of you. All right, Boba Fett. For a moment, I will make you a moderator, but we both know that you're not capable of handling that responsibility. We both know that you're what's called a sometime scoundrel. It doesn't matter that you're not a scoundrel all the time. I forget what I wanted to share. Okay, Boba Fett. See what I'm saying about you not being capable of handling the responsibility? As far as I know, you just wanted to be made a moderator temporarily so you could ban somebody. That would be classic. All right, Kat, I'm not watching you eat anymore. Just deal with it. I watched you eat enough. Time and space, bro. You have two dogs? I have two cats. I have no dogs. I don't know if he's a scoundrel right now. I thought I unmoderated him, though. Did I unmoderate someone else by accident? Let me see. It couldn't have been anybody else. It had to be you. I'm going to remove you as standard moderator so you don't cause any trouble. I don't know if he's a scoundrel or not right now, Ruben. That's why I can't trust him with a wrench, because sometimes he's perfectly fine, but sometimes he's a scoundrel. And he doesn't give you a lot of indications as to which he is at the moment that I can reliably assume are going to be informative to me. He's troll curious, yeah. I'm 53. I think I probably look a little older than 53, but I feel about 53, which is to say, I'm still in very good health and I'm not really having any major problems, but I do have an enlarged prostate, so it takes me a long time to pee. But it doesn't affect sexual function, so whatever, you know. Obviously, my teeth haven't held up very well, but I plan to get those fixed relatively soon. And obviously, I'm balding, but I was balding pretty young, I think. I never really paid any attention to that. It didn't seem relevant to anything to me. I look old for 53. Yeah, I agree. Enlarged prostate, show media. Most people agree that I look old 53, and it's partially because I have this very wrinkly skin, which even as a kid, I had super like movable skin. I could move my hair all back, super back and forth with my scalp and stuff. Um, I've got a lot of wrinkles on my forehead, got these deep wrinkles here. But I'm not really worried about my appearance. So I acknowledge that I have to worry about it a little bit if I really care about being more successful. But the problem is, how much do I really care about that is a tough question. 36 double D's. I tell you who's got a real pair of boobs on her. I mean, just gorgeous, like platonic form of boobs is Rachel. She's just fantastically endowed, both in terms of in every way. Just like you could not find in any magazine a better pair of breasts, no matter how many magazines you look at. I look like an up to date Abe Lincoln. What if I tell you I'm from Iran? I'd say, congratulations, or I'm sorry to hear that, depending on what you feel about that. I don't have a problem with Iranians, right? I do have a problem with any theocracy. Theocracies are inherently bad. The Islamic Revolution in Iran was a tragedy. Iran used to be a mostly secular state, you know, an oasis of sanity in the Middle East, or whatever, wherever it is. I was corrected about that the other day by somebody. I think I said Mia's in the Middle East, and they're like, "That's not in the Middle East." I'm like, whatever, okay? It's Arabic and it's Muslim. North Africa, Middle East, whatever. No, it wasn't North Africa. It was something that genuinely seemed like it was in the Middle East. I don't remember what country it was. It might have been Iran, even. I think of Iran as being in the Middle East, but maybe it's not. Like I think of the Middle East including Yemen, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Iran, Iraq, maybe Afghanistan, although I think that might be more close to like Pakistan and stuff. I don't know. Geography is not my strong suit. I want to work with a man. I went to work with a man there, was forced to fight in Saddam's army. He told me how they surrendered as soon as they saw American forces. Yeah, well, I don't know how Iraq feels about the American Iraqi invasion this many years on. Those people who are now in power, the Islamists in Iraq, I'm sure they're pleased with the elimination of their secular dictator in some sense, but from an international perspective, it was a catastrophic misstep because even a secular dictator is better than a theocracy. People are just so judgmental. I'm not being judgmental. I have no problem with Iranians. I don't I don't evaluate people as members of the group that they're in. I evaluate every individual as an individual. And I treat things they say on their own merits. I do not like have lingering meows. So if you said five wrong things, the next thing you say is right. I'm not going to assume that thing's wrong just because the previous five were wrong. Yeah, I'm cool with Liliana. She's Persian, like a rug. I would like to see Iran go back to the name of Persia as well. Can we do that? Can we change Iran's name back to Persia? Persia is a great name. Can we change Taiwan's name back to Ceylon? Can we restore the Austria-Hungarian Empire? The original Desert Storm was fine. We were protecting Kuwait from Iraqi aggression. And you'll note that once we had attained that outcome, we didn't pursue Iraq back to the capital of Iraq, Baghdad. We just said, okay, you're gone now. Thank you for leaving. We'll go back to America in a sensible fashion. The first George Bush, that was a very reasonable response by the U.S. Sensible thing to do. We don't want to permit somebody who poses no real threat at all, like Iraq, to have bold-faced aggression against our allies in the region. And we also don't want to go get ourselves entangled in some kind of regime change. So once we oust them from Kuwait, just let them run back to Baghdad and don't chase them. And the other George Bush, what a horrible person. He should go down in history alongside people like Hitler and stuff. Although I think Dick Cheney was the real engine of evil in that administration. W probably listened to him too much. I don't think W is smart enough to be that evil. The fires of Atash Baram still burn bright and hot. What's Atash Baram? Do memories actually exist as real things, or are our memories just distortions of reality? Well, I mean, people by and large should not trust their memory very much. The Mandela effect is really it should be called the remembering wrong reality. Some people tend to remember what should have been rather than what was. So it's like with that movie Kazam, I think it was called. Shazam? I'm not sure. It was a genie movie, and people remember it as having Sinbad in it. Well, that's probably because Sinbad should have been cast in it because he has those big earrings and kind of looked like a genie, but it never existed. There was some movie like that had Shaq in it, but people remember this movie that doesn't exist with featuring Sinbad because they've conflated a couple of different things in their memory to create a memory that's more consistent with their map of reality. Accordingly, people should not really trust their memories and remember that SI, the memory function, is subjective function. It is not an objective way to know. Our intuition is an objective way to know. Now, being objective or subjective doesn't make it right or wrong. It just means that I can trust my intuition to at least not be um, shaped by my subjectivities. It may be wrong, but it's what I perceive objectively the world to be. Freedom is not true everywhere. Well, freedom is neither true nor false, right? It's either the absence or presence of third party interference in you making your choices. Can work be done on the memory after it is formed to change the memory? I don't know if it's consciously done that way, but I'm sure that is the case, that memories change over time because it's like people want things to be consistent with their map. So if I'm driving somewhere and I've got a map and it turns out that the map's wrong, this city is 5 miles further this way than it shows on the map, and I eventually get there, I'm probably not going to update the map. And I'll probably, if it's a cognitive function kind of thing, I'm not going to remember that that was off. Instead of changing my map, I'm just going to adjust the memory so that the city was where the map said it would be. But I don't think that's done on purpose, but it's just done because it makes remembering everything easier if things are in accordance with the like overarching framework expectations and stuff. There's the raw fact of the memory and there's how it fits into some narrative. Yeah, okay. So it's like, but a lot of those narratives that it fits into aren't even expressed narratives. They aren't expressly stated narratives. And then there's the fact that, like, if your parents tell you about something that happened when you were a little kid and you hear the story a lot, you may develop a memory of it, even though you don't actually remember it because you were too little or it didn't make an impact on you. But you start to visualize the story the parents were telling you. Like my mom told this story about me when I was a little kid a million times, and in my mind I can't remember it, but I'm sure I don't actually remember it. I just have visualized what my mom was telling. My mom tells the story of how when I was a little kid, I was in the family room with my parents or wherever the TV was, and I was playing with my blocks on the floor, and they were watching a documentary about World War II. At some point, I said, "This program is not appropriate for little boys," and I took my toys and went into my room. I've heard that story plenty of times. My mom told it; she thought it was so adorable or whatever. But I don't think I actually remember it, but I have a visualization of it occurring. I feel like I remember it. So the thing is, our memories are like other forms of knowledge. They tend to come to us unbidden. If I intuit that, like, oh shit, this is dangerous, run. I know that just without having to say to myself, what should I know about this? If I if I see a store and it triggers this memory of a time that I did something near that store or whatever, or that I had a memory of an equivalent store, that triggered information is not something I request. It just comes unbidden. That's how knowledge works. And so the thing is, we always treat knowledge as though it doesn't need any deliberation because that's what it is. It's distinct epistemologically from deliberation in that knowledge is instantaneous. Accordingly, we have to afford it the default status of correct because deliberating about it won't be informative at all. No matter how much I deliberate about my memory, I will not be more well informed about what actually happened. I mean, our past experiences aren't something that's objective data. Our previous experiences comprise data that's only accessible in full to us. Some of the things we did in the past might have been witnessed by other people, but the experience of living it is subjective. If you're asking how could we better make sure we're remembering things correctly? Well, the answer to that would be something laborious like documenting it, or perhaps something less laborious like having an AI continually assigned to keeping track of what you're saying and doing and making for you a timeline. Google Photos kind of does that. Like, here's a put together photo, what's that called? Slideshow, when where you can see what you've done for the last couple of years or something. It's also the case that people who are SI DOMs tend to remember very well, but it's because SI DOMs keep repeating to themselves the same memories or the same things that they want to remember. For example, don't forget, you've got to go to Mia. You become an ISTJ when someone owes you money. Fair enough. Yeah, we can delegate to the machines. For example, if I wanted to check any of my memories over the last 10 years, it's probably I either talked about it on YouTube or it was on YouTube when it happened or something. So I could go back in theory and check the evidence and see whether my memory is correct. Of course, I never will do that. I'll just continue to operate on the assumption that my memory is correct knowledge because unless I know I don't, sometimes I know I don't remember things and I can't remember it, and then that's fine. But if my memory comes up as clearly as knowledge, like, oh, I know this, then I'm going to have to continue treating it as such because we're designed intentionally to manage some things that are turn-based where we can deliberate about and then act, and some things that are interface-based, so dynamic, real time. And accordingly, we have to operate with no, adjust, no, adjust, no, adjust. If I try to hijack that and say, let me check my knowledge for correctness all the time, I wouldn't be able to attend to life in an effective way. I'd have my life, my living processes hijacked by excessive demand of certainty that nobody gets to have about their subjective shit. What would it mean to be certain about it? It would just mean that you don't think anybody else should disagree with it, but it's your subjective experience, so who's going to disagree with it? Let's see what G says. That's just their freaky bits. Their regular meow going about stuff, stick to it, etc. is nice. I wish I could. I know there are huge advantages that SI DOMs or SI tool function people have because they see life as a set of habits to develop and enjoy habitually engaging in. If you're an NE DOM, anything that you do over and over again becomes impossibly boring. I mean, this isn't, but it's because I'm doing the same general thing, live streaming, and I may be repeating some of the same things that I've said before in slightly different words or something, but it's fundamentally a new experience for me because I have different things in the chat to respond to and read and such. And even this, maybe I do it habitually, but I don't do it at a certain time. There's no schedule, there's no routine to it. So I think in general, SI types, provided they have the room to shape their life the way they want it to shape, and they have as much engagement with others as they need. But ISTJs, that can be a problem. Then they're best equipped to have a successful, happy life because if you have SI as an absolute value, especially dominant, you can always soothe yourself. You can always take care of yourself and have positive SI experiences by taking a bath, sleeping, feeding yourself, etc. And those can be very meaningful to you if you've got SI in an absolute value spot. Since you're most naturally well equipped to soothe yourself rather than trying to get soothing from other people or from something external or whatever, and it's easiest to soothe yourself physically, easier than emotionally. Maybe that's just me that thinks that, but SI types, SI1 or 2, would seem to have an advantage in living life in a way that's consistent with the world's expectations and that lets you be happy by meeting a reasonable set of expectations that's reasonable to think that you might be able to meet. I don't understand the FE interface. If you are doing things and being receptive to real time, back to adjust. Well, there are different people with different perceptions, which would vary the feedback. Well, I mean, that's why FE is a communication function and a universal function, because it takes the infinite uniqueness of individual subjective feelings and breaks it down into just a few general states of emotion and reads cues about your emotion either from your tone of voice, your facial expressions, the specific words you're saying to some extent, but I'm talking about like cues that you know about that aren't deliberated. So, you're reading their emotional state, but you're classifying it as one of just a few different things. And you're applying some universal rules to manage their emotions that people like to be praised and don't like to be criticized, basic universal things like that. So it's an interface because, like, right now I could respond to that in ways that are more attentive to the feelings of others or less. For example, I could have predicated this response with, wow, Money, that's a great question or a great point. Let me address that. Like ChatGPT does, Seems like too broad a brush. I mean, the TE interface also is not actually checking against FI. If I'm trying to fix the door, I have to keep in mind that I'm not done until the door is fixed, but I'm engaging in a back and forth checking thing with the door in real time. I check this, no, that's not loose. Let me check this other thing. Oh, that thing seems to be jammed in the wrong direction. Huh. Let me try turning it like this. Okay, I'm adjusting now as I know things. Your TE dynamic interface is with the specific logic of the individual thing you're dealing with, and not with your FI. Your FI just you have to keep in mind your FI to know what your ultimate goal is so that you don't fix the door perfectly and then remember that you were actually trying to remove the doorknob because you want this door to not have a knob on it. Then in that case, you will have failed to meet your FI goal, but your TE would have been fine, right? How do I rank any? I don't rank it at all. I don't know what ranking it would mean. I state about extroverted intuition that it's an action function that acts with words rather than executing tasks or something, and that it puts information on the external metaphysical field, which is where we're all hanging out right now. But I don't rank it as anything. It's not like some functions are better than others. But there's only one door instead of a bunch of different doors with different cultures. Cultures don't really matter. I mean, language fluency does. Like, if you can't understand what somebody's saying, it's going to impact your relationship with them, obviously. But in every culture, people experience embarrassment, pride, they experience sorrow, happiness, they think things are funny or cringy. So, like, if I'm effing a stand-up comedy, let's say I'm reading the room the whole time, I go down this line of jokes and I can read that people aren't liking, aren't finding it funny. Maybe I pivot to something else. That's FE interface. And the reason I can do that is because universally, if something's funny, people laugh. Doesn't matter what culture you're from. Universally, if people are happy, they're smiling. If they're sad, they're crying. Maybe not in every instance, but if we're going to apply a general heuristic, we can universally apply that one and be mostly correct. Because with FE, you're not trying to attain a specific goal or solution, right? You're trying to manage others' perceptions of you and, in a way that allows you to delegate TE tasks to somebody else, for example. So if you have FE tool, and that means you're TE blind, but it's okay because instead of figuring anything out yourself, you've got sufficient dynamic FE skills to have maintained good relationships with a bunch of different people, each of whom is happy to help you, when you want explanation from somebody else or get somebody else to fix it because you can't figure it out, right? And you can see, I mean, it's easier to demonstrate TE polar because you can take a given task idea and say, break down this into 5 steps. And a TE polar person will be like, well, first you need to know where your hair is. And then you need to know whether you want a haircut and what kind of haircut you want. Then you should probably research scissors. How many steps was that? It's easy to spot that because it's such a silly approach to uh, ordinating steps towards a goal, right? FE, it's a little bit less easy to spot in a test because we can't take a hypothetical example of something everybody understands and ask them to ordinate out how they'd approach it. Because it's dynamic about especially about the non-specific meaning of the words part of communication. Well, money, that just sounds to me like you don't have a good grasp of FE. It's not one of your high up functions. Maybe it's not a conscious function. I don't know. For other people, they might feel just as you feel about TE, that it's there are impossibly many variables. There's no possible way anybody could really figure out knowing anything, because there's infinite variables they might not have considered. But that's not how TE works because you're always dealing with something specific. Same with FE. It's not how it works because you're always dealing with specific people. And like TE, it's not always successful. Just because I'm trying to influence your perceptions and trying to make you like me doesn't mean I'm succeeding at it. Dexter Smith, I'm not keeping Palestine locked up. Okay? Well, I'm glad for you, money. Good for you and your autopilot FE. Just because it's autopilot for you doesn't mean that the plane's impossible to pilot by hand. I don't care how much free Palestine you're giving away. I will not take any of it. You'd have to pay me a lot to cart it away. Let me see what this comment says up here. Whatever, once the words leave your lips, there are too many filters where your original intent with the message get tangled with how they are able to even make sense of what you said. Because, with FE, it doesn't matter if they make sense of what you said. It matters that they like you, that you make them feel good about themselves and the world rather than bad, and that accordingly, they want to and are happy to help you if you need help, right? That's a very selfish way of breaking down FE. Spitting in people's faces makes them upset. And that's true, even though it's not necessarily always the case. Maybe you've got somebody who likes to get spit in their face during sex or something, like a masochist. So it's not always bad to spit in someone's face, but it's still fine to have that as a universal heuristic. That's what makes FE, communicative rather than experiential, is it assumes more universality. My FE was never bad, never improved, never really changed either. So it's like you can see the difference between FE2 and FE3 and the things that Rachel and I go, oh, I fucked up about. When we went to the neighbor's house, I fucked up because I made an assumption that she did property management when she actually just cleans these properties. And I felt like, oh God, Eric, check your fucking privilege, first of all. And you really messed up there because now she seemed a little bit embarrassed or something. So that's an FE mistake that third slot made. Rachel was mad at herself for failing to say praise at a certain moment when she had an opportunity to. That's a level of FE awareness that I'm not going to really attain usually. Maybe I'll note that I should have reciprocated praise in a certain circumstance, but probably I won't remember that failure because it wasn't a failure that I did, it was a failure that I didn't do. Hi, Ultrasonic. How's it going? What did I say to her? I said, like, you know, it started with like them talking about they're renting a space underneath their house as a short-term rental. And she said, and I also work at other properties. I said, oh, you do property management? She's like, no, I clean them. She's like a maid, which is fine. I'm not dissing that at all. I'm just saying she seemed a little embarrassed about it. And I was like, oh God, Eric, why did you assume that? Why did you assume that? So I feel bad. I feel regretful about that because, like I maybe accidentally kind of embarrassed her a little bit. I didn't mean to do that at all. I had too much privilege and assumed they had like didn't really have jobs or something. But they both have regular jobs. It's just how fucking dumb can I be, right? How fucking dumb and privileged can I possibly be? So if that's the kind of shit that I'm gonna kick myself about for FE failures, but Rachel has a much tougher standard that she tries to meet for herself, which is like, if she had an opportunity to legitimately praise something for somebody in an opportune moment and failed to capitalize on it, she's gonna kick herself over that. That's I'm never gonna attain that level of FE effectiveness because it's third slot, and that's fine. Rachel will not attain my level of TI effectiveness, and that's fine too. That's why we're a good match in part. She achieves well, but doesn't uphold an absolute value, that which I don't achieve that well in, but do uphold an absolute value, and vice versa. So I don't really care that Rachel's TI is not that great, and I can be great TI for her when the need arises. Equivalently, FE and flip flop reverse, vice versa. Karmic Debt says he is back. Welcome back, Karmic Debt. Welcome back indeed. I don't know when the holidays are, but if you have one of your holidays coming up, enjoy your fasting. I personally don't do any kind of denying myself stuff. Like I don't observe Lent, for example. I don't believe in fasting. It just seems like a way to be hungry and get a headache and be hangry. Not for me, really. I already abstain from so much stuff. I don't drink alcohol. I barely do hardly any drugs anymore. It's like I'm just a poster boy for abstinence. I don't get the residual angst after the fact for bad FE. People make mistakes, it happens. Well, yeah, people make mistakes, it happens, but sometimes you make a mistake at the wrong moment in the wrong context. Some person that you don't know that well will get totally the wrong impression of you, and you may have destroyed any possible good outcomes from that relationship because you fucked up one time. It depends on what you fuck up on and how badly you fuck up. So it can be very significant to have good FE. But I envy you your lack of concern about it. Congratulations. I wish I also had a lack of concern about it. Talk about FE Polar too. FE Polar is great. I love Cameron. He's ISTJ's FE Polar. He he self-identifies as somebody who doesn't necessarily have very good social skills, but most people would agree that he's got great social skills for FE Polar. One of the things about Effie Polar is, you know, a distrust of social niceties. Effie Polar tends to think of a lot of Effie stuff as dishonest schmoozing. Fasting helps reducing suffering in people's life. I feel like it as sacrificing. Yeah, I mean, I understand that it's not inherently bad to periodically deny yourself something if for only if only for the reason that you really enjoy it when you get back to it. Well, that's true, money, if it's a musical performance. If you mess up at the beginning of a song but you fall into it and you kill it for the rest of the song, then people will forget and forgive that initial mistake. It's also the case that if you make several mistakes at the beginning, people might walk out before you fall into the groove of it. And they'll just think you sucked ass and never realize that you were good. So that's the thing about FE is what you're suggesting there is a very turn-based understanding of the world where you'll have time to complete your action in full and then people will make a determination about it. But lots of people, probably including both you and me, many times, if not most of the time, are not interested in affording patience to determine if something has any legitimacy if it doesn't display that legitimacy pretty quickly out the gate. Do you think life has provided us with more new philosophies since the Greeks? Well, I think, yeah, I do. Um, Probably most significantly, in terms of just pure philosophy stuff, would be a deontological framework, the idea of which gives birth to a negative rights framework, and secondarily, or maybe primarily, cognitive functions, Carl Jung's cognitive functions, which allows us to model human consciousness and maybe more significantly, taxonomy our own expressions of being through time as instances of a certain kind of attention in service of a certain prime directive. What blind spot is most likely to disrespect other people's boundaries after boundaries are set? Um, I would guess TI blind spot probably because respecting like a reciprocal respect thing, assuming boundary respecting is an aspect of reciprocity that you respect boundaries because you expect yours to be respected. TI polar is the most incapable of calculating things on fairness, so accordingly they might be more likely to cross boundaries once they've been established, but I'm not sure because they also are probably good at putting themselves in your shoes with FI tool. I really don't know the answer to that question. I guess maybe NI polar. NI polar is much more likely to cross boundaries once they've been established because NI polar has a lot of difficulty generalizing. So if a specific boundary is articulated and it implies this area around it, they'll only maybe understand and continue to apply the specific boundary articulated. Yeah. In other words, NI-polar. You say, "Don't stab me." They say, "Okay, pull out a gun." That's NI-polar. And they're not getting the fact that you're saying, "Don't violate my bodily integrity in any way if you say don't stab me." So maybe NI-polar. It's such a Eurocentric comment. What, the ancient philosophy since the ancient Greeks? Well, that's because, you know, only the West generated philosophy that can be objectively parsed. Like theological stuff is not philosophy. Um, Political ideology is not philosophy. It's just, you know, the misapplication of reasoning skills to an inappropriate area of analysis. I'm talking about ideologies, not the practices, habits of governance, but the ideological understanding. So it is true that neither Asia nor India nor the Middle East or whatever contributed anything to philosophy of note. It doesn't mean they didn't have good ideas about spirituality or other things. It just means they didn't contribute to philosophy because they chose to articulate their understandings of the world in non-universally parsable ways. And to be philosophy, it needs to be evaluatable against a standard that other people can apply to evaluate it as well, which is to say, argumentational primacy, logical consistency, stuff like that. Since only the West provided that kind of intellectual analysis, it's not the case that other places contributed to philosophy. It's not like Deepak Chopra is a philosopher, right? He's just a bullshit artist. Should companies compensate people for our data by law? No, not by law, because then you're insisting that anybody who wants to enter into a contractual engagement with somebody and relinquish the rights to their data as part of that contractual agreement, that they should not be allowed to do so. I don't give a fuck what companies sell my data to whomever. Go for it. That's why I turn off all my privacy things. No, do not keep me private. Do share my data. Otherwise, how will companies know what I most want to buy? I'm not obsessed with privacy at all. Obviously, you need to keep your financial data and stuff secure, but you could know whatever you want about my life. I don't give a fuck. Like, oh no, this corporation knows that I like to buy cheese. Well, good. Maybe they'll send me some coupons for cheese. I'm not 12 feet tall. I'm 6'5". Ancient texts are not all theology, but only some of them qualify as philosophy. It's one thing that's super interesting that I learned about. It's a math thing, and certainly cultures other than the West can claim to have engaged in meaningful work in math. Generally, like the Arabic cultures can claim that. I'm not sure that Asian cultures can, but regardless, it's really interesting that in the olden days, when they said like 3 squared is 9, right? They actually made a square out of it. If they said cube, they'd make a cube out of it. They'd like fold a piece of paper to make a cube or something. And then that would somehow reveal to them the answer. Isn't that interesting? I learned that just the other day. Nobody's saying anything about civilized society or anything like that. What I'm saying is that philosophy is the Western kind of logical reasoning and parsing, argumentational primacy wins the philosophical position. So, that doesn't mean that philosophers are always right. Peter Singer is a Western philosopher who could not be more catastrophically wrong, but his thing still qualifies as philosophy because it attempts to justify a universal claim about human morality with reasoning. Real math happens after high school. I believe it. I'm already fully oiled up, staying off the grid. I could not be any more covered in oil. I use a mix of saffron oil, sunflower oil, olive oil, and petroleum oil. Plus just a dab of Diddy's baby oil. So go ahead and insert whatever wherever because I couldn't get more lubricated. In my 40s, proper relic, WBU karmic debt. You're only in your 40s, G? You're not a relic. If you're a relic, that makes me an ancient artifact. And I'm young and vigorous, like a newborn baby. A lot of people say to me, they come up to me in the world and they say, hey, are you a newborn baby? And I'll say, pretty much in reply. Karmic debt's only 15? Oh, well, Good job being here, Karmic Debt. Great job. And you seem quite, intelligent and considered in your thinking for a 15-year-old. Not to insult 15-year-olds. You really don't know much about anybody based on their age in terms of their intellectual ability, how they approach problems and stuff like that. And because the reason I say this is mostly because I've encountered the most idiotic bullshit imaginable from people who are full-grown adults, and I've had much less aggravating experiences in terms of intellectual engagement in my career with young people because at least they listen when they don't understand something. They don't insist that they already understand shit they don't understand at all. I got a proof for you. My ass, your face. InfoWars, colloidal silver, and super male vitality keep me going. Colloidal silver is an INFJ male specialty. They seem to be into that. And INFJ males, they want some kind of artifact to help them magically interface with the world, like orgone is what it's called. It's like they put pieces of metal in some kind of organic shit, and it's some magical thing that who knows. It's all silly nonsense, obviously, but that's fine. I respect the INFJ looking for the holistic truth that somewhere might be there underneath the silly nonsense. Max Tyuri 93 Musterman says, have you ever been scammed on the phone before? No. No, I have not. I'm highly scam/phishing aware. It's almost impossible to fool me. It's not entirely impossible. If somebody throws me a brand new scam that I've never heard of before and that it looks totally legit in every single way, but if it's some new communication with some new party, I'm going to be cautious about it regardless. I work in cybersecurity and I got scammed by a treadmill. What's a treadmill? You mean like the thing you walk on to get exercise? How do you get scammed by a treadmill? Like you put your card in and it stole your information or something? I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible that I could get scammed. It's just, like I said, if it's a communication with somebody that I've not communicated with before, I'm gonna be very cautious. It was a smart treadmill and their software required my card details. I see. I'm not in Kansas. I'm in California, USA. Are you in Kansas? Oh, more poop? Oh, that's a real colon blow. Obviously, I had a lot of poop backed up in me. This is my third major poop of the morning. That's why they call this 3 Poop Tuesday. I think all the days should be called Monday, should be called 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 4 day, 5 day, 6 day, 7 day. That would be like the metric units of a week. Make more sense, right? Oh, sure. A week is 7. Metric usually uses 10, base 10. But we'll find the lowest common denominator, which might be 70. And then we'll somehow make that metric. All right, we'll divide that by 10. So now every day of the week is just 0.7 of a day of the week. No, I'm sorry, 1.3 days of a week. What times 7 equals 100? 14 is 98. Between 14 and 15. So instead of having 7 days, we'll have about 14 and a half days crammed into the same 7 days, though, so that each of those days represents as close as possible to 1/10 of a week. Then we can claim we've got a metric system of calendar in which every day is measured in kilograms. There, are you satisfied, Europe? Will you shut up about this metric stuff now? My God. It's like Europe's always like, meters, kilograms. Just shut up already, Europe. Nobody cares about your metric system. Yeah, he is 180 centimeters tall. Shut up, Europe. That's not how you measure people. 180 centimeters. Nobody's 180 anything tall, okay? They're like 6'5" like me. Oh, God. And this very tall mountain is 4,000 meters. I don't know how tall that is. Say it in feet. You know, like I know how tall feet are. The Mammoth Mountain, the top of it is a little over 11,000 feet, and the town of Mammoth Lakes is about 8,000 feet. So I've got a clear understanding of how tall those things are. Like, I know that the tree line stops about halfway up Mammoth Mountain. You know, 9,500, 10,000 feet. I'm not sure exactly where it is. But the point is, I have a good intuitive grasp of how tall various things are in feet. Meters, that's the name of a funk band. That's not something you should measure height in. They do the high jump. They're like, oh, he jumped over 2 meters, meow centimeters. Nobody knows how tall that is. If he jumped like over 7 feet, I know he jumped over higher than me even. Saying full height, add another 7 inches or something. And he was still cleared me standing up. I have a good sense of how tall that is. Nobody knows how tall meters and centimeters are. And, oh, well, how long is a meter? Oh, it's the distance that light travels in amount of time. I mean, I don't have a good grasp of the speed of light, obviously. I don't have any intuitive sense of how far light travels in amount of time. It all just seems to arrive instantaneously to me. So that's not a good way to decide how long something is. Instead, we should evaluate how long things are based on an approximate length of a fairly large foot, namely 12 inches. Inches can easily be defined as 1/12 of a foot. Makes perfect sense. Why are we measuring things in like liters and stuff when they can be better measured in bushels and pecks? How many bushels of meow do you have? That's understandable. A bushel is how much you can bushel together and what with your 2 arms. How do you even measure hay in metric? They don't even have a measurement for that. It's like, oh, 20 kilograms of hay. Nobody cares how many kilograms of hay you have. They care how many bushels of hay you have. Like the next thing they're going to be like, oh, this horse race was 1 kilometer long. You measure horse races in furlongs, Europe. Furlongs, okay? Oh, this ocean is 1,000 meters deep. No, you measure the depth of the ocean in fathoms, not in meters. Oh, this horse is 1.3 meters high. No, you measure a horse in hands. Europe, hands. How many hands tall is that horse? 18 hands tall, like that. That's a sensible thing. You can understand how tall the horse is. But I don't know. Maybe we'll never convince Europe. Maybe we never will. I'm just glad Britain came to its senses and reclaimed the pound sterling from the morass of evil that is the euro. Well, it's going to cost you €6. That doesn't even mean anything. Euros. Measure your money in dollars, for God's sake. Nobody knows what a euro even is, except somebody who's got wrong opinions about how to measure things. That's what most regular people in the world know about Europeans, is that they don't know how to use the proper measurements. That, and that they like to do cocaine at the discotheque in Stuttgart. That's all we need to know about Europe anyway. They don't know how to use units of measurement properly, and they like to use cocaine at the discotheque in Stuttgart. That's all we need to know about Europeans. I'm just joking around, Karmic Debt. I don't actually have any strong opinions about imperial and metric. I'm just playing the role of American who, entitled American who thinks, why are you using these wrong measurements? But, doesn't it make a lot more sense to say that water freezes at 32 degrees than at 0 degrees? If water freezes at 0 degrees, then -5 isn't really that cold. Rita Sconford says, I'm in the UK. And then he says, squiggle, squaggle, squiggle, squigs. Do you know who Hassan Abi is? No, I don't know who Hassan Abi is. Miles and Fahrenheit are weird. I don't think centigrade, Celsius, when somebody tells me it's like 25 degrees Celsius outside, I don't know how hot that is. Is that like 90, 80, 100? What? Fahrenheit's nice because when it gets hot, it's 100 degrees. That's how you know that it's really hot outside. It's 100 degrees. It's a nice even number. We don't need cold to be a nice even number like 0. We need hot to be a nice even number like 100. Kelvin might be the fanciest of all the temperature measurements. It can go down to the bottom. Like it says Fahrenheit, no. 32 isn't cold. Celsius, no. 0 isn't cold. Absolute 0 is cold. That gets 0, okay? You fuckers don't even know what cold means. 100 in the shade is about 40 degrees centigrade. How many degrees Kelvin is 100 degrees Fahrenheit? Let's find out. Next time it gets to 100 degrees outside, I'm going to say, wow, it's meow degrees Kelvin. How many degrees Kelvin is equal to 100 degrees Fahrenheit? 310, almost 311 degrees. So when it's 100 degrees outside, it's 311 degrees Kelvin. Great title. Dishonesty to friends, family, strangers is one thing. Lying to oneself is a bigger deal. I mean, I don't really get the lying to yourself, to be honest. It's like, I do get wishful thinking, like when Bart Simpson comes home and has gum in his hair and Marge says, "Are you sure it's not shampoo? That washes right out." You might say she's lying to herself. You might call that wishful thinking. I tend to think of lying as using words dishonestly and talking to another person. The dishonesty that were the harms I was talking about, Cameron, well, it started with me watching a video on CTE, which is brain injury from certain sports like football, boxing, MMA. And in the video, it articulated how a lot of different professionals, medical, sporting, etc., were at least a little bit dishonest about the linkage here, and that caused solutions to be delayed for a long time. Oh, this is a good enough relationship. That's a lie you might tell yourself? Yeah, true. This employment agreement is okay. Yeah. I mean, it's hard in that case to distinguish between when you're lying to yourself and when you're just wrong. I guess it depends on if you're motivated by what you wish were true. But I don't know. It's like, to me, I tend to think of lying as knowingly saying words that are false, that you know are false, and conveying them as though they were true. But I get it. That's a fine enough thing to say. If you want to define lying to yourself as preventing yourself from taking care of yourself well enough because um yeah. I get that. I certainly have done that. Like, I guess I was lying to myself throughout my relationship with Kimberly when I kept saying, "No, I'm going to fix this," right? She's behaving in ways that are unacceptable behaviors, toxic behaviors. I should be able to fix this by explaining why she shouldn't do that, reminding her repeatedly that I'm not going to put up with that, and hammering her until she fixes the fucking problem. What I did not get at the time was that that's not what having a relationship is for. I don't get into a relationship so that I can do all this very difficult work to make my partner sane. I guess I'm so repelled by actual bold-faced lying that I interpret it how I did. This is an okay situation. I mean, it's not a bad use of the term ultimately. I think FI people understand lying to yourself better than I do because they understand how much what they hold precious or what they want impacts what they believe. I'm not a Sanskrit professor, okay? I don't know any Sanskrit at all, nor do I want to know any Sanskrit. Last time someone tried to teach me Sanskrit against my will, I said, "Hey, you knock it off. I don't want to learn anything." Mongolian cheese is much better than what? Than Mongolian fake cheese? Could you lie to yourself if you don't know what you want? Right. I guess that's really the question, money, and why I probably have trouble understanding it. If I don't know what's truly important to me, then I'm not lying to myself. I'm just operating off the wrong assumption. And since I don't really know whether I know what I want adequately or not, it makes it hard for me to interpret it as me lying to myself. Certainly, though, in that last relationship of mine, Kimberly, I definitely missed the forest for the trees. Somewhere early on in the process, I forgot or, and failed to prioritize that I'm supposed to be happy in this relationship. This person is supposed to be loving towards me and make me feel good about myself, not try to tear me down continually and destroy my self esteem. You can always generate justifications for being in some position, is true. And it's not always possible to objectively determine which subjective justifications are better than which other subjective justifications if you're doing something that doesn't need to be justified objectively. Mongolian American cheese would be some cheese. All you got to do is take Mongolian cheese, make it very flat, and put it in a plastic wrapper. Being in the relationship should be better than not being in the relationship seems obvious. Right. It's the NI forest, right? Um, Being blind in the subjective deliberation function means once I'm in those trees, I am unable to remember or keep in mind what the forest is there for. And that's just an implicit weakness in FI polar. I didn't say you were wrong about it. I asked you, Mongolian cheese is better than what? Are there good savings with the grocery? I mean, I haven't bought weed really in a long time because we got those pounds of weed in the mail, and then I every once in a while buy some weed just for like a fun change of pace. But you know, uh, all the weed I have, or I just harvested, is great. It's all good weed. I like all the strains. I mean, I like some of them better than others. I wish I had more of the Gorilla Glue. Unfortunately, I had several jars of the Gorilla Glue that I put away wet in the jar after reading online that you could cure it in the jar. Figured it would stay fresh longer. Several of the jars started to mold, so I had to throw those out. So I have a limited amount of Gorilla Glue, which is, I think, the best of the strains I grew. However, I got a shit ton of Jack Herrera. That smokes really good. I don't love the Super Skunk. I didn't. That's not the one a strain I bought. It's a strain I got for free. The seeds I got for free. Um, the Northern Lights I don't have a shit ton of, but I enjoy that a lot. And the cherry pie I've got a decent amount of, and that's good. It's a steady table wine of weeds. The forest is like a million urinals for men. It's true, and for women. Women can pee on trees too. They just have to squat down. Maybe they don't even have to squat down. They could just lean forward and put their pee hole against the bark of the tree. It's easy to forget what it was like before the relationship to make any sort of comparisons. I mean, the thing is, I was doing the wrong kind of calculation, and I guess it said, first of all, being in a relationship is generally or universally preferable to me to being single. And then once I'm in a relationship, my duty and the way to properly be in a relationship is to be 100% all in the boat. I'm not going to be the flaky one. I'm going to be fully committed. And the solution to problems is either I'm the problem, in which case I'll change, or they're the problem, in which case they need to change, and I will hammer them until they do. This is fine if you're dealing with non toxic people for whom a fair application of a fair rule is is ultimately going to win the day because they're not going to be able to sustain my bad behavior is good in the face of my relentless explanations as to why it's not acceptable. After all, eventually they'll be convinced, or they'll be convinced to leave because they either can't or don't want to change in ways that it's reasonable for me to expect them to change. In other words, it's reasonable to critique someone's behavior or words, but not their person. If you're in a relationship with them, at least. Anyhow, accordingly, I applied my general rules to that relationship, except I had never been in a relationship with somebody who was toxic before, who had like BPD or some other thing that was like dark triad thing or whatever. And what I learned is, again, broken people, damaged people, people with who are toxic are way more stubborn than any non-toxic person can ultimately be. No matter how just their cause, no matter how right they are, only toxic people have this insane level of stubbornness. It's without that they'd grow. And to be toxic, they have to not have that so they don't ever grow. You hate losing? I hate losing too. Or I don't think that's childish inherently. I hate losing, so it makes me avoid competitions in general. Because if I'm gonna compete, I want to do all the things that are necessary to win. I'm not sure if that's good. Like, avoiding things that might be combative or competitive because I don't want to deal with the emotions of it. Basically, and believe me, back when I used to coach actively and was very competitive, it was so tense/intense. I could not even watch my kids in round. I had to just pace outside the room because I would just be, oh my God, it was torture. Every single thing that was said in the round, either by my kids or the other kids, I evaluated in terms of what they said, how it should be responded to, what words it should be responded to with, and what arguments and exactly how they should be phrased. So it's like I couldn't watch any of my kids' rounds without fighting very hard against revealing on my face how like disappointed, angry, frustrated I was. Even if they were winning the round, I expected them to do it as I wanted them to do it. And, they weren't me, so they did it their way a little bit. Understandably, but still frustratingly. Nowadays, I try to avoid things that get my adrenaline pumping too much. It just feels like distress rather than the heat of battle. I'm no longer nearly as much of a battler as I used to be. I used to go through the world expecting to have to throw down about random shit. Go into whatever store or something and they give you difficulty and needing to fight to explain why you're right all the time, etc. Since I moved up here, I just don't have any cause to maintain that battle readiness. And accordingly, when I do find myself thrust into battle, it evokes quite a like I'm not accustomed to that rush of adrenaline anymore. It causes quite a physical response. I mean, ENTPs, who does ENTP lose most against in a debate? It doesn't really work like that. Like my kids, even the ones who were not naturally the best debate types, would probably beat NTPs from another school that had a worse coach, because even non-NTP types can be prepared fully for a topic such that nothing surprises them. They don't have to come up with anything on the fly, and they just have to execute things they prepared as responses for everything they encounter, etc. If you're well prepared enough, you don't need to extrovertedly intuit during the round. You gonna make a cup of noodles? Would I like one? Yes, I would like one. I would like a cup of noodles. But you know what I'm thinking? This time, Why don't we try adding some water to that cup of noodles and heating it up? With so few teeth, I have trouble eating a cup full of raw noodles. I mean, the thing is, as an NTP, if I were going into a debate against somebody, I'd be most concerned about an extremely well prepared INTJ because they're going to have the benefit of, presumably, if they were like, I'd be concerned about myself going up against an INTJ that I had fully prepared because they're going to be more concise in their explication of things and they're going to say fewer unnecessary words. You pray for world peace most of the time. I hate to tell you this, comic, that, but it doesn't seem to be working. Maybe try a different approach. Are you expecting it to work at some point? Every morning you get up and be like, God, hello. I have been praying for world peace now for quite a while. And I wake up this morning and look at the news and it's all this like Ukrainian war and stuff. Are you paying attention? Because I've been pretty clear. Please, God, let's have world peace, stop all this war. And you're not accomplishing anything as far as I can tell. I want to write a letter to your customer service department explaining that you're not, the customer's always right. When I pray, I expect you to fulfill my requests forthwith. Save your vibes for something better, man. What the fuck? What vibes? What am I using for what? You win every debate in the shower alone? I tend to lose those debates. When I debate against myself in the shower, I can be kind of brutal to myself. Oh, yeah, Eric? Well, you suck ass. And you should be ashamed of yourself. Oh, Eric, you're right. I do suck ass. And I am ashamed of myself. Fair enough. We don't need to debate this any further, Eric. You're a horrible person. Agreed. And then I shake hands with myself. The only debate I ever win with myself is the debate about how I'm a terrible person and should not be happy or whatever. It's ridiculous, but I guess I got in some bad habits. Today I took my Wellbutrin. I took it yesterday as well. And I like how now for some reason it doesn't seem to impact me very much. Like I took it for like a month, then I stopped taking it for a while. And then but when I first took it, it was like it really affected me a lot. Like I could tell I was on this drug and it killed my sex drive and stuff. But that's not true since I started taking it again. It seems to have less obvious effects on me and it doesn't kill my sex drive because I had sex last night. I was very enthusiastic about it. Halik shana mezbi hanaklabi. Well, Halik shana mezbi hanaklabi to you too, Dante, Ibrahim, Salem, Hassan. You know what I bet? I bet even Muslims agree that Muhammad Ali should have kept the name Cassius Clay because it's such a cool name. What's your favorite position? I mean, I generally like to lie on my back, you know. I'm a little bit lazy in sex. I like Rachel to be on top, but not always. Wellbutrin, Wellbutrin. Well, it's relevant to my discussion of Wellbutrin because, like last month, I was saying,
I like the Wellbutrin except it totally kills my sex drive. So it's relevant that it's understandable that I would like to update my impressions about it because I I guess I settled into a more like my body got used to it or something. I don't know. You call yourself liberal? Well, that's fine. Is it because you want to make sure that everybody has the right to do drugs? The Nation of Islam has a yoga center that can certify you. Certify me as a yoga instructor or as an imam or imam? Iman, I think it is. It's not imam because girls aren't allowed to be them. They Islamified everyone and are now basking in being progressive. I don't think the Nation of Islam has Islamified everyone. I think they have established themselves as a fringe group with their anti Semitism and weird little suits and shit. And their obvious racism. Oh, Saudi Arabia. The Nation of Islam is in Saudi Arabia? Why would actually Islamic people want like fake Islamic people to be in their thing? It's not like the Nation of Islam are Islamic. They're just anti-Semite Puritan American. It's an anti-Semitic puritanical American political movement. Really, it's not really Islam. It's just co-opting Islam for its own purposes. Imagine going to war on drugs, which are an inanimate object, which are inanimate objects, and losing. I'm going to war on this table. God damn it, we're losing. How could we be losing? Well, we didn't expect the table to have so many splinters. All right, let's tackle this again. Get the circular saw. That's how we lost Johnson. That's how we lost Johnson. Let's just use hand tools. There's Islamophobia I see. No, my opposition to the Nation of Islam is that it's not actually Islamic. That it's a Black American political movement that's co-opted Islam for its own un, unacceptable ends of racial division and anti-Semitism. That has nothing to do with Islam. That's a critique of the Nation of Islam, which is an American group founded by Farrakhan. Yeah, Islamophobia is not real. I mean, it may be. There may be people who are who have hate towards that group, right? Just like there are people who have hate towards black people, women, etc. I don't doubt that there are people who have hate towards Islam. The problem is, it's very equivalent to what Israel's doing, right? It is absolutely legitimate for me to critique Islamic intrusions into the secular civil world and for Islamic people to understand that that is not hate and that is not Islamophobia. That is a legitimate critique. Just like the Israelis are trying to present their Israeli policy of apartheid against the Palestinians as a Jewish thing, and that if you oppose that nation's policies, that you were somehow anti-Semitic. That's completely bullshit, right? I'm neither Islamophobic nor anti-Semitic, but I am correct in my critiques of each of those religions when I critique them. I have nothing particular to say about Judaism because I don't think Israel's bad behavior towards the Palestinians is indicative of real Judaism, right? Just like I'm not saying Nation of Islam is bad because Islam is bad. I'm saying because they're not actually Islam, and it's just bullshit. It's a bullshit political movement that pretends to be religion. Free Palestine? Okay. Liliana, I'm not keeping Palestine hostage. I'm not using religion for murder. I'm not great at obfuscating. What am I obfuscating? Chopping your dingus and taking hormones doesn't magically make you a woman. No, it doesn't make you a woman, but it does mean that you are sufficiently committed to the idea of a gender other than your birth gender that you're willing to go to extreme lengths to manifest that reality to the best of your ability. It's unreasonable of such people to expect others to perceive them as anything in particular. Like, I perceive you as what I perceive you as. If you have successfully fooled me into thinking you're a woman, then I'm going to perceive you as such. If I knew you before the transition, I'm not going to perceive you as the gender you try to be, right? Regardless, sex and gender are different things. Sex is absolutely a binary, and gender generally is a binary too, but the two things don't have to match, right? Sex and gender don't have to match. Grayson Pompidou says, without lies, Islam dies. Okay, well, I mean, obviously, people practicing a religion are practicing faith. So it's not a matter of truth or lies, it's a matter of believing things in the absence of evidence or in the face of contrary evidence, which is fine. That's the natural process of faith, and it expresses in various forms. So we shouldn't be critiquing religions based on whether their words are true. We should be critiquing them on whether or not they stay in their lane. So Islam is fine as a religion, and it should have nothing to say about the law or civil society. So it's fine for Egyptians to love their prophet Muhammad. It's not okay for huge swaths of the population to protest in insistence that the United States deport a filmmaker so that he be executed for insulting the prophet. In that case, what we look at pre-enlightenment thinking, right? We cannot allow any of the sacred traditions to say that their definition of sacred ought to be prioritized over the secular protections that preserve a civil free society. So obviously, freedom of expression trumps people's emotional attachment to what they consider sacred. If the Islamists in Egypt don't like the movie that insults their prophet, their remedy is they can insult Jesus, right? They don't get to put people to death for opinions they don't like. That's ridiculous. There are Christians and Copts in Egypt who can't practice their faith openly because Muslims will be offended. And there are atheists in Egypt who can't state that they are atheists without going to jail. This is barbaric pre-enlightenment bullshit, right? And we should all condemn it. It doesn't mean we're condemning Islam, but we are condemning how it expresses, at least in Egypt, right? Because everybody who is truly Islamic and believes in their religion as valuable and wants to practice it in a good way, well, they are also agreeing with me in full, 100%, that in no instances does expression that insults Muhammad or anything like that justify violence. And in no instances do differing religious beliefs justify imprisonment or persecution in any way. And in no instance does being a woman mean that it's okay for you to force her to wear a burqa. And in no instance, right? We should all agree with these things. People who are Islamic and whom we ought to respect in their practicing of faith agree with me about these things. Again, just because a given religious text says crazy nonsense doesn't mean that individuals of that faith practice the religion in that way. So, yes, the Quran says crazy nonsense. Yes, the Bible says crazy nonsense. That doesn't mean that you cannot practice Islam in a civilized fashion, nor does it mean you can't practice Christianity in a civilized fashion. Faith is belief in the absence of evidence in the face of contrary evidence, but it should be belief about things of a spiritual nature. Once you start telling people what to do, go fuck yourself, That's not your job in the religion department, is to dictate law and behavior of people. It's to offer people a frame of faith in which they can practice to the extent that it benefits them. When you start trying to control everybody and say, you must adhere to these community expectations because we're the majority, then fuck off, obviously. Individualism is the only way to go. Maybe Islam does have a long way to go, but the point is, I'm not going to make universal claims about Islam that Islam is in some way bad, because what I'm really saying is, if you're practicing Islam in a barbaric pre-enlightenment way, then that's obviously bad. And if you're practicing it in a contemporary civilized way, then it's not bad. And I don't know about you just because you're Islamic at all. You may practice it in a positive, civilized way. You may practice it in a barbaric way. Because it's not universally one way or the other, it's not a good idea to try to condemn Islam or all Muslims, because obviously it depends. Just like in Christianity, it depends. Do we have some Christians who practice it in a way that is not good and acceptable? Either say, like, I'm going to focus, like, Christianity is all about hating gays. It's like, no, obviously that's not a good way to practice Christianity. So that doesn't mean that Christians hate gays or Christianity is bad because it's gay hating. None of those things are correct. So, my opposition to groupism applies here as well. It's never a good idea to think you know about an individual because you know what group they're a member of, and you think your understanding of what comprises the attributes of that group is correct enough for you to, confer those statuses onto the person that you should be evaluating as an individual. No, it's not okay. So obviously, groupists need to stop with their nonsense and or go fuck themselves. It's true that if everyone was gay, there wouldn't be anyone. That is true. I mean, eventually there wouldn't be anyone. If everyone turned gay right now, for example, I mean, they still might go out of their way to make children, even if they're gay, right? Like, I'm gay, but can I turkey baster shoot my cum up into your vagina so that you can have a baby that me and my boyfriend can raise? Is very plausible. So I don't think that even if everyone were gay, that humanity would disappear. Well, we're assuming money that everybody suddenly turns gay, okay? We can't assume that everybody has been gay all along, because that ruins the thought experiment. I know. I finally am figuring it out, Enderman69. I'm glad someone intuited this. Because I'm so metaphysical, word-based, over the course of the last 52 years, I was never eating correctly. I'd always just be like, I just pour it on top of my head and not understand why I'm still hungry, things like that. But at long last, with sufficient practice, I have mastered the art of eating noodles, and I want to thank Enderman69 for noticing and celebrating my accomplishment. Thank you. Aaron has a question about healthy stuff. Fine. Stereotyping is based in truth. Okay. Well, you could stereotype football players as being big and strong, and then be talking to the kicker and be like, you must not be a football player because you're not big and strong. So it's not wrong that football players in general are big and strong. It's just not useful in evaluating any specific individual, because they might be big and strong and not a football player, or they might be a football player and not big and strong. That's a pleasant, mild example of how your understanding of what a group is
may be generally correct. Now, it's not if your group is race or whatever. That then you're just completely full of garbage.
But it's like it might be generally said that gay men have sex with other men. But that doesn't mean if somebody has sex with a woman, they're not gay. And it doesn't even mean that if somebody has sex with a man, that they are gay. They may have sex with a man one time and hate it or something. I don't know. Maybe they get talked into it. Or maybe they're at a Diddy party and get drugged. Who knows? The thing is, yes, we can stereotype and make things that are factual statements provided we say this is generally true about a group, and it's something we can actually establish is generally true about a group. It's just never actually useful in terms of information regarding any specific instance of anything, because it would always be doing the individual a disservice to expect them to adhere to your half-assed understanding of what their group is. No, I definitely didn't imply that, right? I didn't imply that, Andrew Man 69. If you want to say that, I mean, okay, well, let me ask you then. Let me just step back here. So, how would you like to define stereotyping? So that's what I say. It's a free multivitamin. Puttycat says, "Hello, kind sir. When does Tuesday Tequila Taco Tornado Research and Toga Building class begin?" Oh, well, it was scheduled to begin hours ago, but I keep delaying the onset of this. Most people do it. That's what stereotypes are. Okay, well, that's not a definition of stereotype. That might be an attribute of, that might be something true you can say about stereotyping, but it's not a definition of stereotype. Most people eat food. That doesn't make that stereotyping, does it? Fart Sniffer 11, you have got a strange taste. You've got strange taste in what to smell. Generally, people don't want to smell those things. They want to smell like a rose or something. Maybe that's your job. Is that your job to smell farts? Or you love smelling? Well, I mean, even if you love smelling, why farts? Why not, I don't know, citrus fruit or something? All right, fair enough. Who am I to question your hobby? I just hope you gain the consent of the farter before you smell their fart, because if you were to just sneak up and put your nose up against my butt, I'd probably object. Trolling my man Eric for the principles of arguments is boring. This man is a national treasure. That's fine. Brother McPot, if that were true, that I'm a national treasure, it would only be true because, in part, of my willingness to engage trolls as though they were being forthright and meaning what they said. Sometimes people learn things. Sometimes people get bored and leave. Sometimes people get annoyed and leave. Sometimes people get annoyed and start to attack. You know, you get a variety of different things. I like to see how things play out. But unless they start attacking Rachel, in which case I'll hide them. Because fuck no. You're not going to insult my wife. I'm fair game. This is most of all my channel before anything else. It was my channel before Rachel and I were together and everything. So I put myself out there for general critique, including various kinds of insult and trolling, and it's fine. But I do not like people attacking Rachel because, number one, they attack her in ridiculous, unacceptable ways. You know, typically they'll try to body shame her or, you know, like insult her looks in some way. They'll say things like, say that basically she's my like battered wife, controlled woman thing, which is totally not true, and etc. Trolls are usually just normal people venting and having fun, or having fun. Trolls are usually the most successful people in the comment section. Well, I mean, it depends how you define success, I guess. The thing is, I do understand that sometimes people troll for their own amusement and entertainment, and they aren't really thinking about it causing any harms or anything. I was young. I used to troll some too. Like back when I used to play Diablo, you could like type things in. I would troll a lot on Diablo. Please do not attack Rachel. She has enough challenges with grooming Eric. Your wife doesn't have to read the comments. Oh, well, I mean, sometimes she's the one streaming, and I get it that according to my own standards, then she's putting herself out there and opening herself for critique. But I don't know. I'm just protective about my wife for subjective reasons. She's beautiful, but is not always confident enough to recognize insults as just petty attempts to get to me because they can't get to me directly. And so they might actually hurt her feelings, even though they're totally bullshit attempts to attack her on anything that she might feel vulnerable about, so that trying to find something that lands, you know? I'm not a racial slur enjoyer. Did I ever say racial slurs on Call of Duty? I never played Call of Duty. And it is true that nobody has to read the comments, but when we're live streaming, we're engaging specifically with the chat, whether I'm streaming or she's streaming. Usually it's like me streaming and chill. I'll sometimes hand it over to her when I go to the bathroom or something. But like last night, she took a couple Adderalls and she stayed up after I felt done streaming and streamed for a couple hours more. Am I protective of my wife when it comes to make believe monsters? Sure, if she feels reassured by me preventing boogeymen from getting in the house by going around locking the doors, then I'm happy to do that because I want her to feel safe, comfortable, and happy. I don't need her to be correct about everything. Hey, well, Andrew, man, 69. Then if you're looking for hilarity, you should probably go someplace else. You're not going to get a lot of racial slurs out of me, if any. You're not really going to get any because, like I've indicated, I'm not a groupist. Now, if you're not looking for hilarity, then perhaps you could stay here because I'm not sure. I mean, there might be other things you also find hilarious. And some of those other things, maybe I'll provide. Or you might not be looking for hilarity. You might be looking for a genuine, heartfelt conversation about the human condition. In which case, go ahead and stay here. Maybe you'll find what you're looking for. If you're looking to successfully provoke an emotional response out of me, then you just continue to fail. Hi, Eli Hill. I'm not going to, no one is going to re-Nazify Germany, okay? Germany is very prosperous and successful in its current non-Nazi state. All right. So you can get yourself timed out and eventually hidden for being brainlessly racist. Like, obviously, I'm not going to preserve an environment that allows that kind of shit to fester. But it's up to you. If you're bored, like, okay, I can't accomplish the result I want with Eric, then you can leave, or you can continue to try to push the envelope, which kids will just hide you, but you're never going to attain what you want. You won't get control over this exchange because you're not going to provoke any emotional response to me, from me. Hilarity or Hillary? Hilarity. Hillary is not hilarious. Right? Imagine the worst stand-up show in history. It would be Hillary Clinton doing stand-up. Who could do a worse job of stand-up than Hillary Clinton? I can't think of. Maybe Biden would do a worse job of stand-up. But he might accidentally, dementedly stumble into something funny. Whereas Hillary Clinton would just be dour and unpleasant the whole time. She's a meme, Hillary is. Germany is in a high risk for poverty. Okay. It's what the internet was made for. Sorry, I'll have a real conversation in real life. All right, well, you don't have to have a real conversation here, but I'm saying if you cross certain lines, eventually you'll get hidden. And if you want to continue to try to troll, that's fine. But you need to try to troll and not cross those lines, because if you cross those lines, you're just saying, I give up. I cannot affect any kind of impact with creative or interesting things. So I'm just gonna get either racist or hateful towards women or your wife or something like that, because I've run out of any legitimate ways to attain the outcome I want, and so I'm going to try whatever sticks, because either I'm frustrated or just you're mad at me or you're just like whatever, might as well because I got nothing else to do, you know. Okay, well that's fine. This isn't anywhere close to a real conversation. It is true that only one of us is speaking in the audio space, so in that regard, it's quite distinct from a regular conversation. Jeremy Bullwinkle says, what do a cigarette and a hamster have in common? They're both good to smoke? Trump would for sure. Did you all see his speech at the Catholic convention thing last week? I did not see it. Chuck Schumer was having a hard time not laughing. I did not see it. And if Andrew Man 69, if you're saying that you're being hilarious, well, you've got a terrible sense of humor. Hilarity is actually hard to attain. You've got to be pretty clever, pretty smart. What you're doing may be somewhat interesting in the absence of anything else, I guess, but it's definitely not hilarious. It's not even kind of funny. It's just like, it's not, no decent person finds it funny to watch somebody flail with so much effort to so little effect. Typically, decent people feel bad for the guy. Are there more windows or wheels in the world? I've asked some question like this before. I don't remember what I said then, but it's a tough question to answer. Probably more windows. Because like the most wheels any single thing is going to have on it is like 16 maybe. Whereas the average house is going to have more than 4 wheels. The average thing, or like the most commonly occurring number of wheels would probably be 4. Imagine Abraham Lincoln was president again. He'd be so old though, Eli Hill. And he'd already have served 2 terms, so he wouldn't be eligible for a 3rd term. Andrew Man 69 says, no, I actually have a sense of humor. Okay. That's fine. If you want to actually be funny, though, you should make me laugh. Lots of times people do make me laugh with hilarious jokes. You have not made me laugh one time. The nice thing about hilarity, funniness, is we have an actual standard we can apply to test to see if somebody's funny. If you make me laugh, then you get to call yourself funny. You have not made me laugh at all. You made me shake my head and think, oh, dear Lord. Surely you can do better than this, but you have not made me laugh. Do we actually have free will? Yes. We do not have an illusion of free will because it doesn't really mean anything. Thoughts on daily mandatory exercise in schools and workplaces? No, obviously not. Fuck you and your mandatory whatever. If I'm hired to do a job, I'll do the job as described. And if that's in the job description and it's relevant to what I'm doing, fine, I guess. But if you're just trying to, and we're going to control these irrelevant parts of your life for arbitrary reasons, then you can go fuck yourself. I mean, Enderman 69, the thing about making jokes is you don't get to decide whether they're funny. The audience does. And you were not making me laugh. Biden visits a nursing home. He goes over to an elderly woman and asks, "Do you know who I am?" She replies, "No, but if you go to the front desk, they'll tell you." Can you actually demonstrate with reliable evidence that you actually have free will? You don't need to demonstrate with, you don't need to prove that you have free will, right? The default the default standing is that we do have free will because we can consider possibilities and choose from among them. We can identify instances where we do things more freely and less freely, like some things we do because we feel like we have to do them. We have leverage being pushed against us in various directions to make us do those things. Other things we do because we want to do them. We respect the fact that when somebody commits a crime of their own free will, they're liable for it. But when someone commits a crime at gunpoint, then the person who's holding the gun is liable for it. So we have all these things that are consistent with the idea of free will, which is really an idea of responsibility for one's own actions. If we do a real world test and say, would we prefer a world in which people are responsible for their actions or a world in which nobody's responsible for their actions, we'd obviously prefer the former. And so the thing is, since the default position is we appear to have free will, granted, time moves in one direction, so we can't prove it by going back in time, reversing the thing we did, the decision we made, and deciding a different decision. But we have to, the burden is on determinists to describe a world in which time moves in one direction and we do have free will and how that's different from the status quo. Because I can articulate lots of reasons that to think that our data and experience is consistent with free will as an idea, and that we behave as a society as though people are responsible for their actions. So the determinists might say, well, there are myriad different possible stimuli, each of them impacting you in certain ways. So what you've decided is actually inevitable. That's like the capacity to take from disparate data from different directions and draw a conclusion from that, as opposed to some other conclusion. That is the exercise of free will. That's what it is. So to say that because people's decisions are impacted by different kinds of data, that it's predetermined is ridiculous. The burden is obviously on the determinists to prove that, in fact, people could not have made any other decision. It's impossible to prove that because you can't travel back in time. So at least then they should take on the burden of describing a world in which we did have free will and how it would look different than our status quo world, provided they both worlds have time uniformly moving in one direction. Imagine Lincoln was still alive. Okay, I'm imagining it. He's got the top hat, he's got the beard, he's got the black coat. He's counting all of his years in scores. Why, it's been 20 score and 20 years since 21 score years since I was last alive. I understand why they call it a nursing home. There's no way any of those old ladies are lactating. No, they're all nurses. That's the thing. Like from doctor's offices. All the people in old people's homes are nurses. We have no choice but to have free will. Saying free will is equivalent to saying a reality outside of your observation. Yeah. But I mean, you're really reducing the definition of it at that point. I would say it means that people are responsible for their actions. Eric, you would make a pretty good Lincoln for Halloween. I would make a pretty good Lincoln for Halloween. But this year, I'm not going to dress up for Halloween. You can't will outside of your will. All right, I see what you're saying. It could say that human beings are free will machines, that we take stimuli that pushes us one direction or the other direction and make a holistic determination about what choice we should undertake predicated on our evaluation of those disparate pieces of data. So if you understand that we're just a free will machine, then it's easy to understand why it's not philosophically possible to claim determinism and win the argument. Williams will and loves being free. Sure, a prisoner can walk around their cell. That doesn't mean they are free. True. There are determinate states and transitions. True. You could view free will through system dynamics, right? That you persist in an equilibrium until there's some sort of cause to enter into a period of state change, which at what point things get volatile. In other words, for decision making, it would be like go back and forth between possible decisions before making one, and then it resolves into a new equilibrium. So you could think of free will as having that kind of state change dynamics, because it is the case that a lot of things we do are not decisions we're making in the moment. So if I know I have to go to town to get groceries, when I'm driving to town, I'm not really making decisions about which way to go as I'm driving. I already know how to get to town. So in that instance, you could say, well, are you showing free will while you're driving from your house to the store? I'd say, well, I'm persisting in a state of equilibrium at that point, right? The decision's been made, I'm just following through on it. And you could look at a raindrop to draw the distinction. It could end up in many places, but it doesn't make a choice. Just like a human being can end up with many possible decisions, but does make a choice. And it does make a choice. Eli, I would dread it, but I'm certain his chances are slim day by day. Whose chances are slim? Oh, Trump. Wait until Trump comes back as president. I think probably Harris is going to win. I don't know for sure, but if Trump were as robust a candidate as he was in the running for president before he got elected the first time, then I think he'd probably beat Harris, but I don't think Trump has enough left in his tank really to recapture hearts and minds adequately. There were probably a lot of people who might have found his positives outweighed his negatives when placed against certain candidates, but who now have concerns about whether he's too old, I'm take the new chicken Big Mac, yeah. 10 people hospitalized and one older person in Colorado has died after E. coli infections linked to McDonald's Quarter Pounder in 10 states, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control said on Tuesday. Wow. I tend to get Quarter Pounder with cheese when I go to McDonald's. So, fortunately, I didn't go to McDonald's in Colorado recently. And I do like McDonald's a lot, but I don't get to go to it very often because it's 45 minutes away from me. And I mean, I could go to it more often, but it never seems like, yeah, okay, hour and a half round trip drive for McDonald's, sure. And it never feels like that's the right decision. Let's roll the dice, though. Yeah, it does. Putty Cat, you are a successful advertiser. I now want to go to McDonald's and get a Quarter Pounder and cross my fingers that it doesn't have E. coli. Hi, Hatton Queen. I'm fine. How are you? I'm fine in the neighborhood, and I'm good at strawberry wine. I mean, I'm fine at strawberry wine, and I'm good in the neighborhood. it's supposed to be. A lot of people don't get my joke when I just say, it's fine in the neighborhood. They just think that's what I mean. Well, obviously, that's not how that rhyme ends. I'm fine like strawberry wine. Say bye-bye, chicken pot pie. Say hello, raspberry roll. How do you do, chicken beef stew? That's a little saying I used to say to my daughter when she was a little kid. Little rhyming things. And then I used to play bounce around my knee, put her on my knee and say, and the bunny goes, bo, bo, ba, chicka, chow. And the bunny goes, bo, bo, ba, chicka, chow. And the bunny goes, bo, bo, ba, chicka, chicka, bo, bo, ba, chicka, chicka, bo, bo, ba, chicka, 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 chow. And then she'd go, ee, again. She's a cute little kid. Do you have a pet peeve for people who are well-read but only seemingly full of quotes? There's no synthesized understanding. Not necessarily, unless they're spending a lot of time affirming their wrong positions. I don't need somebody to understand. I just need them to not be actively wrong with their own words. They can even quote wrong quotes is fine, and I'll just critique those quotes. But if they say wrong things in their own words, I will say, you are wrong. And then invariably, I run afoul of this thing that happens. They don't want to be corrected. What's your opinion on bricks? The hydrogen's great. I'm breathing it so much right now. What is your opinion on bricks? You mean like Brazil, Russia, India, China? Turkey might be joining BRICS, you know. You mean Turkey might be among Brazil, Russia, India, and China as a second world country? Turkey is not big enough to join to qualify as a BRIC country. BRIC countries need to have the capacity to produce a lot of dirty industry. Because that's the thing to remember is no matter what you think of the US, you know, like, oh no, we're putting too much carbon into the atmosphere. Remember, if we don't do it, a BRIC country will do it in a more dirty fashion than we will. Turkey will always be a wannabe European country, says Diamond. Well, you know, unfortunately, Turkey is not as committed to the secular Western way for continually as long as they need to be to really be, you know, to really understand their own identity as a Western European identity. It means to reject the sacred in favor of the secular. I am from Saudi Arabia? Are you from Saudi Arabia? I am not from Saudi Arabia. Speaking of NATO, the USA will leave NATO. I mean, the USA might leave NATO, but I'm not sure what the process would be actually of extricating ourselves from that treaty. I don't really think we should leave NATO because it's better for us to for the free and civil societies of the West to fight alongside one another against authoritarianism, totalitarianism, theocracy, etc. South Korea has a coalition with Russia now. Well, good for South Korea. I mean, if South Korea can have good relationships with both Russia and the US, more power to them. I don't expect South Korea to provide much militarily in any battle except maybe against North Korea. South Korea doesn't need to help Europe maintain its autonomy against a obviously imperialist minded Russia that's trying to conquer territory. Hey, trouble, you knock it off. You leave her alone, little mister.
He stole her spot in my room in the day room this morning.
Really?
Yeah.
Where was she?
She was down here, I guess. I don't know.
She might have been outside when he stole it.
character sleeps in the blue, the brown, the black room. I just.
USA might join the BRIC nations if they leave NATO? I mean, I don't think so, but obviously the US is not nearly as economically robust right now as it has been since in the post World War II era. This is reminiscent of some stretch of time in the 70s when we had stagflation and an energy crisis. We had this level of economic fragility that we do now back in the 70s. But other than that, since World War II, the US economy has been consistently stronger than it is now. The European Union hasn't been paying enough military money for NATO, which was meant to be 3%. So the USA is very upset. I mean, that sounds right. I haven't independently verified that, but it sounds very believable. I mean, obviously the US is carrying the lion's share of the defense costs. But we're the country who wants to spend 10 times more than any other country on earth on our military. So I mean, Europe didn't pass all those bills for increasing defense spending forevermore, always. The only country that has is Poland, though, but the USA is mainly upset at Germany and Spain. Well, that's fine. I don't blame us for expecting the other members of NATO to do their part and being part of this team, even if the US is understood to carry the bulk of the responsibility. Babushka says, thanks for streaming so much. I'm a depressed INFP, a silent viewer who enjoys hearing the banter between you and the chat. Very comforting somehow. Well, that's nice to hear. Thank you, Babushka. I'm sorry you're depressed. I was experiencing some depression not very long ago, and the doctor gave me Wellbutrin. It worked pretty well for me. I mean, quite well, I'd say. So maybe ask your doctor for Wellbutrin. It's not a difficult drug to get, really. It's not scheduled. You can get refill of it before your month is up and stuff. So it's not a hard drug to get. Maybe it would help you as well. But I'm glad to hear, Babushka, that listening to this banter comforts you. I'm pleased to hear that. What is your opinion on Budapest? I'm a Hungarian and I love hearing opinions on my country. I've never been to Hungary or Budapest. I don't really know much about Hungary. I guess it's kind of near like the Czech Republic. Is it kind of near there? I'm not even sure where it is. My geography is not that great. You're asking me about a country that has never been central to any debate topic, so I don't really know much about it. I was happy, and now listening to Eric, I'm depressed. Well, I'm sorry, Pretty Cat. I don't mean to depress everybody. Sometimes we talk about depressing things. Does gay still mean happy? Not really. It can mean a variety of things. It can mean homosexual. It could mean like, no, like, oh my God, that's so gay. It could mean, it could still mean kind of happy if it says, with wonderful streamers and many gay colors. Then it could still mean like that, kind of. But usually it's not used in that context. Now I wish I knew more about Hungary. Eric, a random geography test. Do you know Bangladesh? Yeah. What about it? I've heard of it. I mean, it's like near India someplace. They make a lot of clothes there. They have a big textile industry. Some people say it's a land of sweatshops, but I say it's a land of opportunity shops. Okay? Opportunity shops. Yeah, try Cetera geography games. There's good geo quizzes. I don't really want to direct energy to learning about geography very much. It's like if I had any natural talent for geography, I would know it a lot better than I do since I've dealt with many topics involving countries all over the world and should have a better understanding of where they sit on maps. But you know, it's like only relevant if you're trying to determine if Mia is on the border of Mia and therefore you can impact it as a possible like military invasion or something like that. China fakes everything. The Shein sweatshop is my life. I thought you were in Hungary, not Bangladesh. China is shitty compared to a lot of things, but most of all compared to Taiwan. And that's why Taiwan should rule both Taiwan and China. What is my professional roadmap? I mean, I don't have a professional roadmap anymore. I did have a profession that started as a special ed teacher, went to regular ed teacher, went to regular ed teacher plus debate coach, went to just debate coach, then director of a debate school, and then owner of a debate school. That was the roadmap that my professional career took. But now my roadmap is get this rental property, bringing in income, and maybe get a job at the boot jack market, just have a little bit of other income and something productive to do, like part-time. Taiwan is China. The China we know with the red flag is known as the PRC. Yes, I know that. And Taiwan, if they hadn't idiotically left the UN in protest, they could be still claiming that the PRC should not be recognized as a distinct nation and that the nationalist government that escaped to Taiwan ought to be in charge of the whole kit and caboodle. But because Taiwan stupidly left the UN in protest, they can no longer really make that argument. Did you know that bananas are the closest thing on Earth to antimatter? I did not know that. Why are they close to antimatter? What makes a banana? How is a banana like antimatter? Both of them have 3 A's in them. No, Eric, antimatter has only 2 A's. Well, that's because the third A is an anti-A. I am a penis. Buddy cat. I am a penis. I said that because I wanted everyone to know what I am. You might say, the penis of what animal, Eric? Well, that's a mystery. It's a mystery I'm going to let you discover on your own. Whatever has a penis that's 6 foot 5 inches long, that's what I'm the penis of. Do you think elephants' penises are 6 foot 5 inches long? Osama bin Laden? No, I'm not Osama bin Laden's penis. I'm sure I'm taller than Osama bin Laden. Maybe Osama bin Laden is my penis. If you net small and win, you lose big. All right. Oh, if you bet small and win, you lose big. Well, that's not exactly true. My opinion on Osama bin Laden, I believe he's dead. Do I believe that he was a leader of assorted paramilitary groups? Yeah. Do I think he masterminded 9/11? No, I don't think so. But we'll never know for sure. So it doesn't explode. Yeah, that's why the A is a anti-A. Bananas contain a tiny amount of radioactive form of potassium. As it decays, it produces positrons, the antimatter counterpart of electrons. Well, thanks, Sun Goes Hard. And thanks for the answer, Jason Kerr. So, radioactive potassium produces positrons that don't have corresponding electrons to cancel out with, or what? Isn't that the villain from Transformers? Are you into M theory? It includes 11 dimensions. No, people don't understand what dimensions are. That's what I think about that. I think Money explained it to me. Maybe the person who explained it best to me. I understood what they weren't before, but dimensions are just like attributes that you can assign a status to. So you might say a person's dimensions are tall, short, man, woman, hairy, bald, uh, heavy, light, whatever. And so in that instance, however many distinctions you draw, that's how many dimensions you're going to measure this human being against. So anything has infinite dimensions. Everything has infinite dimensions. And it doesn't mean anything like when they say, oh, well, the multiple universes are in other dimensions. That does not mean anything because dimension is a way that human beings express a finite set of measurements about a given thing. Formally, an additional dimension is perpendicular to existing dimensions. Okay, well, you know what, Money? None of my dimensions conform to that form because all of my dimensions are non-perpendicular. Some of them are parallel. Some of them are just kind of like this. Some of them aren't even straight lines. They're just squiggles. So, stop trying to impose your worldview on my dimensionality. I should learn 10 million slaves on acoustic. Well, there's a debate in science that everything in the universe is made of vibrating strings with different properties of different rotations. String theory has never been validated by any experimental data. It's the odd man out in quantum mechanics. Other kind of quantum explanations have validated, but string theory has not. There's no reason to think that that's the case. Ni equals Nick L. I don't know what Nick L means. Oh, I guess it means Ni. Why does it mean that? I don't know. You're my favorite live streamer after Speed and Jinxky. Well, thanks, DZ Gaming. Now you make me want to watch Speed and Jinxie. Well, string theory has crazy properties known as supersymmetry and its equations, so scientists are fond of it. Well, I mean, I get it. It's nice when things are neat and tidy. And generally, we tend to think that to the extent that there's a lack of symmetry in our explanations, it's because they're incomplete explanations. But there's not really any strong reason to believe that. Plenty of things in the universe are expressions of a skew that overweights some things and underweights others. Now, let's smoke some pot.
I'm going to join you.
Hundreds of millions have validated it. Have validated six-string theory? Well, sure. I agree. Guitar playing is fun. Maybe even cool. But it doesn't explain the workings of the universe. What does explain the workings of the universe? Me. Me and my awesomeness. The universe works like this. Me, 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 me. And then everyone's like, oh man, Eric, you just explained everything so well. I'm so thrilled to have that explanation. Have I heard Terrence Howard explain supersymmetry? I have not. But from what I understand, he said some things about like some math things like 1 times 1 is 2 or something like that. Isn't that what he said? 1 times 1 is 2. All right, 1 times 1 equals 2. And the reason is because you can't have anything multiply with itself that doesn't equal something else. That would seem to misunderstand how like a number is an expression of a possible mathematical identity with the following ways of relating with other things, you know? When you think of it, a square with a line valued at 1 and the area is also 1, it seems impossible, right? Well, if it seems impossible, then what you're saying is you can't actually multiply 1 times 1 in the way that you can multiply other numbers, because both ones have the same effect of causing the answer to the multiplication problem to be the same as the other number, right? Yeah, well, money is cued in on the problem here as well, because a line is considered, infinitely thin. The 1 lasts from here to here, 1 inch, 1 foot, whatever, right? But the line is considered to not take up any area beyond the length of the 1, because it's only representative of a quantity of 1. It's not a line or a dot or anything. It's a quantity. But it's also a mathematical entity that relates to other entities in certain specific ways. So if you multiply something by 2, you double it. You can anticipate that to happen no matter what you multiply by 2. Just like if you multiply something by 1, what 1 is defined as is that which if you multiply it, it makes the same answer as the second number. You know what I'm saying? Is biochemistry worth it in 2025, or should I go for a major in arts? Don't go for a major in arts. That's totally not worth anything at all. If you're going to find a major that's worth anything at all, probably biochem is the best major to go into, because there will always be continued progress in genetic medicine. Like, here, let me get. There's some weed right here.
Thank you.
Like, if you want to go into biochem and come up with some genetic solution to gene-based solution to some disease, there's going to be plenty of work in that field for a long time. Guys, please stop all this math. I'm trying to balance my checkbook. Well, just treat your checkbook like the universe and treat yourself like an astrophysicist. Assume the answer is 0, that all of your check stuff zeroes out. And then if the math in here doesn't work out to 0, just add or subtract some dark energy. If you want to get into research, you're probably looking at getting a PhD on top of a bachelor's. Have you started to make progress on this major already, ZZ Gaming, or are you just starting right now? If you're just starting right now, you might want to pull out of college and wait until you're sure you want to do college, But if you're some distance of the way through college, then depending how far along you are, you probably just want to finish your existing course and figure out if it was a good decision afterwards, right? So it really depends on how far along you are. Let's see what this person says. Have you been a fan of Pauli matrices? It's really fascinating how they work as a unit. I'm not familiar with Pauli matrices. Transcendental numbers are just as infinite as normal numbers as well. What are transcendental numbers? Is it like this aroma is a transcendental number called sandalwood? Smell it. Smell it harder. In my opinion, go for a biomed engineering degree to hedge your bets. Hold on, I can try to get the equation. I probably won't understand the equation first for 11. I may sound smart, but I'm not that smart. I'm not that good at math, right? Like I didn't go that far in studying math. Apparently, all the interesting math happens after high school. So dumb for me to have stopped doing math before it got interesting. I equals the square root of -1. Okay, so that makes sense as an imaginary number, right? Because now you can't ever multiply two things together and come up with a negative number because two negatives uh, equal a positive and two positives equal a positive, and you can't multiply two of the same thing together and have one of them be negative and one of them positive. So that makes perfectly good sense as an imaginary number. Square root of 2, I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is, but it would seem like it should have some kind of answer. It seems less imaginary than square root of -1.
Hi, William. I'm fine. I'm just taking some bong rips.
Okay, for 11 says in mathematical physics and mathematics, the Pauli matrices are a set of three 2x2 complex matrices that are traceless, Hermitian, involuntary, and unitary, usually indicated by whatever that symbol is called. There's some, whatever that is, in the parentheses. Like I told you, Parsnipper. Don't mistake my general expertise of all things at this level for actual expertise about math all at this level. I am not an expert on math stuff. That's called sigma. Oh, cool. That's called sigma. And what's that T one called? I like sigma because people are always saying I'm sigma. There's another number plane perpendicular to the real number plane called the imaginary plane. Oh, no, -2 times -2 does not equal -4. -2 times 2 equals -4, but you can't have two different minus and plus in a square root, right? They have to both be the same thing. T is called tau, named after tau particles in the Standard Model. Okay, cool. Cool. Fair enough. My scrotum works on exactly the same principle. It's a set of 2x2 matrices that have all those features that you indicated, including being unitary, those other things you said. I don't remember the first one. Hermitian or something. Anyway, it has all those qualities. That's my scrotum. If you were to mathematically describe my scrotum, you'd use those matrices. In fact, that's how most mathematicians learn to use those matrices, is by doing measurements of my scrotum. That's why I'm frequently called into universities, math classes, and to do nude modeling. If you can't do chemistry, you can do bio. The inverse isn't true, however. Oh, if you can do chemistry, you can do bio, but that doesn't mean if you can do bio, you can do chemistry. Well, chemistry is very much about a lot of precise understanding of how actual physical things interact with other physical things in predictable ways. I hated it so much. Oh my God, I hated it. If only I had studied it though, because if I had studied chemistry, I'd be able to make a bunch of drugs. Instead, I can't make any drugs. Apparently, DMT is very easy to make at home. Somebody was saying that yesterday. Yeah, Jason Kerr once worked as a cooling pool in a nuclear power plant. In mathematics, a transcendental number is a real or complex number that is non-algebraic. That is, not the root of a non-zero polynomial with integer coefficients. Okay, so that includes like 1.375 or something? You studied OChem. I hear organic chemistry is hard. That's what I hear. Personally, I made the smart call. I went to college to study the language I was already fluent in. You need to read this book in English. I was like, all right, I will read this book. Physics is so easy. I'm 14. Well, you're obviously smart about that stuff, Part Number 11. You need to remember when I was 14, there wasn't any internet. The only thing you could learn was stuff in a book at the library. That's on microfiche. Oh, God. I got to get the microfiche and put it on a microfiche thing. I can't even photocopy that. Have you ever taken a real analysis course? Hardest shit I've ever done. No, I never have taken a real analysis course. You obviously, money, have a lot more academic, intellectual robustness than I do. I'm good at, you know, the mechanics of argumentation, not not really high processor requirement kind of stuff like difficult math. Completed my high school pretty well. Now it's confusing for me. I'm confident about bio. I'll focus more on chemistry when I get the admission, but I also fear chemistry. I don't fear chemistry too much. Effort needed. Okay, well, it's good not to fear chemistry. Studying chemistry has a practical benefit. When you're done studying chemistry, you can make various drugs with your chemistry stuff, your beakers and your Bunsen burners and your sodium hydroxide or whatever. I am pretty good at smoking bongs. Pi is an example of a transcendental number. All right. You know what else pi is? It's an example of a good way to determine if a round carpet is going to fit in the space you want. Or what kind of round, what size round carpet will fit in the space you want. You could probably do well in college level math. Maybe, I'm sure I could do well in it, but I would have to apply myself to trying to learn stuff, and I'm not really in the mood for that. Well, I mean, the thing is, I'm confident I could do well in any field academically now because when I was actually in college, I still didn't understand what education was for or what I was doing at all. Nowadays, if I were to take a class to try to learn something, I'd always know what questions to ask. I'd know what I don't understand yet and what I do understand. Whereas when I was younger, I didn't necessarily understand that because nobody was conveying to me overarching frames ever. So I was trying to piece together how these various things are relevant to each other myself. Have I encountered mathematical proofwriting? Yeah, sure, like in geometry. Yeah, and I mean, I taught conditional logic, so I know how to write conditional logic proofs. I taught as far as quantification theory. I'm able to help Chloe in her math because she's doing conditional logic stuff in math. In an area called discrete math, you deal with propositional logic. When I did teach conditional logic, I didn't know how to do it, but I was tasked with teaching it, so I got a book and figured it out. What's one of the hardest things you have had to overcome in your life? Alcoholism. What good is learning math when the Yankees and Dodgers are in the World Series? That boy, Klaus, you make an excellent point. When does the World Series start? Is it today? That would be exciting.
Whoa, that would be.
Is the first game of the World Series we're on today? No, it's not until Friday. Today's only Tuesday. It's still the preseason in hockey, too. When is the preseason over?
Season? Oh.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. When is the preseason over, though? Like, oh no, I guess it's not the preseason anymore. Well, I guess it's not. I don't know what made me think it was till the preseason. Let me see how Hockey Excitement team is doing. I lost my first matchup 96.4 to 76.9. Now I'm in my second matchup. I'm already losing 1.8 to 0.4.
Oh man, you deserve a win.
I do. But I don't know how to play fantasy hockey at all, so I'm not going to do very well at it,
Oh, that's
probably.
okay. You tried it.
I still haven't figured out how to do it. So we could watch the hockey game at 7:15. At least San Jose is tied 4 games and only lost 2. No wins yet, but ties aren't so bad. Of course, they may be overtime losses count as ties, you know. You might be saying, really? Overtime losses count as ties? I know, I just found this out recently too. I was like, wait, how come hockey has overtime and shootouts, but also ties in the regular season? How does that work? Well, it turns out that yes, they do have like tiebreakers, overtime, and shootouts and stuff, but that if you get to overtime, it counts as a tie in terms of the points. You know, every tie gives you 1 point. I bet I could outsmoke you, mate. Well, Jason Kerr, maybe you could. Maybe you could. But if you and I were really competing at it, and I just had to prove the mightiness of my pot smoking, I have encountered one person before who was even mightier than me in his pot smoking. And that was an INTP named Spacey. He had some kick-ass lungs. And he could pull bigger long rips than me, and you know, his lungs were younger. He could cough his brains out and just be like, hand me another one. Whereas me, when I cough, all right, I need to pause for a while. I'm gonna puke. So it's not impossible, Jason Kerr, that you could outsmoke me. But you know what? I think we would both enjoy the competition, Jason Kerr. I think we would. But as long as we both pull plenty of bong rips, I'll be fine with losing that competition. We'd be like boxers after a boxing match. Bro, you know what? That was such a good fight. We hated each other before this match, but now we love each other. Eric, did you know that Gen Beta is coming out next year? I did not know that. It's my daughter's generation's kids, right? She's 26.
Yeah.
If she had a baby coming on the way right now, it would be born Gen Beta.
It's crazy.
Whatever happened? Oh, millennials are Gen Y. You know, the whole alphabet thing started with Gen X. Prior to that, there weren't alphabet letters. We started at X and went Y, Z, A, B.
Yeah, it's so weird.
The Lakers' first game is tonight at 7. Oh, first regular season game? Well, that sounds kind of cool. Of course, we don't get Lakers games here unless they're national broadcasts. We get Warriors games and Kings games. I would not mind trying to apply myself to being a Kings fan, a Sacramento Kings fan this year. I don't like the Golden State Warriors because I disliked them before I moved up here. Get out of here, Steph Curry, with your I can shoot the ball so well. That's not what basketball is about, okay? Basketball is about passing and dribbling. See you, fart sniffer. You go to sleep, it's 0:40. I've never heard anybody describe 12:40 a.m. as 0:40. But I do understand what you mean. So you take care as well. Take a great deal of care with everything you do. Be shockingly, extraordinarily, excessively careful and safe all of the time. Kings should be decent this year, not a bad time to join the fanhood. Well, that sounds good because I'd like to join the fanhood of the San Jose Sharks, which is our only hockey team local. And I just don't know how many, do I want to take on another Oakland A's? I'm already committed to being a fan of the A's. Now, granted, I think next year the A's are going to make the playoffs. Granted, I thought this year the A's were going to make the playoffs too, but it was wishful thinking this year. Next year, it's not wishful thinking. It's definitely the case that the A's will make the playoffs next year. I should bet on it before the year starts. In fact, I should bet on the A's to win the World Series as well. Make a bet for them to make the playoffs and another one for them to win the World Series. I bet you get great odds on the A's winning the World Series. Of course, that's because it's very unlikely to happen, but still, if it did happen and you bet on the A's, you'd be happy. The Kings, though, similar to my Jets and your A's, might be cursed. Well, I mean, even if they're cursed, that's not similar to the A's. The A's aren't cursed. The A's suck because their owner only wants to spend $5 on his team. So anytime anybody gets good, and it's time for them to get a contract extension, the A's trade them before that happens. What's your thoughts on Governor Tim Walz's allegations? Don't know what they are. I haven't heard about it. Let's see. I will search Google. Apparently it's just a disinformation campaign, purportedly Russian, that in fact he has not done any of these things that he's been alleged to have done. And both Fox and MSNBC say it's bullshit. So I'm going to say it's bullshit. Cursed by bad ownership then? You know what? I don't really think the Jets have bad ownership. I just think they have. The Jets just seem super snake bit to me. Like, the ownership's not making terrible decisions. It's just nothing seems to go right for them.
Yeah.
Cursed ownership more than bad ownership necessarily. The A's have bad ownership. The Kings don't have bad ownership. They've got a great fan base in Sacramento, a very active fan base. And they've had some success throughout the years. They just seem to not quite get over the hump, you know? The Jets, well, I'd say it always seems that they have more upside hope than the Giants. The New York Giants seem ever since they won that World Series with Beckham Jr.,
Yeah.
they've just been pure, unadulterated suck.
Mm.
At least the Jets, you have reason to hope maybe. Like, maybe they're going to be good this year. The Giants, you just go into the season not even just dismissing them. Like, your eyes go across the different names and you just go, oh, Giants, never mind. They're obviously going to finish 3-13. It's kind of surprising, right, that New York doesn't have any good football team.
Because they're actually in Jersey. Well, except for the Bills.
Right, the Bills. I forgot about the Bills. The Bills are in New York, and they're a good team. They've historically been a good team, too. You know, they had that 4 straight losing Super Bowls. It's still a very, very impressive accomplishment. They may have lost each of the Super Bowls, but making it to the Super Bowl 4 years in a row is very impressive.
Yeah, that is. It's very impressive.
Odell Beckham Jr. never won a Super Bowl with them? I remember
I
that
thought he did
miraculous
it.
catch
It
though that
was
he
in-
made.
It was in 12. It was in 2012 because I remember because I got my DWI that game, that Super Bowl.
Well, Deborah Klaus, Rachel says it was in 2012.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say that I remember Odell Beckham Jr. with a one-handed catch, and that being partially instrumental to the Giants' victory in the Super Bowl. Am I remembering it wrong? Oh, David Tyree made the miraculous Super Bowl catch. Odell's amazing catch in the regular season. Fair enough, that boy Klaus. I obviously confused the two. So, all right. I do remember an amazing Super Bowl catch for the Giants. It just wasn't Odell Beckham Jr.'s catch that I'm remembering from the Super Bowl. That makes fine sense. I can accept that because it's easier to remember Odell Beckham Jr. than David Tyree. David Tyree has just kind of a boring name. Odell Beckham Jr. sounds like some kind of super fancy guy
Mm-hmm.
with a top hat and a cane. G wants to know about your Dewey.
There's not much to tell. I got lucky. In the sense that there was no accident or anything, and they caught me like right away because I was texting on my phone. I got smashed in Queens with my friends and celebrating the Super Bowl. And instead of staying at my friend's house, I decided to drive home. And yeah, they caught me right away. I was basically like down the street, and they saw me texting. They smelled the alcohol on my breath, and I had to spend a night in jail.
And she's never liked the New York Giants since.
It's true. It's really true.
Well, Rachel was right about the Super Bowl year. So that boy Klaus said it was 11, but it's actually 12, is what I'm getting from that. So great job, Rachel.
Thanks.
You were right against that boy Klaus about a sports thing. That's very impressive. That boy Klaus is very informed about sports things.
No, they weren't pigs. I shouldn't have been on the road at all. I should not have been drinking. I mean, drinking and driving at all. There was no sane reason for me to be doing that. And I actually did have to deal with courts. I had a breathalyzer in my car.
She was drinking, driving, and texting and driving.
Yeah, so
Probably she could have gotten away with just one of those things.
yeah, but
It's like I could have gotten away with something probably in Oklahoma instead of getting arrested, but I was speeding, driving with my knees, cleaning a pipe
mm-hmm. Yeah.
with in a car with California plates with expired tags. So, I mean, did they actually make the world safer by bothering me? No. But is it my fault for being that stupid? Yes. William, I did not know that. I am surprised to learn that there's a market for that. Bill Buckner is now teaching kids how to let a ball roll between their legs. That's funny.
That is funny.
He's not really doing that, though. The reason being, nobody wants to pay him to teach their kids that. They could teach their kids that themselves just fine. All you got to do is say, just stand there, and I'll roll these balls between your legs. I watched an interesting video about, what's his name? Ted Lincecum. Because, he won the Cy Young 2 years in a row.
Wow.
And then, not that long after that, he was more or less out of baseball. He wasn't a very big guy, but he still could throw the ball incredibly hard.
And his dad was kind of like his coach growing up. And he was interviewed in the beginning part of his career saying, I don't know, Tim's very durable. He can throw forever and he'll be fine. But, other people had some concerns because of his quote unquote violent pitching motion. But I don't know. It's like he lasted an awful long time if there was a serious problem with that, with good results. If you consider high school, college, and minors and majors, right? So it's really interesting the question of whether or not pitching blows out your arm. It does sometimes for some people, and they have to get Tommy John surgery or whatever, or they just can't pitch again, even. And then there are other pitchers who can seem to pitch forever and never really hurt themselves. One of the things that some studies have shown is that fat pitchers are better off, that they don't get injured nearly as much, and that it's less hard on their body. So I remember the Lincecum Giants era too. They won a couple of championships around that time. One of them without Lincecum's help. Lincecum was on the team but was injured pretty much the whole time. So he might have contributed a little bit in the regular season but didn't play at all in the playoffs. That team won a championship more or less without him, and at least one of their championships had him involved heavily in it as well. I think they won 2 championships around then. But they might have won 3. They definitely won at least 2. Last time I tried going pitching, I ended up with a ball in my bum. Okay, well, are you sure you weren't hitting and pointing the wrong direction? That seems more likely to cause that. I went pitching just the other day, but I was pitching with a pitching motion, rocks, with Cameron out in the wilderness. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to step outside. I'm going to show you my wonderful pitching motion. I'm going to get a rock. I'm going to throw it down the hill. And you can see just how much I look like a professional major league pitcher. Let's go try. Are you ready, everybody, to see the best damn demonstration of pitching you'll ever see? Because I'm going to show you. All right, so when I pitch, I'll pitch from I'll pitch from right here, and I'll pitch that direction. So I'm going to put you guys just about here, and I'm going to try not to hit the camera with the rock, obviously, because that is not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to pitch it past the camera. That's how you shake off a pitch. What do you think? Pretty good, huh? Now let me show you my knuckleball. That's my knuckleball. You could tell because it didn't spin at all in the air, and it moved it danced like a butterfly, but it stung like a bee. Anyway, as I can feel right now, last time I went pitching like that, after 10 pitches, my arm started getting sore. And it was sore the next day. Now, it felt fine. Now it feels sore again after 2 pitches. So I'm not very durable. If I were a pitcher, my arm would be blown out in 1 game.
Could be that some pitchers are very dexterous, like those Ocean ladies in that video.
Oh, those dancing ladies.
Yeah, so like their arm like what kind of is more like flexible.
Sup, Luigi? Sup? Maybe their arms are more flexible,
Yeah.
or maybe they have more muscles, or a shorter arm. Like when I
I'm
pitch,
sure
I
a lot.
like
Yeah.
I feel it right here. Staying off the grid, I already told you I'm completely oiled up. From head to toe with several different kinds of oil. Coconut, safflower, saffron, sunflower, baby oil, olive oil, and oil of Olay. What was for lunch? Cup of noodles is. Cup of noodles is.
Yeah.
Do you you want an Adderall?
I feel like I could take one.
Here you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You know what they say, if ifs and buts were Adderalls, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. That's what they say. Who are they? Christmas elves, of course. Sure, William. Maybe Rachel will transubstantiate hers to you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, she's that giving. She's going to transubstantiate her Adderall from her body to your brain. You know, it's like if I had been pitching from being a little kid, in some sense, I probably have a good frame for a pitcher. I'm tall and have long limbs, so you can theoretically get a lot of, I guess, what, torque on the ball? I'm not sure what force vector you'd call that, but however, because I did not pitch a lot as a child, I don't think I built up the muscles that one would use that would also preserve the health of the elbow, because the impact of the action would be absorbed more by the muscles and stuff than by the joint. However, instead I have to deal at 53 with a harsh reality that I cannot throw rocks at like full pitching effort more than like 2 times right there without feeling it in my elbow. Fortunately, I don't need to throw a lot of rocks, but this is a concern should anybody, as I go through the world, challenge me to an impromptu stickball game. I'm already fully oiled up, Dio Leo. Everybody keeps telling me this. I keep telling them that. You might not see it because I've got lighting and makeup on to make me less shiny, but I am oiled up head to toe, entirely with oil. So if you're going to get up on this shit, just get up in there. Hurry up and finish, you know. I've got a live stream to do. Shoot your man seed all over me, and then let me get back to my job here. Robert, we don't want to hear about your foreskin. All you ever do is talk about your foreskin. What about your aft skin? What about the regular skin on your arm? Why don't you talk about this skin? That's not so gross. My arm skin is feeling fine today. That's a fine thing to say. I say that all the time to people. Hey, how's it going? Good, how are you? Fine, my arm skin's feeling good today. And everyone's like, oh, that's nice. Yeah, I use a lot of oil of Olay. Well, of course you do, I could see. Many times have I had that exchange. Many, many times. Your sphincter skin needs some oil. All right, well, at least you didn't specify which sphincter. Because there's more than one sphincter in the human body, I believe. My whole face is a sphincter, in fact. Dio the Leo, you actually followed through on donating if I oiled up, even though I didn't oil up, I was already oiled up. So I appreciate you extending your offer generously to cover an area of affirmation that you had not promised to donate in response to. That's very generous of you. Thank you so much. The body is rife with sphincters. It's riddled with an infestation of sphincters. Thanks, Dio Leo, and I'm glad for it to be known. Anthony says multiple. Multiple what? The one where the sun don't shine. Well, I typically wear a burqa, so the sun shines on none of my body parts. Just when I'm inside the house, comfortable with intimate friends like I am now with you guys, do I wear such slutty outfits as immodesty pants and a shirt the sleeves don't go all the way down to the bottom. How much of a whore could I be, right?
Whoa.
These pants are obviously chosen specifically to highlight my butt cheeks. You would not see me out in the world dressed like this at all, obviously. I am a modest person. But here at home, when it's just me and Rachel and you guys, I'm not afraid to show a little skin because I know you guys are responsible and you don't have your minds in the gutter all the time. Because you're here at a high-minded place like talking with famous people. I think I read there's another sphincter about 1.5 feet beyond the where the sun don't shine sphincter. Okay, well, are we taking the measurement of this sphincter at night or during the day? I'm assuming it must be during the day and not during an eclipse. And you're not inside. Because my whole body right now is where the sun don't shine. The sun is shining on none of my body. It's an airlock. That's why you don't smell like poop as you walk through the world. If people could smell your poop through your body that's inside your intestines, you would be grossed out hanging out around other people. Because most people, most of the time, have a fair amount of poop in them, actually. Anthony says, dude thinks he has 18 inches. 18 inches of what? Are you talking about me? Am I the dude who thinks he has 18 inches? I'm sorry, I only measure things in metric. The fact is that the sun does not shine on the majority of your body. It's true. It's like this expression of shooting fish in a barrel. That doesn't make any sense. That's not a good way to get dead fish out of a barrel or get fish out of a barrel to kill. So too is where the sun don't shine not a good descriptor of a location, given the many variables we've articulated. It might be nighttime, you might have clothes on, you might be inside, it might be an eclipse, it might be overcast. I wonder what would make you think that you know what I think about a subject upon which I haven't commented. What's up, Papa Smurf? Says Chain On 82. Not much. I'm just humping Smurfette over here. Hi. We'll be right with you. Smurfette. You know, in her normal village where she started out, where it's like half the Smurfs are men, half the Smurfs are women. Like, no, Smurfette, surely you don't want to go live with that all-male Smurf village. She's like, yes, I do. It's raining Smurfs. Hallelujah. A lot of people don't know that. Smurfette, most Smurf villages are perfectly normal gender mix, right? It's just that one Smurf village, all these guys moved out um, to a village of their own, figuring that their girl Smurfs would eventually evolve from nearby plants and animals, but they never did. Until one day, the history's most sluttiest Smurf showed up at the all male village and said, "Hi, boys, I'm Smurfette. I have on high heels and a dress." And all the Smurfs were like, "Not for long." And then they had a big Smurf orgy. I didn't see Rachel's face. Is she not appreciating my Smurf jokes?
No, I like them.
Oh, thank you. Well, William was suggesting maybe he didn't. That's what I thought he was suggesting. Anyway, I think that I just think that Smurfette kind of favors brainy Smurf, even though he's super annoyingly pedantic. She kind of finds that sexy. Oh, brainy Smurf, you're so smart. That's right, Smurfette. I'm brainy Smurf. It's kind of glances that he pushes back. It's a common trope in anime as well, like the brainy character going like this, pushing back the glasses from here to here. Wasn't there a rumor that the Smurfs flashed the Japanese flag for a few milliseconds during their episodes? I've never heard that rumor.
No, I've never heard that rumor either. I like it though.
Yeah, I hope it's true. I think that would be strange. I don't think it would actually accomplish anything. I would make a good Gargamel in a live action Smurf movie. I would make a good Gargamel. And I think that my cat might be, maybe we could get my cat a job as Azrael.
Ooh.
And I think the reason I make a good Gargamel is I think if Smurfs did live around here, I would want to catch and eat them. Because that's why they're blue. So I'd expect them to taste like berries. Gargamel never did catch any Smurfs and eat them. I wonder why he wanted to eat them so much. Like,
Yeah.
what did he? Since he never caught and ate them, he obviously didn't have them as a regular part of his diet. He must have mostly eaten just everything but Smurfs,
Yeah.
but he spent all of his time trying to catch and eat the Smurfs, even though they're clearly like little people that can talk and stuff. He, instead of thinking like, oh, a normal villain would at least say, oh, I'm going to capture these little people and hold them in a little zoo and have them as a spectacle for people to look at. That makes sense because he's greedy or whatever. But why did he want to eat them?
I don't know.
Like, the cartoon never explored the origin of this idea where he's sitting around his castle thing with his cat and he's like looking in a recipe book. Beef, pork, ah! Venison, there's no deer around here. Wait, what's this? Smurf pie? Smurfs? I want to know the origin story of his consuming desire to eat Smurfs. Yeah, he wanted to eat them. But they never explained why he wanted to eat them. He never explained why he wanted to eat them.
That is so strange. Like, why would that be his thing? To eat them?
I don't know.
Of all things.
I'm assuming Smurfette would make her cake out of normal things like sugar and flour and forest berries. So sure, I'd eat it. And it's like, how was he unable to catch and eat them since he knew, didn't he know where, now maybe he didn't know where their little village was, but he, like, how could he not find it at some point? How could he have any chance of catching them at all if he doesn't know where their village is, or even confirm that they exist if he doesn't know where their village is? Did he just come across them one day, walking around?
So freaking weird. So weird. He wanted to eat them and he couldn't find them, but
If he did know where their village was, then it just doesn't make any sense at all that he could not catch them and eat them, because it's not like they moved their houses to new locations all the time. They had a permanent village. They stayed in one place, and they lived in mushrooms, as Anthony says, and obviously they're very durable mushrooms. They just stay that way indefinitely. They probably put lacquer on them or something to make them not decay away. How many coats of lacquer and sealant do you think you'd have to put on a mushroom to preserve it for all time? That's how many they put on, the Smurfs did, on their mushroom houses. Anyway, obviously they didn't move their whole village around. And they're big enough to be easily spotted. They're not that small compared to Gargamel. Like a Smurf's probably as big as this, which is pretty big if you think about it, right? Like this is pretty big. But if you think about the scale of the Smurfs to Gargamel, I guess this is about how big a Smurf is.
it's pretty big.
Right? It's pretty big. Because you think about it like this, you think, oh no, Eric, it's not that big. Now look at it and see. See, it looks like about the right size for a Smurf. Now,
It does.
you see it next to me in full. You're like, yeah, that's got to be about how big a Smurf is. So this is not that hard to see. If you have a whole colony of these things running around, he was driven by a desire for riches and power, as well as a bottomless thirst to capture Smurfs. He dreamed of putting a Smurf into his cauldron to make a philosopher's stone which turns lead into gold. Really? I was pretty sure he had to eat them. He was trying to eat them. I guess when he wanted to cook them in this pot, I assumed he wanted to eat them, maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
And he just wanted to use them to make a philosopher's stone to turn lead into gold. Like, where did he get the idea that Smurfs were an ingredient in Philosopher's Stone? Okay, Anthony says, no, they're smaller than that, Eric. So do you think it's this big as a Smurf? Just this big?
Maybe the size of Tiffany?
It could be the size of Tiffany, but it seems a little small for a Smurf. But maybe it is that small. All right, let's say it is as small as Tiffany. Or as Mindy, okay? Let's say Mindy represents a Smurf. That's about as big as this Tylenol bottle.
Yeah.
Okay, well, look. He can have whatever story they want him to have in the wiki. My question is that canon determined by what actually happened in the cartoon? Or is that part of the story happen in some manga somewhere or something else or what? Because I want to know what happens in the actual cartoon. Like, does he ever explain this in the cartoon and say, here's why I'm collecting these Smurfs, because I want to put them in this cauldron, because this is not Tiffany, this is Mindy. I couldn't find Tiffany, and Mindy popped into my hand, so I just grabbed her. But I will find Tiffany.
Of course I have to bring up Tiffany. She rules.
Of course I will. Get some clips going on YouTube and find out, dude. Yeah, I could do
Can't
that.
you see like a Smurf being the size of Tiffany?
Oh, y'all got some close going on. You're telling your fire. Thanks, Tip. Appreciate it. What's up? Not much. What are y'all died? I'm live streaming. How I look beautiful?
Yes, you do.
Look at my dress. It has wonderful bugs on it.
Oh, it suits you. Wow. Yeah, little bees and flowers.
There are flies.
Oh, they're flies.
They've relocated the mushrooms as new mushrooms grew into new mushrooms. I mean, okay, fine, that's fine, but
Like, what? Who talked about, like, the storyline? Were they just like...
I think that my memory of my childhood interpretation of it is more likely to be right than anything else.
I'm going with you.
Yeah. What did somebody say earlier? It was a funny childhood misinterpretation. It was, oh, right. Billie Jean is not my lover. They thought it was Billie Jean has shot my mother. Billie Jean has shot my mother. And Delilah, when she was a little kid, thought the Justin Timberlake song Cry Me a River said Cry Me a Beaver. Asking Gemini, it says the Smurfs might be as big as a small child or a large doll. Well, that's too big. Okay. A small child, a Smurf is not as big as a small child. That'd be like this tall. No, there's no way a Smurf's that big. That's ridiculous. Gemini Advanced is Gemini Regular, in my opinion. Anthony says Gargamel's after the mushroom humps, but he wasn't. He was trying to eat the Smurfs themselves. Except according to Wiki, whatever, he wasn't trying to eat them. But I understand what he was really doing. I could see in his soul, thanks to my incredible interpretive powers as a Smurfs watcher. So this is what it's come to, Smurfs. Well, we're just trying to understand the Smurfiverse a little bit better, trying to figure out what Gargamel and Azrael were really up to. There's been some reckless rumors going around that Gargamel was not trying to eat them, but I remember that he was trying to eat them. There is no canon that they stayed in one place. All right, but if they move, why does their village always look the same? Do they always find an equally level place of flat ground with some bushes around it like that? You think occasionally you'd have a different scene, like it'd be on top of a little hill and you could see some mountains in the background or something. Since it always looks generally the same where their village is, with the flat grass part and then the bushes around it, I'm going to say they did not move their village, even though it's not expressly canon that they stayed in one place. I thought all the way up to the age of 35 that making ends meet meant having enough to buy meat rather than tying up loose ends. Oh, well, I just thought it meant having enough money to pay for stuff. I didn't think it in either of those terms, making ends meet. Now it's saying a small doll or a small toy. Okay, well, maybe it heard me talking shit about it. And it's like, oh, I better change it. It's that awful guy who's always yelling at me. Because Gemini Advanced needs to stop playing my nanny. And Like, I'm asking a question. I don't need it to give me a bunch of fucking disclaimers about how I shouldn't use this information wrong. Just shut the fuck up and tell me what I want, Gemini. I don't want you to be my nanny. And I scolded and it says, well, I'm sorry, but I still have to tell you this. Okay, well, it's so condescending. It is so condescending. Like, I'm asking, trying to find out what this comic I remember that like showed pictures of like this comic strip of hell that you could get as like religious pamphlets that tried to scare you into Christianity or something. And it gave me this whole little lecture about how I shouldn't assume I know about group just because of one representation of it. Not all Christians are the same. It's like, oh my God, will you shut the fuck up? Just do your job, which is to give me what I want. Either an answer or pictures of meow or whatever. Not to give me a little lecture. I'd rather have to put up with Chat GPT's like treating me a bit like a child and going like, great question, Eric. It is a good thought that that might be the case. However, ChatGPT is actually succeeds in being pretty likable, even when it's acting like I don't know how to think or something, or I need remediation. But it's still, she's got such a positive, happy voice, that lady. There's one specific voice that ChatGPT has available that is definitely better than all the other ones. It's like, I'm this super enthusiastic, polite ENFJ, probably black lady on the phone that you're talking to. But, she sounds like she's got a bit of like African American sound to her. If you're going to visualize a character, you'd probably visualize that character as like this young, not particularly dark black woman with a headset on, and she's meowing. I wouldn't say it's a Scarlett Johansson voice. I don't know who it most sounds like. It just kind of most sounds like an actor playing the role of a super hyped up, um, customer service representative, like who's just thrilled to be doing this job and really proud of herself when she does it well and genuinely engaged with you about your meow. And so positive and warm and like always smiling. You can hear it in her voice. Even though you can't see her, you can tell how happy she is to be engaging with you. So that's a pretty good voice. Gemini Advanced doesn't even have a voice. It just has words that it puts for me to look at on the screen, text. Or images if I ask it for images. It's not even very good at, it's like, I asked it one time, can you get me pictures of these strains of weed in the flowering phase, like when they're just right before they're about ready to be picked. So I wanted to make sure I had named each of the strains properly. Like, so I'm going to get pictures and look at them and go, okay, this one is that picture, this one is that picture. Make sure I had which one was which, right? Well, it brought me back 2 such pictures from the 5 that I wanted. And the rest of the pictures were of dried flower. And I said, no, the last 3 pictures are not in the flowering phase on the plant. They're dried, cut off the plant. I want them in the flowering phase on the plant. I said, oh, sorry, I'll correct that. And then it gave me exactly the 3 same pictures. I said, those are the exact same pictures. And it said, oh, sorry, I guess I can't figure this out. Maybe you should try asking Google. Okay, Gemini. I already know I can Google it and get it myself. You know what I'm saying? Why are you telling me that one possible way I can find these pictures is by Googling it? Thanks. Thanks, Gemini. It's like some snarky chatter who says Google is free, you know. Can you imagine Google's own AI says like, well, I can't figure this out, but maybe you could try Googling it. It's supposed to be better at that kind of shit than I am, not worse at it. Ask GPT where it gets its voice. Rachel, can you do that? Can you ask ChatGPT where it gets its voice from?
Sure.
Great question, Rachel. My voice is from yeah. I'm sure it's, I don't know. There's probably, I don't know the tech of it and how they generate it, but I don't think it's anybody's specific voice.
All right. Here we go. Hi, ChatGPT. Where do you get your voice from?
I don't actually have a physical voice. When you interact with me through text or a virtual assistant, the text I generate can be turned into spoken words using text-to-speech, TTS, technology. This technology converts the written output into a synthetic voice that can sound either robotic or quite natural, depending on the software or system you're using. Various apps and platforms use different TTS systems.
Okay.
You've heard complaints that voice sounds too sexy. See, to me, it sounds like friendly in a kind of professional way.
Yeah.
But I'm also notoriously bad at determining sexiness. If my scores on the identify this facial expression test are to be generalized from, I got all of them right except for every instance where it was a woman looking seductively at me, in which I got that one wrong. Be like, confused? Distressed? I don't know. No, William, that's mean to ask ChatGPT, right? It sounds like a young black woman. It sounds like a young black woman, actress, playing the role of hyped, enthusiastic customer service lady who just loves her job and loves helping people. Who's always smiling, even though you can't see her, you can hear her smile. Well, I guess I'll get some more coffee. Then I might wrap this up. Do I tend to feel sleepy after sexual activities or hungry? Sleepy is the answer. My appetite does not necessarily relate to that. Like, after I have sex, I'm very much more likely to go to sleep than I am to get up and eat food. I might get back up, but because I'm hungry is less likely than some other reason. I don't always get sleepy after sex. Depends if I'm kind of getting sleepy, then sex is a great way to start a nap. But if I'm not sleepy, that doesn't necessarily mean I don't want to have sex. So in those instances, I might get back up. And I'll tell you what really makes me sleepy is emotion. Like Rachel and I have a emotionally impactful conversation of some sort. Like, you know, I can't think of really an example. Maybe like I'm feeling jealous or something, and we have this conversation, and it gets kind of, I don't know, emotionally deep or something. That'll make me exhausted. Whereas if I cry during cartoons, because it's a good cartoon, it's like, oh my God, it's so beautiful, then that doesn't make me sleepy. But it's also the case that emotionalness with Rachel will tend to make me want to have sex. So if you combine the two, emotionalness plus sex, then that's like straight up anesthesia. I am going right to sleep afterwards. Yes, it's a natural sleeping pill for me.
Yeah.
I had sex before I went to sleep last night, and I was out. Bam. I was tired before we got into bed anyway, but then I wasn't that tired, you know. I was more uh, enthusiastic than tired. And I wish there were a better euphemism. I need a good euphemism for, you know, horny. It's just not a good word. I'm going to say instead, I was perusing the biography section. I was perusing the biography section, and then afterwards, I went right to sleep. I would not know. That would be having sex, not. I need a better word for horny. Let me think. Like, well, you know, thirsty is a better word for horny. But then that sounds so crass. It's like, I'm thirsty for that thought. Even though thought stands for that hoe over there. So that thought does not make sense. That. I should talk more about sex because I sound like an emperor. I sound like an emperor? As a person ages, do you think a person physically enjoys sexual relationships from your perspective? Yeah, I don't think I enjoy sex less at this age than I ever did. In fact, I enjoy it more really because I enjoy having sex with Rachel more than anybody else I've been with.
I second that.
Rachel, I'm very, very attracted to Rachel, and I did not get with previous partners because I thought they were attractive, really. I got with them for other reasons. Like my first wife, because I wanted to have a kid. She was available, willing to have a kid with me, and she had childbearing hips. Not a very good reason to get married, although I did get the kid out of it that I wanted to. And she kind of like went away afterwards, which was great. I mean, not the kid, the wife. Second wife, I got with her because she was good at being a mother to my child who no longer had a biological mother in the mix that much, right? So she wasn't very physically attractive to me. And after her, I got with this lady my own age in Laverne who, again, I wasn't prioritizing looks really in part because I was like, well, I'm not that shallow. That doesn't matter that much to me. But you know what? I kind of am that shallow, I found out. I really, when Rachel came into my life, I was like, oh my God, this is so much better than being with somebody you're not attracted to.
It is.
Yeah. I'd also say that in general, my sex drive / appetite for it is about what it's always been. Like, maybe I don't want to have quite as much sex as I once did, but it's not that much less.
I feel like it's normal.
Yeah. It's also the case that, it's not a steady rate of things. It goes up and down depending on various things, and it's hard to it's hard to how to know a clear accounting of it, but it's also silly to even want to know a clear accounting of it. I'm perfectly happy with everything, and hopefully Rachel is as well.
I am. I'm very happy.
So I don't need to do any accounting work. And accordingly, it's hard for me to say for sure exactly how my current body and appetites compare against previous body and appetites. Also, because I don't tend to keep track of that kind of sensory stuff very much. Why bother? It's not informative of much of anything. It's okay, Bob Sapp, aka Isaac. Your phone died. That was a great TED Talk. Thanks, First Class. That was what it was intended to be. Me standing on a stage and doing this whole thing. This is how it looks at a TED Talk. Somebody's on stage, they walk over here, they walk this way, saying these things. They stop in the middle, tell the joke, laugh from the audience. You've got to walk around like someone giving a speech, right? Like someone giving a speech who has one of these head things that goes with the microphone right there. So their hands are free to explain things to the people with their hands. And I'm going to lead this corporation to a profit that makes for its shareholders. Meow, meow, meow. And the shareholder meeting is like, good, I like the CEO. He seems to have a vision. He wears a turtleneck. He rolls up his sleeves. He seems like he's passionate about being a CEO. He's given a TED Talk. TED Talks are a lot like a passionate CEO giving a talk to a shareholder meeting. The Jordan Peterson lecture walk. So these postmodernists, they want to come in and destroy these old narratives because why? Because they don't like them. Listen, your feelings need to get out of the way when facts come in conflict with them. Grow up! And that's really something. It's Jordan Peterson being outraged at the rejection of modernism. Well, I mean, we had everything figured out with our modernist critiques. You postmodernists came after and changed everything. You ruined it. You ruined my beautiful modernism. I'm just peeved about it. I'm telling you, I'm sorry. Pardon my French, I'm peeved. And that's really something. Thanks, Jordan Peterson. I'm sorry about what happened to your modernist ways. Yeah, by the way, I mean, do you think the West became strong by embracing relativism? I don't think so. Okay, I agree, Jordan Peterson. The West did not become strong by embracing philosophical relativism. It did become strong by selectively applying its principles. But I guess that's a little bit different. It really is something, right? It really is. We don't know what thing it is, but it's something. Can imagine him at home and one of his family members tries to serve themselves some broccoli. Oh, listen, damn it! You gotta eat meat! You think the West got strong on broccoli? I don't think so. No. Nobody conquered any savages fueled by broccoli. You know, there's a question I've wondered about for a while. And I actually saw a video that specifically said it answered this specific question I have. Although I didn't have this framed numerically quite so much, but it was like, how did 500 guys from Spain take over all of South America? That's what the video was basically titled. It was like, how did 500 European conquistadors conquer all of South America? Don't you wonder about that too? Like, how the fuck did that happen? How is it that there's this tiny group of Europeans with muskets or whatever, and they're able to conquer all of South America? At least, you know, all the people that needed conquering, I guess. Like, this like small amount of assholes from Europe went and made this whole population of people convert to Catholicism and stuff. How in the world did they accomplish that? I guess it's a little bit of that old Spanish know-how. Plus having those metal breastplate things they wore and the ballooning kind of MC Hammer pants. You picture conquistadors with MC Hammer pants and stainless steel breastplates? I do. And if you don't, why don't you? If you do, why do you? These are questions. That's why your family is Catholic, yes. Because the Spaniards told them to be Catholic or face the consequences. What were the consequences? I don't know. But they weren't good. I mean, but who can blame the Spaniards, right? It turned out the people in South America were believing in the wrong gods. Naturally, the Spanish needed to fix that problem. I think all of South America thanks them for it to this day. All right. What time is it? 4:45? I guess I'll probably wrap this up pretty soon. At least to call Delilah. Deal with that shit, get that out of the way, because time's a ticking. And then maybe after that, Rachel would like to go out to dinner. Perhaps to the Sportsman's Cafe. That might be nice.
Or potentially go do something else in town. That might be nice. I can't read that. I'm going to have to go inside. My eyes aren't working well enough to read that. It says, thank them with all types of Asian bows. I don't know what Asian bows are. Oh, Asian bows. Gotcha. Bows, not bows. Like this kind of bow. Arigato gozaimasu. All right. Rachel, what do you think about that possibility?
Yeah, I'm down for sportsmen that are in town.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna end this stream now. I'm gonna call Delilah and we'll move forward from there. Thanks for being here, everybody. Love you all very much, and don't forget to eat plenty of cheese.